Hello everybody and welcome back to another episode of Farming Simulator 25. Today is episode 11 and today we got a lot of things to do, and today we're definitely going to be putting this harvester behind us to work, as we probably should be ready to harvest that wheat field over in the distance over on field 9, I think that is. Is that what field that is? Field 9 should be ready for harvest today as well in the next month or so. So that means that we're going to put this Massey to good use to get that going, and then hopefully maybe next month or over the next couple months we'll have some contracts to do with the Massey as well, make us some additional money, maybe get us some additional grain. But we have some things that we have to do today to get ready for that. And one of those things is obviously we need a silo of some sorts. We're going to need a trailer to transport the grain. And we also are going to need one more auger. We got the one auger system. We need one more to be able to fill the one hopper bin. So with that all being said, we still have all of this stuff. All of the fields have been cut for the month of June. This all needs to be baled, wrapped, and put into storage. Maybe leave a couple of grass bales for us, because we are still running kind of low. I think I got 5 in storage over there, and then we still got 6 in here. But the sheep are doing well. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to get to baling and getting all of the stuff down around here around the farm. Once I've got all that done, I'll bring you guys back, and we will hopefully be able to put that silo down somewhere, even if it's just temporarily. They're not too expensive, and then we'll get ready for our harvest. Alright guys, so we have got all of that stuff cleaned up over there. We got our bales all done up. We got 47 bales that are fermenting. So now, pretty much, I think that's it for the month of June, so we can go ahead. I've already got the fields limed and fertilized, so those are all done and ready to go for the next month. So I think what we're going to end up doing is we're going to skip ahead to, I think, next month, and we'll see if this stuff's ready to harvest, because if it is, we can get the workers started on harvesting field 9, and then we're going to start working over here on some upgrades, some stuff that I want to do, some terraforming. We got a few things that I want to do, so we'll be able to do those together, hopefully. So we're going to take a quick little jump, a quick little sleep on over into the month of July, and we'll see if Fields 9 ready for harvest or not. Alrighty everyone, so now we're in the month of June, and based off of our distance here, it looks like our field is ready to harvest. So we're going to head on over. We can just jump into this guy right now. We're going to jump on into the Massey. We're going to drive on over here. Let's go take a look at our first wheat field that we need. Now, I also just realized that we actually still don't have a trailer for actually hauling this stuff. So once we get the workers set up, I guess I'm going to need to figure that out. So we're going to drive this thing over here. We'll get the workers started on this, see how it starts out. The yield is not looking like it's going to be that great, because it's not great. I just don't know if we're going to be able to fix that this time around. So we're just going to disconnect that right here, unfold, and then we're going to quickly hook up to this guy here. And we're going to take a look to see how much work this is actually going to take to harvest this field. So if we drive up here and we turn this on, how much work is this going to be? Ooh, that is a lot of passes. So yeah, we're definitely going to get a worker to start up on this. So we'll set up the worker here real quick. We got 1 liter. We're loaded, guys. We're ready to go. Okay. Here we go. Well, this isn't great. Oh, actually, H, hold on. Are we dropping a straw swath? We are. Okay, good. That's what I wanted. Sorry. Carry on. Carry on, good sir. I just wanted to make sure we were dropping a straw swath, which we are, so that's great. Because I did want to get some straw bales just for storage purposes. We don't really need them, but I figured it'd be a good thing to have anyways, just in case we do need them. So we're going to actually get ourselves a little bit of a straw swath. It doesn't look like it's going to be a very good straw swath, but it's one nonetheless. So yeah, now that guy's working, we're going to jump on into our truck, and we need to head on over to the shop, and we need to go pick ourselves out a trailer for hauling our grain around. So let's go head on over to the shop. Okay guys, we are back here at the shop and we're looking for trailers. So realistically, to start things out, I'm thinking something just like this is probably really all we need. This thing, we can get an extension up to 18 meters, which is more than what we need. We're going to go ahead, we're just going to take the decals off, make it just a nice clean trailer all the way around, and then yeah, we'll throw ourselves an extra trailer hitch on here because I've got some plans which you guys will see coming up. We're going to throw a cover on it. We're going to change the color of the cover because it is super hideous. We'll just do this. Let's do a black cover for now. It's good enough. And yeah, that's pretty much all we need. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to pick this guy up. This is pretty much all we need. So we're going to buy this for 18,000. And let's see what it looks like. This guy here, pretty standard trailer. I like these versus the like dolly axle trailers just because they're a lot easier to control. So we're gonna hook onto this guy and we should be good to go, and we'll bring this guy back over to our yard and we'll be ready to pick up whatever we harvest from our harvester. Okay, so we got our harvester going over there. I got the trailer over there hooked up to the douchefar or Deutschfar or whatever the heck you want to call it. We've already got 8,000 liters sitting in there. So while that thing is working, we need to really speed up the process, I guess, of getting everything set up over here. Now, I've been wanting to redo this little area over here for a while, but to do that, I got to move all the bales. So I'm going to pull them all out. We're going to stack them all off to the side, and then I'm going to show you guys kind of what I got going on, or kind of what my thought process of here is. So give me a couple minutes. I'll have all this kind of shuffled around, moved around, and then I will show you guys where we are going from there. Okay, I've got that silo all emptied out, so we're going to go ahead. We're going to sell this thing. Luckily, this thing is not worth a lot of money. We're going to have to sell our house, which kind of sucks, because I think we're going to lose like 6K or so on that. So we'll go ahead and sell that. Now what I'd like to do is I'd like to level out this entire area. So we're going to have to do a little bit of sculpting. So if we get the leveler, we're going to switch our cursor. We're going to make it go like this. And then I'm thinking it was pretty much this guy here. Oh, I ate into the field. That is not what I wanted to do at all. And then we're just going to kind of run it across. Hopefully without damaging anything. We can kind of soften this up afterwards. So we're just going to keep on coming along. Get basically right to the road edge. It's going to really eat through our money supply here. But if we go to about there, just start running that across. Oh yeah, this is going to eat a lot of money. Just look at the money going down. This is not great. Oh boy. But yeah, we're just going to basically level out as much of this area as we can, because you'll see what I kind of got going on here in a second. But man, is this expensive. Oh my goodness. I was not expecting it to just completely eat through my money supply like this. Ooh, it hurts to watch. Okay. Well, give me a second here. I'm going to get all this kind of leveled out the way that I want it, and then I'll just kind of show you guys what I got for a layout in my mind. Okay, guys, so this is kind of what I'm trying to figure out what I want to do right now. So we've got this very nice big silo that I want to use for our bale storage. Now, this can obviously hold a lot more bales than what we're used to right now, so that's why I think that this is going to be a great addition to the farm. If I do this here, the idea is I want to see if I can fit our silo system like right over here. But like, it would fit in the corner nice, but like, this also doesn't sit very good, if you get what I mean. Like, I'm trying to figure out how I want to do this for like loading trailers and stuff like that, because I mean, I'd like to put this over here. I'm debating on whether or not I put it this way or if I put it this way. I'm not entirely sure. Actually, we're not even on the right thing. We need to be under silos, because this thing costs way more money than that. And game is freezing. Please don't break right now. I just did a whole bunch of terraforming. That'd be absolutely horrible. Okay, there we go. We got it all figured out now. So I'm debating on where exactly I want to put this, because like, it really isn't a great spot for it. Like, I could just kind of do this diagonal setup kind of over here, and then I could tuck the grain bin right in next to it, and then have an unloading station and loading station so that I can have like my trucks pull in and out over here, and I can just kind of adjust the grade and actually bring it up to the road. I'm not quite sure what I want to do here yet. It's kind of the point that I'm at, because like I think that like this is a great option for us, this building here, but I'm just not quite sure how I want to load it. I mean, we could try and do it this way too, and then that kind of be a little bit of dead space in the back, which isn't horrible. I mean, we could just kind of plant back there and make it look kind of nice. And then this way for loading and unloading, we've got like this whole area in the front, and then we can do our silo on the side. So maybe we do that. So let's see. How far can we go? About there. Just trying to make sure I place this in the right spot so that it looks good. So if we go and we go ahead, place it kind of something like this, that'll probably maximize our space. So if we turn off that, make that 25,000 flat, and then, yeah, I think this is good. I think this is good. Yeah, let's do this. So if we'll place this guy right here, it's a big investment. And then that gives us our loading, our unloading area. And then what we can do is we can go and look at storage bins. So like realistically, this is the one that I do want. So it needs to go like this, right? So this is quite a big bin. But if we put it like this, we can get a little creative with loading and unloading here, which is kind of cool. So if we go like this, we get it real nice and tight up against this guy right here. Everything looks like it'll fit in place. Kind of bugging out a little bit. We can place this guy back a little bit. How far back can we go? Can we get it in line with that post there? We can. So if we go like this, go like this, get it nice and lined up, we'll place this guy right here, 42,000. Okay, big investments, big investments. Now we have our silo, which is fantastic. So now we can drive this guy over here. So we'll jump in this. Oh, man. This is an expensive endeavor. Because now, this should stay out of the way enough that we can just drive this guy underneath as it bounces along kind of funny. And if we go like that, we can fill, so that's good there. So we'll leave this thing right here. Oh, we're kind of off center here. Let's move it over a little bit. Go like, just like that. Come on, there we go. Yep. Right there, okay. And then that gets us lined up like that. Now we need to go pick up one more thing for filling, and then it'll run from right here over to there, and the fill portion will be right here, which means that we can load and unload from kind of the same area. Our tractor is, or our combine is full. Okay, that's a problem. Okay, let's go and see what we can fit from this guy into here. Only get about another 2,500 liters in this thing, unfortunately. So we're gonna need to grab the Puma. We're gonna need to drive into town, and we're gonna need to pick up that last auger so that we can start moving this product. So we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna grab what we can out of this guy here. We don't need to stay around for that. And I'm going to drive into town. I'm going to show you guys the auger that we're going to be picking up. Okay, guys, so we're over here at the shop, and this is the guy that we need right here. So this guy here is the auger that we need. It's got the loading pan there. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to buy this guy for 35,000. So 21,000. Do we actually have enough to pick up the PTO? We do. Okay. We're going to just make this blank. We don't have the money or the ability. Oh, we can pick it up with the front pasture. Can we? Oh, let's try this. I'm gonna buy this. So 7,500 bucks. Okay. We should now. Can I put this on the front of my? This is gonna look really weird if I can do this, but it's gonna save us making a second trip because I didn't really think about this before. So if we go like this, no? Oh, come on. Seriously? It's going to pick up from the back, though, not the front, right? Is that how that's going to work? No? How's this going to work? Oh, no, it doesn't. Okay, so I'm going to have to come over here with some pallet forks. And I'm going to have to load it up. But we're going to drive this guy back on over to our yard and get it set up. And then I will have to get the PTO back over to the yard as well. So I will be back once I make 2 trips back to the farm. And we can get this thing all set up and ready to go. Okay, well, I've got this kind of working. If you see, it's not exactly where I want it. I was hoping that I could get this pan over onto this side, but I didn't realize that it wouldn't be able to rotate around this thing. I'm curious if once I get the PTO here, if it'll work and I can swing it all the way around. But yeah, I gotta figure that out. But for right now, what I've got going on here is I got it hooked up to the Puma, and it is unloading. So we'll be able to at least keep our operation moving. Yeah, so we got just 18,400. Yeah, it's almost full, almost done unloading here. So I'm going to go ahead, get the tractor back out there, and see if I can get the PTO over here and see if we can get this thing spun around to the other side. If not, I'm going to have to get a little bit creative with how I'm going to make this work. So we will see what I can do, but I'll be back with you guys once I get the PT over here and see if we can maneuver some things around. Okay, well, I've got this set up. The only problem is that, obviously, this is not going to work the way that I thought it was going to work, which is a little bit unfortunate. I can't really think of another way to set this up that will work. So I guess it's just gonna kind of have to stay like this, because yeah, unless unless the other style works, which I'm gonna test to see if there's a different auger system that works. But for now, you know what, I can dump into this for right now, and I can unload from this right now. So we're just gonna kind of leave this set up as is, and I'm kind of hoping that everything kind of just works. I'm not sure why this guy moved, but he has moved for some strange reason. So we're just going to put him right back to where he belongs, which is right there. Shut that down. And yeah, we're gonna leave this as is for now. So I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go hook up to the baler, and I'm gonna start making some straw bales. And I will catch up with you guys once I'm done all of these little tasks that I have got to get done. Okay guys, well, we have got our harvest completed. I've got the field work being prepped. It's been plowed. I got the worker out there fertilizing the field right now. Next month we should be able to plant over on the field. If we take a look, we do have 37,000 liters of wheat, and then I also went ahead and did a contract for a harvest contract. And I forgot we had these in here too. I did mowing. I don't even remember how long ago I did these mowing contracts. We went ahead. We did a harvest contract for canola out on 33, and we got an extra 2,000 liters that we were able to take home after the fact. So we're going to hold on to that for now. So we can go ahead and we can collect all of these guys. I don't know what I just did. I just messed everything up, I think. But whatever. We're just going to go ahead and we are going to collect all these because we need money. Gets us up to 28,000. And if we go ahead and we look at contracts, I don't know why this is all messed up. Sort mission type. Okay, this is what I want. It doesn't really look like there's any other harvesting contracts. This one isn't worth doing. So we're just going to go ahead and keep on keeping on. So like I said, I got our worker doing some spraying over there in the distance. We're good till next month. I collected a bunch of straw bales off of that field as well. As you can see, we got 14 straw bales. Out of that, we've got 47 silage or grass bales that are working on becoming silage right now. So this storage is great because what did I say this was? It's gonna hold 450, so we can store a lot of bales in here, which is great news for us. And obviously this thing can hold 500,000 liters, so we got loads of space in here. Our auger system is working. I'm still going to see if I can come up with a solution for this. I'm going to see if I can maybe raise up the terrain or do some type of concrete pad to put the PTO and the pan on. And then we can maybe just make it so that we can back up into here, or at least when we come out here with the auger wagon that I'm planning on getting down the line, we'll be able to just unload right into the pan from the auger wagon. I got a few ideas on what we can do here, but we're gonna have to make some minor adjustments around here. But so far so good, guys. We're pretty much good to go. I'm gonna go ahead. We're gonna let that guy finish up with that. One of the things that I do need to look into is we need to figure out something a little bit better for our liming. And right now it looks like this guy here is going to kind of be what we need to get. Obviously, $45,000 starting price on this thing, so it's quite expensive. So I'm thinking if we can, I'm hoping that that stuff is ready to be sold soon. If it is, then we can go ahead and sell some silage to get us the lime spreader that we need for that field over there. I don't know if it'll be ready by next month. It should be ready by August, but we'll see how things go. So I'm going to go ahead, let that guy finish up, and then I'm going to join up with you guys once I've got maybe us into the month of August. Okay, we are now in the month of August, so that means that we can probably start planting canola now, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, we can, so we're going to start planting canola over here on this field. We're a little bit short on cash for buying the lime spreader that I want, so I'm going to take a look, see if there's any contracts that we can do. Unfortunately, our silage is not ready yet, so I'm going to get this worker started over on this field here. Yeah, so the silage is only at 88%. So I'm hoping that if we wait maybe a few hours, it might be ready to go. It might not take a full month for it to be ready. But let's go ahead. We're going to take a look at some contracts. And there is really nothing going on other than this little guy here. There's not a lot going on. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to jump ahead maybe till like, I don't know, maybe like noon today. We'll jump a little bit ahead and then we'll see how we're doing. We might have enough. Oh, and we actually did get a good chunk of money because we sold a bunch of sheep, newborn sheep. So we got $21,000 for the sheep. But yeah, so I'm going to go ahead. We're going to go ahead and jump ahead a few hours here, and then we're going to see if there's any new contracts that pop up for us to do to make us some extra cash to get us where we need to be. And we also have to watch out because it looks like there's some hail in the forecast as well. So we're now at about midday here, and there are actually a number of contracts we can do. Now, this bale wrapping one down on 45 showed up. This one I'm probably going to do because this is really, really good money, and I think I can get that done fairly quickly. So this is going to take about 45 minutes, which kind of sucks, but I'm thinking I'm going to do this one, and I'm going to get our Massey to go down to field 43 and do this one here. So, we should be able to make, yeah, about $15,000 in total, and then there's really nothing else good going on this month, unfortunately. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead. We're going to get the baling contract done. I might even go down and do this one if I have enough bale wrap left over. Unfortunately, we don't have a round baler, so we can't do field 42, which is unfortunate. The square baler, not worth it to go do that one. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and get started on some contracts, which will give this guy, our worker over there, some time to finish up that. We'll get some money together, we'll pick up our lime spreader, and then we can go ahead and lime that field, and it'll be all ready to go to start growing. So I'm going to catch up with you guys. I'm going to get busy, and I'm going to go ahead and get some of these contracts done, because I have, this is not going to help me finish contracts. I have quite a few contracts to get done to get us ready for what we need to do next. Okay, so all of our contracts are completed. So looks like we have enough to pick up what we need. So we'll go ahead and we will collect all of these guys. And that gets up to 64,000, which means that we should be able to afford. Yeah, I was looking in here. Nothing really in here that we were on right now. Look in here, and we should be able to get the K105. I would like to get this one, but it only holds 9,000 liters. This one's nice, but this one we can upgrade down the line. So we're probably going to go with this. Can we afford the spreading discs? Because that gives us up to 30 meters spread from 24. So I'd like to get this. 53,000? Yeah, we can do that. Okay, so let's do this. Can we afford an extension? The small extension gets us up to 1,100. It's only $500. Huh. And we can throw a cover on it too. For another 750. Yeah, let's do that. I'm happy with that. I think that's good. Yeah, let's do that. Perfect. 11,000 liters with a cover. And that pretty much should be it. Standard wheels, narrow tires, standard. Put some turf tires on it. Turf tires look pretty good. Kind of like the turf tires. Yeah, let's do the turf tires. All right, so there we go. Okay, so $5,400. We're gonna buy this. We're gonna go pick it up at the shop, and then we can get our worker liming up our new field. And our silage is ready to sell, so we'll be able to get a sale in before the end of the day. And then we're pretty much into our next silage harvest. So I'm going to go pick up this spreader. I'm going to get it all, or I'm going to get it loaded up with lime from one of the lime stations. And then I'm going to get it started over on that field. And then from there, we will go ahead and do a silage sale. So I'll see you guys all once I've got all that done. Okay, I've got our lime spreader working out there in the field, so now we're going to go ahead, we're going to sell off our silage now. Let's see how much we get from this today. Okay, just over 45,000, that's not horrible. We still got to work on our environmental score a little bit, I think. I think our environmental score is still kind of hurting. If we look, yeah, we're up to 89. Seems like soil sampling is a thing that needs to be worked on. But, you know, we're getting there. So I'm not quite sure why soil sampling is not a thing, because I've definitely taken soil samples, or I've purchased the soil sampling. So for right now, we're going to go do one more load. We should be able to get almost another full trailer load, and then that'll get us a decent amount of money. And then we can jump ahead to the month of September. We'll do one cut, which means you guys will get a time lapse today, which we haven't done a time lapse in a little while. I don't even remember if we got one in the last episode or not. So I think it'll be a good way to end out the episode is by getting us a little time lapse going. So I'm going to go ahead, get this trailer loaded up. We'll go get our last sale done for this month, and then we will jump ahead. Okay, so now that we're close to $100,000, we're in the month of September. We've got our workers starting to mow on this field. We're going to get our baling done and get our last harvest of the year out of the way for silage. So with that all being said, guys, I guess really the only thing left to do is just for you guys to kind of sit back, relax, and enjoy the time lapse, because I'm going to do a little bit of time lapsing for our mowing and our baling. So I will be back with you guys once we have all of that done. So sit back, relax, enjoy the time lapse, and we'll see you guys all after we've completed the harvest. Well, with the harvest all wrapped up, we've got 46 bales ready to rock, ready to roll. We got our harvest done of our wheat. We got our canola planted today. We did some contracts. We got ourselves a trailer. We used our harvester. We did a lot today, guys. We did a lot. We also got ourselves a new liming trailer. I think overall, another very successful episode today. There's a lot of things that we got done around here on the farm, and I think that going into next episode, we're going to be doing quite well. Now, there are some investments that I would like to make in the next episode, but obviously that is it, and that is going to be for next time. Basically, guys, all I want to say is thank you guys so much for watching today's episode. If you guys did enjoy, please be sure to leave a like. Comment what you guys are thinking of the series down below and whether or not you guys want to see any changes. I love hearing your guys' feedback. We're actually going to talk about a little bit of feedback that I've gotten in the next episode because I just felt that it'd probably be more appropriate for what we have going on in the next episode. So yeah, if you guys did enjoy, please, again, hit that like button, subscribe if you're new, and we'll see you guys all in the next episode. Hello everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Farming Simulator 25. Today is episode 12, right? 12? Yeah, episode 12. I am thrilled with how things are going so far in this series, guys. You guys have been giving me lots of great feedback, which we have a few things that we are going to discuss today. But first things first, we have $84,000 in the bank. We are in the month of October, so there's not a lot going on. But Field 10 behind us here is ready for harvest. Now, we don't own this field, but we can do a harvest contract here. It's going to take a while. It is a very, very large field. It is going to need to move 102,000 liters of corn, but we can keep 10,000 liters. So our projected cost is about $23,000, and I've been wanting to pick up a corn header because at some point down the line we might want to get into this. So what I'm thinking is that we pick ourselves up a corn header, and in the market here for this, there are a couple options that we have that'll fit onto our Massey. I've done this a little bit of testing. It looks like this one or this one will fit on here, but this one here doesn't require a header trailer. I can drive around the map without a header trailer, which would be really nice. For an extra $10,000, it's only going to cost us about $40,000 with that contract that we're going to do. So it kind of eats into the profits a little bit, but I'm not overly concerned about that. So what I'm thinking I'm going to do is I'm going to pick this guy up, because I think this is just going to be a great option for us, and I'm hoping that I can just kind of pick it up with the telehandler at the shop, and I won't have to drag the Massey all the way over to the garage. So we're going to go ahead, we're going to pick this up so that we can accept that contract, and I think there might even be more contracts that pop up throughout the day, possibly. So I am kind of hoping that we're going to be able to do maybe a couple of contracts with this new header today. Corn is definitely something I see us getting into down the line, not right away, but this is definitely something I'd like to explore. And as I haven't done a lot with like sunflowers or corn in the past, so can I pick this thing up? Oh, I can. All right, perfect. So I'm going to grab the pickup truck and the gooseneck trailer, and I'm going to get on over here to the shop, and then we are going to go and pick that thing up, start our contract over on Field 10 here, which is going to take a lot of work, might I add. I may actually look into leasing a bigger tipper trailer for maybe the Puma to haul around for this mission that we got going on here. And yeah, so I'm gonna do that. And actually, while I'm working on this contract, just so you guys know, while this is happening, I am following the Artemis 2 mission, the mission where they are doing a quick flyby of the moon. Today is, I guess, day 5 of the mission, and I am watching it very closely as I'm quite interested in space exploration. I think it's pretty cool. So yeah, if you guys are interested, I hope you guys got to watch some of that, or are watching it while I'm watching this and working on recording today's episode. But yeah, so while I'm getting this contract done, I'm going to be watching all the stuff that's happening on Artemis 2, and I will bring you guys back once this contract is done, and maybe if we can get a couple more contracts done. So I'm going to go ahead, get busy, spend a couple hours getting some contracts done, get ourselves some money going, and then I have some big plans for our sheep come the new year. All right, so we got that harvest done. We've completed that. If we go ahead and look at this contract, I don't think I've completed it yet. $18,900. We're going to go ahead and collect that because we are quite broke. Brings us up to $33,000. Now, we did walk away with an extra 15,000 liters of corn, so we did really, really well. Obviously, we got almost 40,000 liters of wheat, and we still have 2,000 liters of canola. So all in all, we're actually doing quite well. This stuff is still not ready. So we're going to go ahead. I think we're going to jump ahead to the month of December, because I think December is supposed to be around peak time for our wheat harvest. So we're going to go ahead, jump ahead a month. I believe everything else around the farm is good. The sheep are good. The fields are ready to go. All of our contracts are completed, so I think we're pretty much ready to move ahead to the next month. So I'm going to jump ahead. We're going to go for a little nap, and then hopefully next month we'll be able to do our wheat sale, and then we'll be able to keep on doing. Actually, I didn't check the greenhouses. How are the greenhouses doing? Yeah, they're okay. We'll go ahead and have a quick nap. Okay, it is wheat selling time. It is December. It is time for us to go ahead and sell this stuff. See how much money we're going to get. Approximate value, probably around $40,000. It seems is what we're going to get for all this stuff. But we're gonna find out. So hopefully that's the case. If we get 40,000, that puts us over 80. By the time next year rolls around and our wool sale time happens. Actually, we do have to check to see when is corn at its best price. I think it's a kind of a weird timing. January is actually probably the best time for it. Peak season is 8:37, but we're going to get pretty close, I think, next month. So we'll have to see. Let's go ahead, get our second trailer loaded up here. We're only going to have a few thousand liters left of wheat afterwards. That's okay. I'm wondering if I should actually keep that, and then maybe we can get into doing some chickens. That would actually be a decent start for us, but you know what? We'll leave it for now. We can definitely do some chicken farming possibly in the future, but right now might not be the best time to do that. So we're going to go ahead, finish getting this loaded up, and then we'll head on over to the farmer's market just around the corner to sell this stuff. Alright, so this is our first true harvest that we're doing here, or first harvest sale that we're doing, and this tractor is struggling to haul all of this. It's a little bit of weight. Yeah, so let's see how much money we're going to get. We'll kind of be able to gauge, obviously, by our first trailer load here, but yeah, I'm going to try and get this thing up the hill. It's struggling a little bit. It's a lot of weight. Probably do need to look into buying ourselves a bigger tractor. If we go ahead and go here, gonna go ahead and dump. Actually, we don't really want the grain knower. If we do that, there we go. Okay, perfect. So let's go ahead, unload the first one. Let's see how we do. All right, well that's not too bad. That's actually almost about $15,000, right? Yeah. Wait, that's it? Only 15,000. I thought we were gonna get more than that. But I guess I was wrong. Oh, I did the wrong thing again. There we go. No, it's still not doing it. Why is it not changing the dump aspect? There we go. It'll dump faster if we do it this way. Okay, let's try this one more time. Let's see how much we get for all our wheat. Well, it seems that we got a little bit less for that one, too. That's kind of strange. I wonder why that is. Maybe just if the more you sell at a certain location, the less you get. But that didn't get me as far as I was hoping it was going to get me. We still have a few thousand liters left to sell, so we'll go ahead, we'll grab that real quick, we'll sell off that stuff, and then we'll have to take a look at our final count to see how much money we made. Alrighty, so with that sale, we made $32,755. Not the best harvest I think I've ever gotten from wheat, but I guess that's really all we can ask for. Now I've got this trailer here loaded up with our corn because January is the selling month for that. So we're going to go ahead, we're going to skip ahead, do a little sleepover into January. We'll go sell the corn, and then our silage we should probably also be able to sell in January, and we'll see where that puts us at the beginning of the year, and then we will just keep on carrying on, guys. We're in a motion now. Let's just keep the party rolling. Okay, everyone, as you guys saw, I sold off all of our corn, I sold off all of our silage, and we did so well. So, in corn, we made $14,896, and that is on top of the additional $18,912 that we made off of the contract. So we actually did really well, and considering that we bought that header for about $63,000 or $65,000, we really didn't lose that much money. It pretty much paid for over half of it just by doing that contract, which is amazing. On our corn, so that was our corn's harvest. On our silage sales, we made $95,000, $95,022. So again, our silage is still a very good moneymaker, and that is just a normal harvest. So we're pretty much, every harvest cracking almost $100,000 on our harvest. So for a combined total between the corn and the silage this month, we made $109,918. Wow. And as you can see, we're back into the $200,000 range, which is exactly where I wanted to be. Now, a couple things are going on. We obviously need to think about what's happening over the next couple of months. So if we go ahead and we look at our growth calendar in July, we are going to be selling our canola, harvesting our canola, and then it sells sometime. When does canola sell? Canola sells best, seems like, in December. So December is when we'll be selling, but obviously that is a long ways away. Our next sale that's coming up, though, is going to be our wool. Now, I got a suggestion to do some productions in a recent video, and I wasn't going to at first, because originally my original plan was to buy this lot of land here, but as you can see, it is very, very expensive. So I think we're going to hold off on that. And our other option is, our farm is right here, and the spinnery is only just over here. I'm thinking of buying this, because if we go ahead and look at the buy price, it's only $180,000. Now, my first question, though, is how is it worth it for me to do the spinnery right now? I'm thinking, obviously, yes, because if we look, it generates fabric, and fabric sells for a lot more than wool. And it seems that our sell time is in April. January, February, March, April. Yeah, so if we were to buy the spinnery today, we might get a couple of pallets before April or May when we can sell. And then if we have any excess wool, we can still sell our excess wool, I believe, in April as well. Yeah, so we can sell any excess wool that doesn't fit into our spinnery in the month of April, and then sell all the wool, sell whatever fabric, and see what we make. It's going to be... We're definitely not going to make as much money this year, but next year we'll be making a ton of money. So I think that's what we're going to do. I'm going to go ahead right now. We're just going to do it. We're going to go ahead and do it. We're going to buy the spinnery, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to load all the wool that we have right now into the spinnery, see how much we have. So I'm going to go ahead, buy this. We're pulling the trigger on this, and I'm going to go ahead and load all of our wool over into the spinnery. All right. We are at the spinnery. Now, this loading point is not ideal. Let's see if we can get all of this in here. I don't know how well this is going to work. Is it going to make it all? It is. Okay. How much did that fill our spinnery anyways? If we take a look, it holds 45,000, so I can bring another 3,000 liters over, but I'll probably just load the trailer up, maybe just leave the truck and trailer here until the month of April so that we can top it up and then load up any additional fabric that it's popped out since then so we can sell. So I'm going to go ahead, load up the rest of the wool onto here, and then we will jump ahead to the month of April. Okay, so we're in April. I did get the March cut done on the grass fields as well. I've gone ahead, I've topped up the spinnery, so the spinnery is completely full. We've got 3 skids of fabric, which is great, and we've still got 21,000 liters of wool to sell as well. So we're going to go ahead, we're going to drive on over to the farmer's market, see how much money we're going to make. I'm hoping it's a decent amount. We have about $30,000 worth of fabric just from these 3 skids. They're almost like $10,000 a piece. And then obviously with the 21,000 in wool, I'm kind of hoping we're going to get about 40 to 50K there between the sale of itself and the the environmental bonuses. So we'll see how that goes. So I'm going to meet you guys over at the farmer's market, and we are going to see how much money we're going to walk away with. Alrighty, let's see how much we are going to get from this sale. Wow. Okay, that was incredible. We just made $113,075. That is crazy. Okay, so we're back up to $160,000 just like that. I apologize for the texture loading right now. I'm really not sure what's going on. The textures are acting real funny today. But wow, that is insane. Okay, $160,000 in the bank. We have our spinnery fully operational. I did actually forget to mention that I did kind of screw up in the month of January. I jumped from January to February, and I forgot to activate the actual spinnery and turn it on. So we now have $160,000 in the bank. What can we do with that? 160 grand. I don't know what I want to do with that. That's a lot of money. Now, I was looking in the market earlier, and I think it's gone now. Yeah, it is. This is an okay tractor, excuse me, but there was a telehandler that I was looking at before, and I wish that it was still on sale, because a telehandler I think is kind of where I'd like to get. Having the tractor with the front loaders is okay, but like if you look here, and like I think it was this one that was for sale, and it was like only like $64,000 with the sale price that it had. So like this thing would have been great to just have around the farm. Like these things are fantastic little machines. Great for just moving around product and just overall like unloading pallets into storages and stuff like that. I think that'd be great. I do really like this one. I think this one's kind of cool. It kind of reminds me of a wheel loader because it's kind of got that center. It's in the center instead of the arm being off to the side. I'd really like to get this one, I think, down the line. And this thing weighs 12.4 tons, so it can lift quite a bit too because it's got the weight to do that, and it's centered, which is really cool. But we'll wait to see if a telehandler comes on sale. I don't really know what else I want to do right now. We're in the month of April. I guess that's pretty much it for right now. Our sheep have gone through the hay bales that I put in there last month. Okay, we're definitely going to need to restock on or the grass bales, I guess next month, or actually in June. When is harvest? Is harvest June? Harvest is July. Okay, so we're going to have to jump ahead to June, where we need to do our grass cut. We're going to need to do all of our baling. Oh, no, we don't have enough money to do that. That's unfortunate. I wonder if we'll have enough money for the September cut. I will get to that a little bit later. We're going to go ahead and jump to June. We're going to do our silage cut. We're going to do our baling. We're going to get everything ready to go. And then hopefully for the September cut, I've got an idea on where I'd like things to end up. So I'm going to go ahead, get to work. There's a lot that needs to be done around here in the month of June. And hopefully we have enough money to get everything done that I've got planned. But it's going to be a lot of work, guys. So I'm going to go ahead and give these guys a couple more bales. And then I'm going to jump ahead and get started on that stuff, and I'll give you guys a nice little time lapse because it's always nice to get that time lapse in the episode. Alright guys, we have got our silage all baled up and ready to go. So we now are in the month of July, and if you guys can see in the distance, our field is ready for harvest. So I've also done a little bit of work over here, spent a little bit of money. I think I've done this right. I'm really hoping all of this works. I have kind of locked this thing in place so it's not going to shift anymore by putting that light pole there. And then I've kind of built this platform for the PTO and the auger to stand on. And then I'm hoping that these wheels won't move anymore now that I've got these barrels here. We're going to test that out. I've already tested to make sure I can back up to this fill point easily enough. I can, so that's not an issue. Some of the placeables are a little funky, and trying to get the terrain to work was a little weird, but I think I've got this all kind of set up the way that I want it now for the time being. I wish that I could like kind of ramp this up, but with the way the sculpting works in this game, it's a little weird. So for the time being, this is just how it's gonna be. I think that it works quite well. I think we'll be okay. I don't think it's gonna cause any issues. The point is that the auger fill system actually works now, and the this thing over here isn't going to shift around anymore. Done a little bit of decorative. I also added a turnaround road up here as well, because before I was just kind of having to go all the way around. So now we've kind of got this little driveway that we can kind of go around the back of the building with when we're out here trying to bring our grain wagons around. So we're going to see how well that works. So pretty much, guys, it's time to go jump into the harvester, and we're going to go ahead and harvest our canola and see how our first yield of canola does. I've got the tractors all set up ready for hauling grain, so we're just going to go ahead and get into the old Massey and get on started over at the canola field. Alrighty, buddy, we got our canola harvest finished for this year, and so we walked away with around 30,000 liters of canola, which is an alright start. I mean, it's still not that much money in the grand scheme of things. I think roughly it might make us just over $40,000 off of that one harvest. Again, not great, not horrible, more than the wheat, but not as much as I'm hoping for. But we got that coming our way in the month of November. But obviously now that the field has been harvested, we need to obviously prep it for another planting of canola. And for us to do that, we're going to need a cultivator, and we currently don't possess one. So the plan that I have is we're going to sell this guy here because the unit that I'm going to get is going to do both. So if we go ahead, take a look in the store, we're going to be spending a good chunk of change here. I'm not sure if I should be doing this or if I should be doing it another way. Like there's these cedars here, and you know, this one, this one doesn't have it. That one has it. That doesn't have it. This one has it. That's 116K. So that's a direct drill. There are no other direct drills that are actually like a decent size. These things are just tiny and they take forever to plant, like 4 meters at a time. And even the price tag on that, like this is 58,000, whereas I can go over into cultivators, I can go into the horse, I can add the cedar unit for 4,000. We'll get rid of all the fancy designs and just go down to the basics like this. So we're going to go ahead and buy this. And then we also are going to need to get one of these. I mean, we don't particularly need this one exactly, but I'm thinking what we'll do is we'll get the cool or whatever it is, this one here instead. We'll get the front weight on it as well, another 18.5. It's a really great offset for that unit. But yeah, actually, you know what? We can get it. Why not? So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and buy this one. So as you can see, we're down to 100K. This is a lot lower than where I was planning to be at this time of year. So, plus with like what I have planned coming up. So, I'm going to go ahead, drive this thing on over to the garage, hook up to our new cedar unit, get this guy out working on the fields, and then I'll show you guys kind of what I got going on after this. Okay, so we're in the month of August now. I've got our planter out working on the field. As you can see, we have quite a number of weeds growing around here, so I'm not sure what the field state's going to be like afterwards, because we're going to have to do rolling, probably going to have to do some herbicide. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. We're definitely going to need to go do some herbicides. So, weed large. What? Weed small. Weed large. Oh. Okay, we definitely have some work to do then. Okay, I'm going to go ahead, let this guy do his thing. Once he's done, we will get our herbicide sprayer out here. But until then, we have a whole bunch of stuff to do over at the farm. I have big plans. I don't know if we have enough money to do it, but we're going to go take a look, and if we have to, we'll have to sell some stuff. But there is a lot of stuff that we are going to be selling to make some upgrades around here. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go take a look to see if I can move everything over to the garage that we're going to sell, and then I'll show you guys the full plan once I have got everything over at the garage. Okay, so this is all the equipment that we're selling, guys. We're getting rid of a lot of stuff right now. We're going to see how this goes. So we're going to go ahead, we're going to sell all of this stuff, and I'm going to kind of leave you guys in the dark here, actually, I think, a little bit, too, just to kind of keep the suspense going. So if I just start selling all these, a lot of this stuff's fairly new, fairly good shape. Like this, I can't believe we've had that for 53 months. Same thing with this, 68 months. That's incredible. Wow. I didn't realize how long I've had some of these. 26 operating hours. Well, this is probably more accurate. I think I bought this one used. So if we go ahead and sell this guy, and we go ahead and sell this guy, puts it at 190K. So we're still a little bit short. Now, did I claim? I didn't. Okay, I also did a mowing contract, so we'll collect that. That puts us at 200K. Okay, so this is where things are going to get a little interesting, guys. I got to see if there's some other contracts we can do, particularly with the harvester. We need to get some extra stuff, so I think I'm going to go ahead and look into doing some of these. I think a couple of these are decent. This one we can definitely do. So we'll get our harvester down here, and we'll get this harvester working here. 30,000 liters, we can definitely do that, no problems, and it's going to the farmer's market, which means we can deliver right there afterwards. And then there's an oat harvest, which is going kind of up by our farm too. Where'd it go? Oat harvest, this guy here. Oat harvest, 4,800 liters. We get to keep 500 liters. Probably just sell it all. Because if we look at prices, if we go ahead and look at oats, it's actually at the worst it's at right now. Maybe we could hold on to it. And then the other one was wheat, which is later in the season as well, December as well. So I'm going to go ahead, get a couple of contracts going so that you guys can get a little bit of context as to what's going on. All right, I have completed a whole whack of contracts. So let's go ahead and take a look, see what we got. We did 5 contracts, lots of them. I did a spraying contract over on field 10. I really need to install the additional part for our sprayer system, or we need to get a new sprayer or something, because we used a lot of herbicide when we shouldn't have. Did a plowing contract over here on field 3, did a mowing contract on 76, and then we did those 2 harvest contracts. We came away with like 1,000 liters of oat and 3,000 liters of wheat, and we're going to hold on to that because I'd like to use those for chickens. So I don't think it's going to get us a lot, but I'm hoping that, you know, that amount for maybe like 30 chickens or so in like one of the chicken coops should be good enough for us for a while, I think. We'll have to see how things go. So we're going to go ahead, we're going to collect all of these, which puts us up at $229,000. Our silage is ready to sell, so let's see if this gets us to where we need. I think I need approximately, realistically, I need $300,000, but $360,000 will get me everything that I want comfortably. But we'll go see. We're going to go ahead. We're going to do a few loads of silage delivery, and you guys will see if we have enough money. So let's go ahead and do a few sales. Okay, so we hit our target of $364,000 after doing all the sales, which means that we hit the target that we need for the next plan or next phase of what I got planned for us, I guess. That's what I'm trying to say. But we're out of time for today. So I'm going to leave you guys with a cliffhanger, and you guys are going to have to wait until next episode to see what we're going to be spending pretty much every single dime we have on. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching today's episode. Be sure to hit that like button, subscribe for more, and stay tuned for the next episode. Hello everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Farming Simulator 25. In the last episode, I guess I should mention, this is episode 13. In the last episode, I left you guys with a bit of a cliffhanger, because we have... why did I lose $1? Oh, right, we got to work around the field. We have $363,999. We did have $364,000, but I have a worker cutting our field and doing our September cut. So, I left you guys with a bit of a cliffhanger because we are obviously ready to do our baling, but we sold all of our baling equipment. We don't have any of it. So, we're going to take our tractor on over to the shop, and we are going to go see if we have enough money to buy everything that we need. So, give me a minute, guys. We'll be over at the shop, and then I'm going to show you guys our new silage operation setup. All right, we are over here at the garage. So now, we're going to go and take a look at my new plan. This is a very expensive endeavor, so we're going to see if we have enough money to afford all of this. But we have this guy here, the Vario Master 140, and then there's the original one. This one just allows you to do a couple other types to bale. It only adds like silage and wood chips, and then just has a little bit more customization options. So one of the things is that I wanted to do here, obviously, is I wanted to add the silage tanks, extinguisher, yes, wrap design. What's this? No, so that's going to stay the same. Ranny wrap white. Well, we have lots of Ranny wrap, so we don't need to, we can leave that empty for now. Film binding, silage tanks, beacon lights. Pretty much it's all going to stay the same. I don't think I really need to customize this much. I'm not sure if I want to like paint it like case red. You know, looks a little cooler, I think. And then we could even do like some black wheels. Look at that. That adds $1,500. Ooh, that might be a little tight. So we're just going to leave everything the same for now. We can always customize this a little bit later. But right now we are a little bit tight on the money. Were they silver before? Yeah, they were silver before. Okay. So this thing costs us $262,080. So if we go ahead, we're going to buy this guy. We need to obviously get some silage. We do have some film binding out there, some extra, and then we do have lots of wrap back at the yard. So we're going to go ahead and pick this up. Now, to use this, we need a forage wagon. So with that being said, we're going to go into forage wagons, and I want this one. This is the one that I want. So because we're going to have the silage additive tank on the other unit, we don't actually need to add it here, which is super nice. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to pick up this guy. Now, we have a couple of minor issues. We do need to be able to afford another PTO. And that costs us, I believe, how much was that? Oh, not pot. That's not what I wanted. PTO. $7,500. So we need to see if we can maybe do a couple of contracts to earn ourselves a little bit of money. But look at our new baling setup. 2 pieces of equipment. Instead of having to mow it, bale it, wrap it, transport it, we now just have to transport it over to here, and it does all the work for us. So I'm going to get this back to the yard. I'm going to set all this up so that you guys can see this operation in action. Okay, so I've got our equipment set up here at the yard. I was able to scrape together enough money to get a PTO. I actually had a couple contracts completed that I hadn't collected the money from yet. So let's go ahead and we're going to see how this thing works. We're going to watch this thing transform into a absolute bale wrapping monster. Let's take a look. It's going to push out this bunker, roll it on out. We need to refill the silage additive, we need to refill the film binding, we need to refill the wrapping, we need to refill everything. But here is the unit. It is an absolute monster. I can't wait for you guys to see how this thing works. So if I believe that the wrap goes on this side, so if I just pull up over here and I put this stuff down right here, I believe it should accept that. So let's walk around this side. Can we refill the baler from here? How do we refill the baler? Do we have to do it from in here? Refill baler. Yes, okay, perfect. So it is refilling with the wrap. It can hold quite a lot. As you can see, it can hold 20 rolls, which is fantastic. That'll take care of that skid entirely. There's still a lot more room on the other side as well. But I believe that we're pretty much good to go now. So if we just turn this thing on, boom, turn on the baler, you can see that it's got a lot of moving parts, which is pretty cool. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to grab our first load of grass, and then you guys will get to see how this thing works and how much simpler it makes my my harvesting process for silage. Okay, we have our first load of grass, 35,000 liters. Now, this thing only holds 25,000, but I do have bigger plans, which is why I bought this bigger one. But if we just go ahead, reverse on up, we'll back right on into this bunker here, and we should just be able to start unloading. So if we just watch this thing fill up, we'll watch it all go in here. You can actually see there's a little animation here. For the chamber, we're on the wrong bale size, so we're going to have one that's the wrong size, unfortunately. 3,500 liters. That is tiny. I think it's supposed to be another like 2,000 liters, but yeah, you can see that. There we go. Let's see if this one is a bit better. Okay, there we go. Now we got it set up right. Now it's set at 5,500 liters, which is exactly where we want it to be. So as you guys can see, it just goes in, it makes it, it wraps it, and then it'll just roll right on out into here. Now, the one thing is I wanted to see if I can pull this single one out and see if I can unwrap it now. Like, if we do this, can I unwrap this? I can't until it is silage. That is a bit of an issue. But as you can see, it's just going to start stacking them up in here, and it's just going to start making us some nice round bales. And considering that the other bales were 6,000 liters, you know, we're not going to be able to move as much. I'm going to have to do some more trips, obviously, selling. But I think that overall this is going to be a better system for efficiency purposes, at least. So I'm happy to say that that's working. Everything is functional. And the nice thing is now is, you know, I can drive away and I can start loading again while it just keeps on baling. So yeah, this is the new system that we're going to be rocking. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to test this thing out, and then I'll bring you guys back, I guess, once I'm finished with these fields. Okay guys, so I have gotten everything all done up and baled. We've got 50 bales. Not bad. This is a much simpler system. Obviously expensive. It's going to take pretty much almost an entire year to pay off this setup. Obviously 360 grand, that's a lot of money. I mean, that might actually take a little bit longer than a year to pay it off, but definitely a worthwhile investment, because it can make all kinds of stuff, and then down the line, this thing can also make TMR bales, which is super helpful in just making it so that we can use bales for feeding our cows, and the ability that it can pretty much do everything. It can do straw bales, chaff, silage, hay, straw, TMR, all the stuff. This one can do wood chips. If we ever decide to get into that, we can make wood chip bales, which makes it easier to sell them. So yeah, there's a lot of things that we can definitely do. Now, I've got these fields pretty much all ready to go. They're all nitrogened and pH'd up. Just finishing up the last field over there right now, and then he is going to be switching from fertilizer to herbicide, because unfortunately we do have some weeds growing on our field over here, and you can actually see they're actually medium weeds already. So we're going to get some herbicide over on that field, get that all done up and ready to go. After that, that's pretty much it for September. That's pretty much it for the year. So we'll actually be able to skip ahead to December, which is when we will be able to do our first canola sale. So I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to get him set up over there. Once he's done that, we can do a little bit of a sleep, do our first canola sale, and we'll see where we're at after that. So I am going to just keep on chipping away at these things that I got going on around the farm, and I'll bring you guys back once it's December, and it looks like he's done. So I'm going to go switch over that guy to herbicide. Okay, everybody, we are at canola selling season. It is time for us to do our canola sale. We're going to sell at the farmer's market, of course. And we did actually get, as you guys can see, we're up to $44,000. We got quite a bit of money from our greenhouses, and we also did a sale of our 105 baby sheep, which got us an extra nice $21,000. So, I've already got all this stuff loaded up. We got 32,000 liters. We had a couple thousand liters left over from a little contract that we did. There were no good harvest contracts this season. They were all like really small, where I would have like walked away with maybe like 1,000 liters or something, and they didn't pay a lot either. So, not sure what went on this year. It was a bit of a weird year on the map here. A lot of our neighbors weren't really doing a lot of harvesting of things that we do. As you can see, the onion field here is gone, which is great. Hopefully they plant something a little bit better, actually. Has he planted anything? Nothing's planted here yet. Okay. So maybe there's going to be some planting going on in the spring. But yeah, so we're doing really well. Our spinnery is making us lots of fabric. We already got over 10,000 liters of fabric ready to go. So there's a lot of money over there. But yeah, so let's go ahead. We are going to sell some of our canola now, and fingers crossed it pays a little bit more than the 40,000 that I was hoping for, because we're kind of still hurting for cash. I've obviously got lots of big plans. I want to do buy some more farmland and do a little bit of expanding in places and get some more productions going. I'd love to get an oil mill going here for our canola to drastically improve our profits from our canola, obviously. But the canola itself really isn't that bad. So let's see, how much is our first sale gonna be? We're almost there. Okay, 23 plus 3. Okay, so about $26,000. That's pretty good. Let's see what we get here. It looks like we're definitely gonna hit, I think, that $40,000 mark, but let's see how we do. Things I'd like to do also is I'd like to get maybe a new tractor to replace our old green tractor, because it's been around a long time. It's getting up there on hours as well. Even look at this case, we've already got 18 hours on it, which is pretty impressive. But look at that. Okay, 17,407 plus 22. So let's see how we did. I wonder how that shows up. Does that show up as products sold? Harvest income. Okay, so we did hit our $40,000 plus our miscellaneous of like 5,000 right there. So we did get $45,000 for that. So we actually we did pretty well, and our silage should be ready to sell as well. But I'm not in a huge rush to do that. I might wait until the new year to do that. Obviously we got 90,000 in the bank. If we just wait and then do a bunch of sales, I think it's in April where we'll be able to sell our fabric, our wool, and if we sell our silage as well, then we will get a pretty good profit. I think we should be able to maybe buy some more property once we do that. So I'm just going to go ahead, park all of this equipment up. I'm actually going to probably skip ahead, do the March cut, and the March cut I'm going to bale up entirely as grass, because we don't have a lot of a grass supply left. And if I just do the March cuts only like a single yield, it will be enough grass to last us a very long time if I just store it. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to bale up all of our grass from our March cut, which I'm about to go do, and then, yeah, actually, let's check. How's our field doing? Shouldn't be any more weeds on it. Everything looks good. Okay, perfect. Everything is fantastic. So, yeah, we're going to leave this to grow. I'm going to skip ahead. We'll see you guys all, I guess, in the new year. Oh, I guess I need to also load up some more wool here, so we'll just grab all the full pallets as well. And that brings us to the month of April. And you guys know that April is one of my favorite months because this is our big money-making month. Now, as you guys can see, I made a couple changes to the truck. Just kind of put this new system on the back. It always just kind of was annoying having to keep switching back from the truck bed and having to open the tailgate, hook up to the gooseneck to unhook it. Plus, this thing has some straps on it, so I can actually put some stuff on the back here when I don't have a trailer on here, which is super handy. But it is time to do our big old sale, and I have some big ambitious plans. We'll see if we can pull it off. Things are going to get kind of crazy around the farm here, but we've got 22,000 liters of wool that is ready to be sold today, and we actually are also going to go and grab all of our fabric. So we're going to head on over to the spinnery. We are going to load up on all of our fabric that we got, and there's a lot of it, and you know what, and the spinnery is actually still full, so we don't even have to give any of this wool to the spinnery either. So I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna drive on over to the spinnery, and I will see you guys over there. So we're at the spinnery now, and as you can see, there's still some pallets of wool sitting there to keep feeding this thing, and it is full. So now we just gotta try and tuck this big old trailer over here into the corner to grab up our fabric. And we're gonna see how much we've got now. There is, unable to load any more items of this size. What do you mean? Oh, you know what? I am set to material types, fabric. What? What is happening? Hold on a second. We're gonna try and unload this and reload this. Give this another shot. Alright, now we have it properly loaded up, and those pallets are floating because I accidentally grabbed one of the full pallets that was sitting over there because I had set to pick up full pallets. But we have 17,000 liters of fabric. Now that's a lot of fabric. That's going to be a lot of money. So I'm going to go ahead, actually we got to take a look to see where we can sell this stuff, because I think there is actually a tailor shop in town that might give us a better price for the fabric. So let me just go ahead, and we're going to pull over and stop right here real quick. If we go and look at fabric, ooh, it is saying to take it to the tailor shop. Now, how much of a better price is it than the farmer's market? Considerably better. That's, you know, an extra $5,000 or so. So we're going to head on over to the tailor shop, which is in town. We're going to go sell our fabric there, and then I guess we're probably going to end up just taking our wool on over to the farmer's market after we sell off the fabric. Alright, we are at the tailor shop. Now we're going to have to do a little bit of fancy driving to see if we can get this thing in here and do a little bit of a swing like that. And, ooh, I kind of messed that up just slightly. Just do a little bit of a readjustment. And if we just kind of unstrap him back in, Oh my goodness. Okay, 217,000 plus almost a $30,000 environmental score bonus. That is a lot of money, guys. That is a lot. Oh my goodness. We made like almost $240,000, $250,000. I'm mathing. Not happening. Okay, that puts me in a much better spot than I thought we were going to be. $378,000. We may actually be able to afford our next expansion after we go sell this wool. So let's go see how much money we get for the wool over at the spinnery. I don't know why we get such good market value sometimes. We are on the proper economy mode, and it tells me the prices, but precision farming seems to give me a bit of a better price if I've done everything properly. So let's go ahead and drive on over to, oh goodness, just below the stop sign, dude. It's cool. It's all right. I'll just do the same one next time I go to a stop sign. Let's head on over to the farmer's market and we will go sell our wool. All right, back here at the farmer's market. Let's go ahead and sell off our wool. Okay, all right. $454,000. I don't know if that's going to be enough. We might need to sell our silage, which is also ready to go. And this is also going to be a good test, because I want to see how many round bales we can fit on this trailer, because there is a round bale trailer that I can get for this truck if we need to change our setup a little bit. So if we can, let's just do a little bit of a swing here. And I'm curious to see if we can get 24 bales on here, like we could get the square bales. But obviously these bales have 500 liters less in each one, so this obviously isn't going to be as good. But I'm curious to see if we can get all of these on. And I picked up the wrong thing. Okay, let's try that again. Let's see how many bales we can fit on here. Not a lot. We could probably definitely do a little bit of a change here. What we're gonna do is we're gonna test out another trailer. We're gonna go sell off this stuff, and then I'm gonna go and lease a trailer that I'm thinking of buying, which, you know, is not a big issue. And then we'll give that trailer a try before we actually make that purchase. Alright guys, well, I thought that Haymaster was going to work for us. It does haul 20 bales, but this one here hauls 18. And if I make a couple of minor changes, it might be able to hold more. We'll have to see. But I mean, for right now, honestly, I think it's probably just fine if we just kind of keep doing it the way that we're doing it. It's not a big deal. I might see if I can add one more bale onto the back there. And actually, we might be able to do that real quick. If we just try to unstack and we come over here, we might be able to adjust our auto load to work a little bit better for this setup here. So if we go like this and we go in here, we might be able to adjust the auto load just ever so slightly. I'm thinking if we just kind of drag this back, I don't know if that broke it. It looks like it might have broken it. But let's take a look. We'll see if that made any changes. Drive on up, just push this trailer out of the way, don't mind me. And it does that? No. Okay. So it didn't fix our problem, but it didn't make it any worse. So we'll just go ahead. We're just going to carry on with this setup for now. Oh gosh, I'm really messing up that trailer that I rented. Hopefully they don't care about a little bit of damage. But yeah, I'm going to load up these bales, sell them off. It's going to take a little bit longer this way, but that Haymaster, we might pick one up, but unfortunately it only holds, realistically, 2 more bales than what I've got right now, so that's a little bit unfortunate, but we'll have to see how things go. After selling all of our silage, that puts us at a comfortable $546,000, which means, guys, that today is the day. We are buying this field. We're buying field 10. We can afford it. We can actually buy this field. I am so excited for this. Yeah, because like you can see 120% yields. It's a loam. This is going to be game-changing for us. And once we get this, that means that once we harvest this, our field here, we'll be able to redo and make this all into one massive field right here. And then I'm going to redo both of our grass fields, plus add some expansion space for us over here. And then there's big plans, guys. Big plans. We'll no longer have 2 grass fields. We're just going to have 1. Our silage operation is going to die down a little bit. But between our sheep and if we can get all of this to be canola, I think that we are going to be in very good shape very quickly. So let's go ahead. We're going to pull the trigger. We're going to buy this field. Let's go ahead and do it, guys. Look at that. $439,000. It's ours. We own it. That's it. And there is currently nothing on this field. So it is pretty much ready to go. I guess the only thing that we have to figure out is we'll have to go over here. We'll have to purchase the soil information, which is going to be kind of expensive this first time around. And then we can take a look. So pH, definitely going to need to do some work there. Nitrogen's pretty bad, so we're definitely going to need to do quite a bit of work. Obviously, there's no weeds on it right now. So if we go ahead, we're going to look in our calendar now. So we are in planting season. So we can harvest and plant, or we need to harvest our canola in either July or August, and we need to plant by the latest of September. So while that's kind of fresh in our minds, we need to think about what we can do. So it has to be in the month of September, something that we can plant and harvest. Now, we actually could plant oat and harvest it and still be ready to plant it all as canola in September. Is there anything else that we can plant right now that'll be ready? Sorghum will be ready. So oat and sorghum. So let's go take a look. Which one's going to be the most profitable for us in that kind of range? So if we look at sorghum, it has a peak selling point of 954. And if we look at oats, it's just over 1,000. But I think we get a little bit of a less yield, but we'll give this a shot. So let's do some oat harvesting. Obviously, oat harvesting, we can do it with our Massey Ferguson, so that's definitely not going to be a problem. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to get this field started planting, and then we'll see how we're at. And we still have $100,000 in the bank, which is fantastic. I'm not really sure what I want to do with that money right now, but for right now, we are going to definitely get this field ready to go, and it needs quite a bit of work. So I'm gonna spend some time getting this field ready, and we'll see how it all goes. Okay guys, well, I have got this field all done and ready to go. It is planted, it is fertilized, it is limed, it's saying it needs rolling. I am not going to attempt to roll this field because it is massive. We would have to get a very large roller, and I don't think that that is in the budget for us right now. But you guys will notice that this field is quite large. It took me, I think, about 50 minutes to plant the seeds alone with the planter that we have. It took me, I think, about half an hour to probably do the liming, and another 15-20 minutes or more to do the fertilizer. I think all in all, like start to finish, getting this field done took me about 2 hours to get this field done. So I think that we definitely need to look into getting some larger equipment over the next year, because harvesting this with our little Massey is probably also going to be quite difficult as well. So I think our goal before September, or August I think it is to see if we can afford a bigger harvester. How exactly we're going to do that, I'm not entirely sure, because by August we have to be able to harvest everything, and then by September, when we have to redo our fields and combine a bunch of these fields together, that's going to be a lot of work, and I don't know if we're going to have the money for a harvester by then. We're at 83,000 right now. The Massey is probably worth about 50K now. Yeah, and we probably need at least 300,000 or more to be able to afford a decent harvester. So yeah, we definitely have some work to do around here. Other than that, everything around the farm is pretty much all ready to go. Our canola field is growing well. The sheep are doing well. The spinnery is full. Obviously, we just sold everything. I'd say we're pretty good to end off here for today. Yeah, we got our massive expansion, guys. That is incredible. I'm just in shock that we were able to afford this field. Let me know what you guys think of this field down in the comment section below. What do you guys think we're going to get as a yield out of this? We got 30,000 liters of canola out of our little field over there. I'd love to take some suggestions, or some predictions, sorry, on what you guys think we're going to get for a yield out of this. I'm thinking we're going to get probably about, I don't know, what do you guys think? Maybe 120, 130,000 liters of oats out of this field. I think that that's a pretty good guess. Let me know what you guys think down in the comment section below. But yeah, we'll see you guys all in the next episode. So if you're new, though, be sure to subscribe, hit that like button to stay tuned for all the future episodes. And next episode, we might even be trying to harvest this here field, but we'll see how things go. But until then, guys, thank you guys all so much for watching, and we'll see you guys all in the next episode. Hello everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Farming Simulator 25. In today's episode, we have a lot to do. As you can see, if you guys don't remember from last episode, we bought field 10 behind us here, and as you guys can see, it looks like we're getting some weeds popping up around these parts, and if you take a look, oh, yeah, we got some small weeds, and look at that, the expected yield is already starting to go down. We were, in the last episode, we were at 122%. Now we're down to a lonely 117. So I am going to get a tractor out here, and we are going to get some herbicide down, but I don't know if you guys remember, we actually still need to upgrade our sprayer system and get the Weed Master system installed onto this thing. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to get this system on over to the garage, and then we will actually, I think we might be able to do it with that little kit here. We'll just say that we went and picked up the parts and installed it ourselves. Why not? Why don't we do that? So let's just quickly do this. We'll quickly offload our front loader attachment real quick here, and we will see if we can hook up to this guy and get this attachment all figured out. Okay, so with this attachment here, you can see here we have the PTX Trimble Weed Seeker 2. Now this is a $33,000 attacher, and then you can see it adds all of those like weird looking like cameras or sensors, or I'm not really sure what they are, but we're gonna add those on. This thing is starting to look a little crazy, so if we go ahead, that's $33,000. So luckily we got the cash to do this. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna hook back on up to this thing, And if we drive on around and load up with some herbicide, I'll get us out onto the field, and then I'll show you guys what this little system here does. Alrighty guys, we are here on the field now, and you can see that it is way more efficient to use this thing. You can see that it's got like these little sensors, and it only applies it as it finds the weeds. So it's killing all the weeds as we go along, which is super neat. And you can see that our herbicide level is barely dropping. So this is way more efficient to be doing it this way. I remember like when I did this field without this upgrade to the sprayer, I went through, for a spraying contract, I think I went through like 2,500 liters of herbicide on this one field. So as you can see, it's barely gone down, and if we take a look, you can see that it's just taking out the weeds as it goes. So before it used to spray everything, but now it's just hitting all of these individual spots. So I'm gonna let this guy just keep on going on. We're gonna get this field all herbicided, and then we can move on to our next task. Oh, look at our canola. That looks great. I love canola fields. They're so pretty. All the yellow. I love it. All right, I'm going to keep on carrying on with weeding up this field, guys, and I will catch up with you guys once we are finished. Okay, that field is all herbicided. Now, I'm not sure what's going on with our sheep right now. I have not gotten really any wool production for the last 2 months. I'm wondering if I had a bugged out skid, because there was a skid that was stuck like on the main start point that was just sitting at 775 liters. So I'm not quite sure what was happening there. So I have since then removed said skid, and I've taken it over to the spinnery and put it into the spinnery. So I'm hoping that the sheep will start working now. But we are now in the month of June, which means that it is time for us to go ahead and start our grass harvest. So I'm going to get a guy on the mower, I'm going to jump on the forage wagon, and I'm going to get the baler all set up, and we're going to start making some silage. This is going to be our second last silage harvest of these fields here, and before everything changes, because in September everything is going to change. So I'm going to get started on this cut and on this foraging, and I will show you guys. We'll probably do a little bit of time lapse and actually here, so you guys can see the process, because obviously after these next couple of harvests, it's not going to be the same anymore. So we are going to go ahead and jump right on into our silage cut for the month of June. So we have completed our grass harvest. We got a decent amount of bales, actually. We did quite well. If we go over here and we take a look, we got 83 round bales. So there is a lot of grass and a lot of silage that we will be able to sell. Now, we've had ourselves a little bit of an issue with our sheep. I'm not sure what's going on. They have not produced wool now for approximately 3 months. I'm not sure what it is. I did put in a silage bale, and I don't think it's supposed to be able to take those, but it did. So I'm not sure if I broke the barn or not. But there's grass in here again, and it's taken an entire bale, or almost an entire 2 bales. So I'm not entirely sure what's going on with our sheep right now. But as you can see, I'm not producing any wool. And our spinnery is still counting down. So I need to figure out the wool production really quickly. But it's July now, so it is time to do the canola harvest. So we, unfortunately, we did not have enough money, or didn't, like, I guess I messed up on the timing here, but I guess we're going to have to do it with the old Massey for now, and probably do this whole oat field as well. And hopefully after we harvest these and combine everything, maybe next year we'll be able to afford to get ourselves a new combine. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to get started on harvesting our canola for now, and then I think what I'm going to need to do is maybe do a little bit of troubleshooting of our sheep barn. If all else fails, I will replace the sheep barn and reimburse us the amount of money and the grass and all that stuff. We'll have to figure all of that out, because something is not right here. I'm not sure what it is. I'm not sure what broke, but we'll have to figure that out after we get the canola harvest done, because unfortunately the clock never stops on this farm and we have things to do. So I'm going to get the harvest underway. Okay guys, we completed our canola harvest, and I actually did a canola harvest over on field 2 there for Katie, and now it's almost harvest time for the oats. The sheep are still broken. I'm going to give this 1 more month. If this does not fix itself in 1 month, I'm going to try and sell all the sheep and rebuy all the sheep and see if that fixes it. Because I did a little bit of research and it said that if you feed them silage, the barn will take it, but they won't eat it. Or if they do, they can become malnourished, or their productivity drops because their health gets low. But it says they're at 100% health. So I'm going to give it 1 more month, and hopefully they should start producing again because they're back onto the grass. So we'll see how it goes. I'm going to jump ahead 1 more month, hopefully the oats are ready to start harvesting, and then we can start that harvest. And while the harvest is going on, if we need to, we can try and mess around with the sheep. I'm really hoping that they just kind of fix themselves this month, because I do not want to have to either sell the sheep, rebuy them, or possibly have to sell the barn and rebuy. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I'm going to go jump ahead to next month, and we'll see if the sheep fix themselves. Okay, so we have lost out on a lot of wool. Like, probably 18,000 liters of wool, I'd say. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mark down how much money we've got right now. I'm going to put down 51,339. I'm going to mark that down because we may need to do some creative administrative changes here. And we're going to take a look at their productions, or what they're supposed to. So they're supposed to produce 6,300 liters a day or month in our world, and these haven't produced for 3 months. So here's what we're going to do. If I don't get, so we're going to put 6,300 liters a month, or a day. 6,300 liters. Okay, wrote that down. Once I fix this, if I fix this, we are going to spawn in enough wool to make up for those 3 months. Just because I'm really not sure what's happening. I think I bugged out this sheep barn. Now I'm hoping that they start producing. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to sell all these sheep. So we'll do that together. So we're going to sell all of them, and we're going to make about 100 grand. So we'll sell all these guys. I can't believe we're doing this. Sell all the sheep, and then we're going to buy all the sheep back. So if we buy, they should be in a production state. Oh no, they won't be until next month. Shoot, and it's gone down to 19.25 a day. We lost so much by doing this. Let me see if I can speed it up maybe an hour. So let's just jump ahead an hour, and then we'll see if they produce anything. I don't think they're going to, because I think they need 1 month to fix themselves. So I am going to just do this, jump ahead an hour. Let's see if their health has changed. Health is at 10%. And productivity is at 100%. We still have 0 liters. Okay, well, here's what we're going to do. We've marked down our money before we sold them. I did not see how much I sold all of them for, so I should probably add that to our total. So if we go to finances, animals sold 99. Okay, so we'll add 99,750. 99,750 in case. New livestock was 56,583. 56,583. Okay. I have all of these numbers written down. We're going to go ahead. We're going to do the out harvest now. And then we'll jump ahead to the month of September, where we're going to have to do all this crazy work to plant. Actually, no, it's not September. If we're harvesting in August, can we plant canola now? We can plant canola now. Okay, so we're going to harvest, and we're going to have to do all the fields, and we'll have to figure out the sheep afterwards. So yeah, we're going to jump into the oat harvest now, and we'll have to just kind of figure out all of this after the fact. Okay, guys, well, that is our third time lapse of the episode. You guys are just getting all the time lapses today. I'm not sure if you guys like it, hate it. We're going to find out in the comment section below after the video. But I hope you guys got a chance to put some predictions in for the oat harvest. I was way off. I think I said I wanted to get about 130,000 liters out of it. Let's go take a look to see what we got. We got 98,000 liters of oats. Pretty good harvest. Can't really complain about that. You guys probably also saw that I did straw swaths. So we got a ton of hay bales. I think we got like over 60 of them. We got 65 straw bales out of that harvest. So that is definitely going to be a good supply for us while we wait to need these for TMR or other purposes, but that is a great supply of straw for the time being. Because if we take a look, I think it was like 600,000 liters or something like that. Yeah, 600,000 liters of straw is what we have between those few square bales, those 14 square bales that we got, and all of these round bales. So that is fantastic. And I have since replaced the sheep barn, done all that, so we're gonna see if it's fixed. And I also gave us, you can see on the trailer, I added 25,000 liters of wool, because that's approximately what we lost in the 4 months that we didn't get any production. And if you take a look now, we used to make 6,300 liters of wool per day. Once these guys start producing wool, we're going to be down to just under 2,000 a day for the first while until we max them out again at like almost like 30 months or something like that, because they were 51 months old. We actually are losing a lot from that. So I'm hoping that this isn't considered cheaty in any way, that for some reason the barn was bugged out. I'm hoping that next month they start producing. Obviously, we're jumping into next month where we're going to do our final grass harvest of these fields. I'm not going to show you guys that because I think you guys are probably all time-lapsed out for today. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to jump ahead to the month of September, get our grass harvest completed. And we need more grass bales. We're actually almost out of grass. So I'm going to make probably 20-30 bales of grass before I harvest any more silage. And then we'll go from there. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to get this next grass harvest done. Both of our harvests are complete, and I believe we can still plant canola next month. So we're going to redo the fields next month, plant all the canola next month, and hopefully we get it all done. Like I said, we've already done quite a lot today. This has been a very, very busy episode. So, and also I'm hoping that when I pop back in, these guys are full health and maybe starting to produce. So we're going to find out. So I'm going to jump ahead. Okay, guys, I have managed to get our grass harvest completed. We got a whole bunch of grass bales for our sheep. We got some silage bales for some profit. And the mystery has been solved as to why our sheep were not producing wool. It seems that the animal food calculator and production numbers that it gives me to kind of tells me how much, food they eat every month and how much wool they produce every month was the mod that was breaking everything. I spent a couple hours going through all of my mods to figure that out. So yeah, I wasted a whole bunch of time, and now these sheep are going to produce a lot less for a while because they're pretty much newborns now. And there is no way that I can fix that, or at least I don't know how to fix that and give myself back the 51-month sheep that I had before, so we're just going to have to live with it for now. But the good news is that I've got it all fixed. And it is the month of September. We have finished our harvest, which means that it is time that we connect these fields and make it a heck of a lot bigger. Now, this is where things are going to get a little bit interesting, because I feel like I'm making more work for myself if I do this, because obviously I have to change a whole bunch of stuff. And I feel like we're going to lose out on a lot of real estate here. So we're just going to kind of, my idea is, and I guess I'll show you guys kind of in a top-down view here. My idea is I'm planning on rounding off this edge. I'm going to round off this edge better, because this is all one nice gradual bend. I'm going to round this off, come back in, and then it's going to kind of dart in like this, up, and then it's going to round back off, and then it's going to round off here as well, and we're going to make this one nice big canola field. And then whatever excess space I have over here, we're going to make one grass field. We're going to take back a bunch of space here, probably all the way from the sheep farm. So we're not going to have a lot of grass to work with. And then this is going to become kind of more production, or I'm planning on maybe putting a big shop here, which might replace the machine shed. And then if we replace the machine shed, we might move a whole bunch of stuff around. Like there's a lot of stuff that we gotta do here. But for right now, I think what we're going to do is we're just going to kind of together, we're going to kind of try and cut all this out, round off some edges, and see if we can set this up for the AI worker to work a lot better. So we're going to jump on into the tractor here. We're going to lower our plow down. I'm going to enable field creation. And if we start turning, probably about here, nice and gradual turn so that it's easy for the harvester. And then we come up. Just going to kind of hold this line, I think, hopefully. See if we can keep it kind of straight. Might have to make some adjustments with painter afterwards. Yeah, you see I'm moving a little bit away from where I want to be. But I think if we hold this line, and then coming up soon here, we're going to start to bend like this. Nice and gradual, so it's easy for the AIs. And if we kind of just tie off carefully. Here we go. Look at that. Perfect. Okay. So now, if we just go like this, it should connect up to our existing canola field. Like that. Okay. That's pretty much... Let's take a look in the overview, see if I got the outline right. Yeah, that's pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. I think that'll work for our purposes. So now what I'm going to do is I got to paint all of this field away. I have to connect all of this, and then realistically, I think that's really all I need to do. Now, I don't know if we did pull up some field stones, so I'm going to have to do a little bit of work there. But I do have a little bucket that I've been using. It's just going to kind of take a while because it's a little tedious to use. But it's not horrible. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to plow all of these fields together, and I'll bring you guys back pretty much once I've got these fields prepped for planting. Okay guys, I have pulled up all of the field stones. That's the little pile behind me, and now I've got our helper set up to plant this field. This is going to take a very long time to plant this field. This field is absolutely massive now. The amount of I only have him set to do 2 headlands, but like you can see he's going to be working on this field for a while. I think it took about an hour the last time just to do this, so it's probably going to be an hour and a half, hour 45 minutes to plant this field, which is crazy. So yeah, we're gonna let that guy do his thing. Our sheep are fixed. We have got to dial in our grass field a little bit here. I've also installed a bit of an access road along here, so that's ready to go. Still need to do a little bit more work. We need to expand this grass field out to here, and then that's pretty much it. That's pretty much all we gotta do. As soon as that's done, yeah, we should be able to pretty much move on after that. I'm thinking, dangerous, I know. If we expand this field out, we can probably start developing in here. There's a lot of work that needs to be done to reach that point, but we will get there in due time. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to get this field expanded up to this little service road here and do a little bit more cleaning up around here. I dropped a whole bunch of stone on the field there. I'll have to go grab that. I don't know how I'm going to grab that because I need that tractor to grab them. So we might have to just hope that doesn't mess anything up, and we'll have to grab it after this guy's done planting. So yeah, give me a few minutes here, guys. I got some stuff to do. Probably going to run the wool over to the spinnery and some other odds and sods around the farm. Our greenhouses are still doing okay. We're going to talk about those shortly as well. But yeah, I'm going to let this guy do his thing, and then I'll bring you guys back once this field is planted with a big old batch of canola. Okay, the field is all ready to go. I have got it limed, fertilized, obviously planted, and this was a massive undertaking. It took, I want to say, probably close to 3 hours to to get this field all done up and ready to go. We definitely need to invest into some bigger equipment in the near future because this field is massive. The sheep have a lot to say. The sheep are fixed. It's yeah, there is just so much going on around here now. So like I've still got some work to do over here. I didn't get this field prepped for the grass cut yet. I'm gonna have to do that obviously very soon before the end of this month is over. But I'm pretty much just trying to wrap it up here. We did, I guess technically we did like 4 harvests today. We did an initial baling in June, which you guys saw. Then we did the canola harvest in July. Then we did the oat harvest in August, and then we did another grass cut in September, and then we prepped the massive field. Like, guys, do you guys really understand how big this field is? Like, that's our combine. That's our field. It's crazy. It is crazy. Now, I think that this is fertilized. I'm going to have to double check why it looks different than the rest, but yeah, this field is huge. So we are going to need to make some major changes coming up in the near future here, guys. Next episode is going to be focused on making money to replace the Massey Ferguson because the Massey has got to go. This thing is not going to be able to handle a harvest of this magnitude. It took me hours to do this today, and I'd like to start finding ways to reduce that time for preparation and harvesting. So we are going to focus on that in the next episode. Our sheep are fixed. Our field is one massive field now. We took like 3 fields and made them into one. So yeah, that is going to do it for today, guys. If you guys did enjoy today's episode, please be sure to hit that like button. Subscribe if you're new. Hit that notification bell so that you're not going to miss any future episodes. Your support recently has been absolutely amazing. Thank you guys all so much for your support and your kind words and encouragement to carry on with the series. It means a lot. But yeah, guys, we will see you guys all in the next episode. So until then, take care. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Farming Simulator 25. Today is episode 15, and in the last episode, we planted our absolute monster field of canola. Lots changed since then. I've been doing a lot in preparation for today's video. I did a couple of harvesting contracts of corn on some big fields, and we walked away with an extra like 32,000 liters of corn, and the contracts were pretty big. I've also gone ahead and herbicided this field because weeds started to grow. Our sheep are still working, which is great news. But yeah, you can see the harvester, very dirty. We actually put a lot of hours. We're almost at 15 hours on this thing, which is pretty crazy. And this thing and my trailers are filthy. These trucks and trailers, they need a wash badly. We're going to get to that today. We are going to be probably jumping ahead a bunch and getting our spinnery sale done of all of our fabrics next year, because in today's episode, the goal is to say goodbye to our Massey Ferguson and to buy ourselves a brand new harvester. So, we got a lot to do to get to that point today. So, let's go ahead and take a look at the contracts that I got done. If we go ahead and take a look, I did these 2 contracts. They were big contracts, Field 72 and Field 60. These are very big fields to harvest at a width of 6 meters. They were both roughly 100,000 liters that need to be delivered. That was a lot of work, but I got them done. It took me probably about 4 hours to do these 2 contracts just because I basically had to sit with it too, because I had to just keep on emptying the harvester because that thing only has a capacity of 8,000 liters, which we're fixing today, which is great. So with all that, we got a lot of stuff to sell soon too. We're obviously in the month of October. I think in December we have to sell our canola or the oats. And like I don't know if I'm gonna sell all the oats. We're gonna see how it goes. I might do a couple loads of oats, but I might keep some because I do plan on getting some chickens, and some oats will get us through the first year or so, which would be fantastic. But yeah, so we're gonna get that done. So give me a couple minutes here, guys. We're gonna jump ahead a little bit, and I guess we should collect these so that we can see how much money we have. We need approximately, I think, 450 to about $450,000. So we have still got like we still got a ways to go, guys. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to jump ahead. I'm going to get some of these machines and trailers and trucks and all that stuff cleaned up and parked away. And I'll bring you guys back once I've got all that cleaned up and out of the way. So we've made it to the month of December. So I'm just going ahead and I'm loading up our canola because it's time to sell. We're not going to get peak market value for it, unfortunately, but we're going to be pretty close. Should make us over $40,000 regardless, so that should be good for us. I'm going to go ahead, get both of these trailers loaded up with all of our canola, and then we're going to go ahead and we're going to go and sell it all over at the farmers market. So I'll bring you guys back in once we're ready to go make our sale. We are at the farmer's market, so now we're going to go ahead. We are going to... Why does it always switch to the grain door? That's not what I want it to do. I don't know why it keeps doing that. We're going to go ahead. We're going to unload all of this canola. This is going to be our last small canola harvest. And to be honest, I would like to get an oil mill going for our canola because we're actually producing enough now that we can actually supply a full-size canola or oil mill with enough canola to actually make all this product. So we'll see how it goes. Okay, so 22, 25. Yeah, okay, so we're pretty much on track. Don't use the grain door. Perfect. Good. So yeah, we're pretty much on track to be able to get an oil mill down the line. Whether or not we'll be able to afford the oil mill after this next big harvest, we'll see. It'd be nice because then we'd be able to convert all of our canola into canola oil, which is way more profitable. So, okay, we actually did pretty good there. If we go look at our finances, products sold, there we go. Harvest income, 40,000, pretty much right on target. And then we got 1,000 in environmental bonus. So that's pretty good. So we got $46,000 for the 32,000 liters of canola. So that's pretty much all we have to do here in the month of December. I guess we will pretty much bring you guys back once it's January and it's time to start selling our oats. I actually lied. We're actually still in the month of December. Seems like oats are the best to sell in December. I thought it was January, but that's the little bit of corn that we harvested from those contracts that'll sell the best in that time frame. I'm not going to bother showing you guys every single sale here. I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to get all these sales and I'm going to give you guys a grand total here at the end because it's going to take me quite a few trips because we got about 100,000 liters of oats to deliver. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to get all of this stuff sold up and then I'll bring you guys back once I've got a final number for you. So after our oat sale, we did really well. I'm deciding to keep 25,000 liters. So just bear in mind, we harvested about 100,000 liters. I'm keeping 25,000 liters, and this is how much money we made off the oats. And this is like a last-minute harvest that we got out, or a last-minute plant/harvest that we got after we bought Field 10. So we made off the oats alone $85,144 and an environmental bonus of $12,733, which gives us a grand total of just selling like 75,000 liters of $97,877. That's great. That's perfect. If you look at where we're at money wise, we're at $277,000. So we are well on our way to getting our new combine. But to do that, we obviously have to jump ahead to the month of January now. I've got the corn loaded up already to go. So we're going to get into January. We're going to go sell the corn, which will get us over $300,000. And then obviously after that, we're in a selling mode right now, guys. I know things are probably moving a little bit quick right now, but bear with me because things are moving fast for a reason. We got a lot of things going on, and it's all for good reasons. So the greenhouses are good. We're loaded up. We're going to jump ahead to January so that we can go sell the corn off. So our corn harvest yielded us about $35,000, which is pretty much on par for where I thought it was going to be. So that's pretty good. And we also got a sheep sale in there. We got an extra $21,500 or something like that for selling some sheep, which is fantastic. And yeah, so or no, maybe it wasn't that much, but anyways, it was like $21,000 that we got for the sheep. So we're already at $338,000. We, I think, are going to greatly surpass the goal in which I had for the money-wise, at least. So pretty much, so we're in the month of January. If we go and look at fabric, where is our fabric? So we currently have a lot, but our best month is in the month of April. So I am going to have to continue jumping ahead because I just want to get the combine today, guys. I want this harvester. I want to be at that point, and if we have some money left over, I have some other plans. But the idea is we need the harvester. We need this harvester. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to jump ahead to the month of April. I'm going to get a guy in. We're going to do the March cut on the small grass field so that we at least have something cut. We're doing more than fine for grass. I think the sheep are still doing okay. They're still full, which is great. And then we're pretty much just gonna keep on trucking along here, guys. We got a lot of work to do, and oh, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to leave that hooked up. And we need to get obviously this harvest out of the way for the grass, which is just a small cut. So I'm gonna go ahead. We're gonna get moving along, and then we will see you guys all in April. Alright, we are over here at the spinnery, and now we just gotta do our little fancy maneuvers to get... Oh, I spun too early. There we go. Let's try that again. There we go. Let's get all of that wool in there. Okay, so we're a little short. That's okay. The unloading side is the left side, so I'm just gonna stack all this stuff in here, though. And I think I can do that if I just don't. I just ran over that pylon. It's fine. It's fine. There we go. If we just kind of... Trees are getting in my way in my field of view here. Come on. There we go. If we just go like that, and then we just kind of... Perfect. All right. Our excess wool is dropped off. Run over that pylon again. Run into a mailbox that just stopped me in my tracks. And then we're going to load up all of this fabric. Come on. I can't wait to sell this spinnery. It's such a bad location for loading and unloading. We're going to load up all of this stuff, and then we'll be able to go sell it. We're back at the farmer's market for like the 18th time today. We got 17,000... Oh, yes. We got 17,000 liters of fabric to sell. So let's see how much money this is going to make us. We are at peak selling time. This is the best location to sell at. Let's see how much money we get. Please... Yes! Yes! Okay, we have $600,000. We have more than enough money. That was amazing. Like, almost $250,000. What is that, like 240, 245, 200? That's a big sale. And if we do that every year, that's great. That is awesome. Okay, we have enough money to get our harvester, and we are probably still going to have money to spare, which means that maybe we can afford to do the upgrades around the farm that I was planning, and we still have like $140,000 worth of silage, or we still got like over 100 grand worth of silage that we could sell if we need to as well. But I'm gonna hold on to that and see if we need to sell it. If we don't need to sell all that silage, I might just hold on to it for now. It's a great kind of like we're in a pinch for money and we need something item. And like that's the idea with this field is I'm just gonna keep making grass for our sheep. If we have excess grass every couple of years, then we're gonna turn it into silage and just kind of build up a slow stockpile. But we should be able to start moving away from grass. 'Cause grass takes a lot of time to produce, and I went the wrong way. I wanted to park this trailer somewhere else, but that's okay. We'll still go this way and park it up anyways. Well, with all of that done, guys, we have over $600,000. It's time to say goodbye to the old Massey. Been a great combine. It's done its job. It's been a very good machine to us. It has harvested a few fields. It's done a bunch of contracts for us. It has definitely served its purpose and made us the money that we needed, and it is still worth some money. So we are going to drive this thing for the last time over to the garage to say goodbye to the Massey Ferguson 8590 rotary thingy. Yeah, this guy. Let's go for a cruise. Well, we made it. We are over here at the shop. We did our last drive here with the Massey. It is time to go out with the old and in with the new. It served us well. We got 15 hours of harvesting out of this thing, and it, for being a small harvester, that's not that much actually, because it takes a long time to do big harvests. But yeah, so obviously we've got 600 grand in the bank, but we've still got quite a bit of value sitting right here. So we're gonna, actually, so we've got 65, $66,000 worth of stuff to sell here. So we'll just start selling off all this stuff, which is just fantastic, because it's extra money in the bank, which makes it easier. That pretty much will buy our new header for our new combine. So let's go ahead and we're going to look into the shop. I've already got this kind of set up and looked out. So I've got a few different options here, but I ultimately ended up going, I think, with this one. This one is a really, really nice harvester. Some changes that we're going to make here. Obviously, we're not going to go with the biggest engine to start because we do not have that much money. But what we're going to do is we're going to start out with going to the US wheel setup. Gives us a little bit of a broader track, bit of a bigger tire on the back end. I would want the Massey Ferguson 2025 model. GPS, don't really have much of an option for that. We're going to have it regardless. So we're just going to leave that as is. Extension big, because we want the larger capacity, so we don't have to empty this thing as often, which will be great. And then obviously we're going to go with the longest fold with light. I don't know if we really need the light, but it's kind of a nice little feature to have. So this thing will fold in, which will be great. And design color, we're actually going to get, because I wanted to get a case, we're going to go with case red. I wish this thing was available in a case, but I think that this is a pretty cool harvester nonetheless. Rim colors were, do we do case red as well for the rims? Yeah, I like that. I think that's kind of cool. So we're going to get rid of the plates. Obviously, we don't need plates on this thing. It's a combine, so we don't really need that. So this is our, this is it, man. This is our new guy. We're going to put some electric mirrors on it, because why not? Ideal drive? Yeah, let's do joystick drive. I think that's pretty cool. Model year? That's not really, we don't really need that. So yeah, we're going to go with this. This is our new combine. This thing is pretty sweet. Now, if I change the wheel brand, is it going to change a whole bunch of stuff? Yeah, I want, US 2. What's that? US 2. US. Oh, so we can do twin wheels on this thing. I think I kind of like the tracks. We'll do the tracks. Tracks is okay. This is it. We're doing it. This is what we're getting. We're gonna go ahead, pull the trigger, buy for 335,000 big ones. Go ahead and buy. And then some things we're going to need with this, obviously we need a header. So we're going to go with the Power Flow. this guy right here. We're going to go ahead, obviously get this in the Massey design to match what we have existing already. We're going to match the colors as well, and this is our new header, $70,000. So our old Massey pretty much bought our new header, and this thing has a working width of 12.2 meters, which is more than double what we had before, plus we're more than double the capacity, so this is going to be a great upgrade for us. Now, I think I might be able to, down the line, upgrade this to the flex draper. I think this will work. Well, the flex draper should work on it, but I'll probably need to put the bigger engine into it before we can do something like that. So if we go ahead, we buy this, and then it doesn't let me do combinations, but I think I figured out for header trailers that we needed this guy here, the N7040. So we're going to go ahead and pick this guy up. Design color. Do we leave it black? Design color. What does this change if we do that? Oh, I like that. Yeah, let's do that. And then we'll do red wheels. Yeah. Let's keep that kind of black and red going. I like that. So we're gonna rock this. We're gonna buy this 15,000. Let's see if it all fits. Look at the setup. There it is. This thing is huge. This thing is going to be awesome out on our fields. I am very much so looking forward to testing this out on our first big canola harvest. So let's see if we can get this thing hooked up properly now. If we just... Oh, that is so nice. Oh, yeah. Nice. And it gets up to 43 kilometers per hour. That's insane. So if we... How do we hook up to it? There we go. Hook up. Look at how high it raises that. That's awesome. I can't see nothing with this thing. Let's go ahead, get this thing put on to our trailer. If we can get it onto the trailer without hitting the trailer, there we go. And if we go like this, drive straight on in, we should be able to make this work. I think I bought the right trailer. We're about to find out. So if we go like that, back up. Come on. Snap. Snap. Please? Snap? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is it not going to snap? Oh. Does this modded one not work with this trailer? Oh, no. That could be an issue. Is it going to stay there? Does it have straps that I can enable? Let's see if it holds it. Let's hook up to it. We're going to see what happens. This might be the wrong one. Oh. Ooh. Look at how close it is. Can I strap it? No, I can't strap it. So this is kind of just chilling here right now. Oh, did it snap? Is it sitting properly? It might be sitting properly now. It might be hooked up. Okay, let's try and carefully drive this thing back to our farm. Well, we made it back to the farm, and it was not scary the entire way back, but it managed to make it here. Now this is the harvester fully set up. Let's go ahead and do a really nice walk around of this thing. This thing is impressive. This thing is amazing. Look at it. Wow. I am so excited to use this in the near future here, guys. I think that this is going to be a massive upgrade for us. I can't wait to get this thing out on the field and use it for the first time. I'm stoked. I am stoked. One thing I did want to test is I wanted to put the pipe out and see how far it went. You know what? That goes a lot further than it probably needs to. We might not need to do the long fold pipe, but it gives us enough wiggle room as well to not have to worry about getting too close. And if we do decide to upgrade to the flex draper header down the line, then we should be able to make it fit, which is great. So with that all being said, that's pretty much all I needed to buy today. The next thing is we still have $254,000. We can afford to do some farm upgrades. We can actually afford to do a lot of farm upgrades. So we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna pack this thing up. I'm gonna try and park this thing somewhere. I think it's gonna fit. Maybe it might fit into our little machine shed, but the machine shed might be going today. I'm thinking about selling the thing and getting a new. Come on. Nope. Sneak past the fertilizer. Dang it. I'm thinking of maybe replacing the machine shed today. So we shall see. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to try and load this thing back onto the trailer the way that I had it. And then I'm going to park it out of the way with the pickup truck. But I need to get this so perfect. Like maybe right there. Ooh. No, it's got to come back a bit more. Got to come back just a little bit more. Pretty much right there. Push forward. Back up. Nope. Push forward. There we go. That's how it's supposed to be, pretty much sitting right there. Oh, it's going to come back a little bit. Anyways, we'll leave that as is for now, and I'm going to park it with the pickup truck. Let's see, is this thing even going to fit into the machine shed, or are we literally going to have to upgrade because it doesn't even fit into the shed? Let's find out. Oh, goodness. Okay. It might fit. Is it going to fit? Yeah, it fits. Okay. That's sort. Oh, no. It. Ooh. Barely. Like, because that's all the way in. Okay. Oh, my goodness. Shut this thing off. I thought I shut it off. Anyways, I'll shut that off in a second. But let's see. Like, does the door close? Ooh. Oof. That's close. Yeah, I think it's definitely time for a machine shed upgrade. If that thing's barely fitting, or we just have to at least take this guy out. But yeah, let's see what we can do with the remaining time and money that we've got. Well, with the remaining money that we have, because we have quite a lot of it, we're gonna go a little crazy. We're gonna do some things. I wasn't really planning on doing this today, but you know what? We're just gonna bite the bullet. We're just gonna do it. So we got 250 grand in the bank. I've brought the RV out because we're gonna go and demo everything over here. We're gonna need the truck. We gotta move the greenhouses trailer or the watering trailer. Everything's got to be moved. We're going to demo everything over here, and we're going to kind of rethink our productions, like our passive incomes, and all of those things. I got a whole bunch of things that I want to do. So we got to move the trailer out of the way, even though I just refilled these things, which now feels kind of pointless because I'm going to be deleting them. And then we need to grab a tractor. We need to hook up to the plow and get that out of the way. So let's go ahead, jump out. We'll go grab the case, and we'll get that out of the way. And then once I've got everything moved, we're going to delete everything. And then we're gonna do a little bit of landscaping and see how much money we got. We might need to sell our silage, because now that I think about it, this is gonna get pretty expensive pretty quickly. Okay, so we're in our build tools here now. Look at that, 114 months. These are the original greenhouses, guys. This is where we started everything. It's sad to see them go, but it's time to sell off our greenhouses. We're going to sell off the water tower, which we worked so hard to get 98 months on that, and our cottage, where we've been living for a few years as well. We're going to go ahead and sell all of these. Now, we have a lot of space to work with here. We got some space that we have to level, do a little bit of terraforming. I'm going to kind of probably pick a level and then level the whole area. So if we go and grab our sculpting tool and we switch it to square, and we're going to make this thing as large as possible, we're going to select an area, like right here, and we're just going to go ahead and level everything on out. Okay, so with this large area that we have here, we're going to probably just paint this with gravel for now. Get ourselves a nice like gravel path down. That's concrete. Where is our gravel? Gravel. So I think, is this the gravel that we're using? I think it's, or this is different, right? Yeah, it's different. So I think we're using this. Yeah, so we're using this stuff. So we're going to just match this up for now. So we'll just gravel this all. We can do a little bit of painting with grass a little bit later on, but I kind of want to get ourselves a nice base set, and then we can kind of figure everything out from there. So I don't want to damage the road. Perfect. We're going to get all of this painted a nice uniform gravel all the way across, just like this. Okay, I kind of got this area all kind of like smoothed out, leveled a bit. So my thoughts is this machine shed might also be going as well. I might actually have to move a whole bunch of stuff here. So what I'm kind of thinking is, bear with me here, guys. I've got a big kind of plan. I'd like to put this guy down. It's quite large. I might actually need to redo some of the landscape. I thought it was going to fit here, but it doesn't look like it will. So this might actually end up going somewhere else. We might actually put it out here somewhere. I'm not entirely sure now, actually, where I want to put this. I do like here, because then like all of our garages are facing the field. Or maybe like this, where the backside is facing the field. I don't know. What do you guys think? What do you think we can do here? I think if we level this area here a little bit more, we should be able to put this machine shop down right here, and then all of our machines will be facing each other. And then when I take out the machine shed, I want to put in obviously a new house. So that's going to probably be this guy here, which looks like it should fit here. And then we could even probably put it this way, going across, which gives us our front porch. Drive through, we'll be able to soften all this out, and we'll make a nice driveway for our entrance here. Our sheep will be behind us, all that, and then we'll still have lots of room for activities around the back here. So I think what we're going to do is I'm going to move everything out of the machine shed, and I got to do a little bit of leveling in here to make some adjustments in here, and then after that, well, we should be good. Should be fine after that. So let me go ahead and get everything kind of leveled out the way I want it, and then we can start placing down some buildings. Well, I'm kind of liking where this is sitting right now. I accidentally misplaced it, so I had to sell it again, but that's okay. I'm kind of liking where this thing is sitting right now. I might keep it right here, and I'm happy with the color. This thing has pallet storage in it, which is pretty cool. It has the ability to like change some of the interior stuff. Obviously, lots of interior lighting. We have a wash bay here. We have a lot of parking garages on this side here. So this will be a great spot to park all of our equipment. And then I'm planning on making another like machine shed style thing as well, but that will probably be a little bit later. But I mean, we also have this giant workshop, so we'll actually have a proper workshop to work out of here, which will be really, really nice. The combine will fit in here. Everything will fit in here. So I think we're going to go ahead. We're going to place this right here. So if we... am I happy with where it is right now? If I back out of this, is it going to mess it up? Yeah, it's going to mess it up a little bit. So we'll pretty much just place it, I think, where it is right now, which is perfect. Is it? That's right where I want it, I think. Yeah, looks about right. So it looks like it's kind of in that outline there, where I've got it placed. And then I sold it again. That should be good. So let's go ahead. We'll line it right up again. $200,000. You guys ready? 200,000. Okay, we definitely don't have enough. We're definitely gonna have to sell the silage because I want to be able to place the other place as well. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna place this, and then we're gonna relocate everything in here. So I'm happy with this. We're gonna hit place. Let's make sure it all lined up properly before I back out of the build menu. I'm not sure if I'm happy with that angle, but I think it'll be okay. Because it's just enough space just to get around the outside. Actually, do we want to rotate it? It doesn't look like it's rotated properly. So if we sell it, let's try and place that one more time. And it kind of went like this. It's hard to place these sometimes. It really is. So I'm just going to try and get this into the right spot. Alright, I am happy with where that is placed. We still have some terraforming to do, and we got to relocate everything. But real quick, I want to see what's the value of this shed. It's only worth 14K, so that's not great. We'll definitely have to sell the silage to be able to afford the house that we want. But I'm thinking that we will definitely be able to get some stuff done here. This is exactly what I wanted. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to start moving everything into the new shed. And then I'll bring you guys back when we're ready to kind of sell the machine shed and sell some other stuff, and then we can go from there. Okay, so everything is moved over to the garage, and as you can see, we've got everything inside. This building is super nice to have. To be able to park everything under a roof and be able to walk around inside and all that stuff is pretty sweet. A couple things that we don't have parked inside, obviously, is the gooseneck and the forage wagon, but that's all right. If we take a look, we got our seeder up front here. I threw our little maintenance toolbox up there because I guess we don't really need that anymore because we have our own workshop now, which is great. And like anything that's in here is accessible from this menu now, which is pretty sweet. I'm pretty excited about that. So the Massey Ferguson didn't quite fit in here, but it is in here nonetheless. Over in this little room here, we just got our sprayer tucked in here right now, and then over in this room here is where all of our implements are for the front loader. We got our skid steer here, and all of our attachments go here, and then if we head on upstairs, this is where all of the pallets are being kept. So yeah, this is our new setup. I think it's great. I've also gone ahead, done a little bit of landscaping at the front. We're going to do this over the next few episodes, just kind of tidying things up, making it feel a little bit more natural around here instead of such a empty, desolate nothingness area. But that is going to be something we're going to have to save for another day. I didn't realize how long we'd already gone today. So yeah, that's going to do it, guys. We are going to have to build our house slash our main garage area for like our trucks and stuff like that in the next episode. So if you guys did enjoy today's episode, please be sure to hit that like button, subscribe if you're new, and hit that notification bell so you don't miss another video. And let me know what you guys think down in the comments section below of our new setup here, our new building. Lots of big plans for next episode. Next episode, we will probably be getting in our first canola harvest with the new harvester, and obviously it's going to be a massive harvest. I'm really excited to see how much we're going to get from this harvest, and who knows, we might even end up buying the oil mill that's in town, since I'm not ready to build our business production area yet. So we'll see how everything goes. But that's going to do it for today, guys. So until next time, take care, and we'll see you guys all in the next episode. Hello everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Farming Simulator 25. This is episode 15. In the last episode, we built this lovely shop that is here behind me, and yeah, major upgrade to the farm. Huge upgrade. We spent pretty much everything we had on this building and on the new harvester, which is tucked away behind this garage door right here. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at it once again, because it's just pretty. Look at that. Big old Massey Ferguson. So we definitely got a major upgrade. And today is the day I'm hoping that we can get to our harvest season, which is in August? No, it might be September this year, because we planted it a bit late. So if we take a look, where is it? Canola. Probably in, oh no, it will be August. It won't be July, because we planted in September. So that means it'd be in the second month. So yeah, it'll probably be in August that we harvest. So yeah, we're doing well, regardless. So I think what we're going to do is we're really not going to waste any time today. First thing I want to do, though, is we need to say goodbye to our machine shed. So if we come on over here, we are going to sell the machine shed. We're only getting $14,000 for it. Not great, but it is what it is. So we're going to go ahead and sell the machine head shed. We're going to sell this as well, get rid of that, extra $1,600, and that pretty much clears out all of this space over here. Actually, I guess we should probably stay in the build menu for this next part. So the idea is we are going to be probably putting this guy down today, and I'm thinking it's probably going to go pretty much right around here. It's going to be set back a little bit, so if we just kind of hit customize so we can kind of see where it's sitting, I think this is a pretty good spot. I'm thinking that we probably just leave it right here. It gives us some space here. I'm not sure if I'm going to put some silos right here, maybe for like a liquid fertilizer tank or a lime station, so that we don't have to drive all the way over to the animal dealer there, and we don't have to go to the shop to buy liquid fertilizer anymore. I'm not entirely sure what I want to do just yet. I'd like to also add a seed silo so we don't have to buy pallets of seeds anymore, and all of those great things. But with that there, I think the other thing I wanted to do is I wanted to add a covering over here. Which one was it? Was it this one? I think it was this one. Yeah, this looked like it was going to fit here really nicely. But to get this, I also wanted to add solar panels. So we're going to need, I think it was around $40,000 because it's a $10,000 shed. So yeah, $42,000 is what we need to build that covering. And then that way we have somewhere to put our mowers. We could park our barrel thing there as well. We can also probably put the lime spreader out there, and so we'll be able to park some of our trailers over there as well, which will be nice. So to do all that, obviously, we are going to need some money, and we have gotten rid of our greenhouses, so we don't even have those productions anymore. And what I was thinking of doing instead of that, I know I'm bouncing all over the place here, guys, but try to bear with me for a minute here. We are going to do, I'm thinking, I want to get into these apple orchards, so apple trees. I think this will be kind of fun. This uses just water if you want to grow at a lower rate, but you can also add seeds and fertilizer, which is another reason why I want to get those silos in place, because then it's easy for me to, you know, supply these things with a lot more stuff. But yeah, so I'm thinking that these are going to be the guys that we're going to get. I haven't decided exactly how I want to place these down yet. I was thinking of literally just putting them here, and then I am planning on getting an apple juice production as well. This guy here to produce some apple juice from. Like I said, we still have a little bit of dialing in to do around here to figure out exactly where everything's going to sit. I probably need to do a little bit of leveling and make a little bit of a berm going to the road here, but I think that what we're going to do for right now, actually, yeah, we're going to do that for right now. But what we're going to need to do, because we don't have any greenhouses, is we need to cover our income with doing some contracts. So I think I'm going to send one of the tractors out, maybe do some fertilizing contracts, because these two are close, and then send them out to do a couple of spraying contracts with some herbicide as well. And that'll get us through the next couple of months without really losing any money. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. We're going to get into June so I can get one of them cutting the grass. And then we're going to kind of go from there. Hopefully, I'd like to get the harvest started in August. And then we can get back on track with planting. So that's the goal, at least. So I will see you all once we are pretty much at harvest, I guess. There really isn't much to do until then. So I'll see you guys then. Well, I guess before we jump ahead to the harvest, we could probably get these apple orchards down just to kind of get us some income flowing, so we're not worrying about it as much. So I've gone ahead, I've kind of leveled out this area here. I'm thinking I want to try and get 3 of these in here. I think it should fit, no issues. So what I'm thinking is we're just going to go turn on free placement. And we're going to try and set these back pretty far if we can, so that we're not wasting space. So we're going to place one there. And then I'd like to, we need to leave enough space so that I can get a trailer to like unload over there, I guess. And then, am I in line? Where do I got to put this? Yeah, okay, that's pretty close. Okay, maybe I should do a top-down view here. So let's do something like that, I guess, pretty much right there. And we should be able to get one more in over here. That gives us the 3 that we needed. Boom. Okay. And set that back just a little bit more. Right about, yeah, that should be okay right about there. I'll have to do a little bit of smoothing over here to make it so that that works a little bit nicer. But that gives us 3 apple orchards. So if we go ahead and take a look at these productions, let's head on over here and take a look so you guys can see how this thing works. There's a few different recipes that we can kind of work with here. So we've got just regular apple manure, which we don't have, apple seed manure, apple seed, solid fertilizer. That produced 64 apples, whereas this one produces 64 water for 64 apples. Does the cycles change? So less cycles, more cycles. And 1 fertilizer and 24 water. This is probably the best one right here. Yeah, probably this one. So all we need is solid fertilizer. So I guess I'm gonna have to go pick up a whole bunch of that from the store. I was kind of hoping the seeds would kind of produce a little bit more, but like they're exactly the same, and to have to add another piece and you don't get anything extra out of it, that's kind of strange to me. Seeds and manure, that'd probably be a cheap way to do it, because seeds are obviously cheaper, and manure will be free once we get to that point. Apple manure, you know, again, it's like you don't need seeds, I guess. I thought I was going to need to get seeds for this thing, but I guess not. So we just need to go get some fertilizer, and then we need to get some water sources over here. And kind of what I'm thinking, guys, just to make our lives easier here, and I guess I'm going to have to test this out. So let's go grab our water trailer to find out where our water dump points are. And then we can place down some taps to just easily refill the barrel here. And oh goodness, oh wow, okay, we're sending this thing flying. If we hook up to this thing here, it's only got 6,000 liters, so I mean it's not ideal. So if we can set up a water source point at each of these fill points, we should be in pretty good shape. So do I have to back the trailer in here to unload with water? Okay, where does that start? Can I pretty much back in anywhere? Or does it have to be by that dump point? Where is... Huh. Okay, so if I park right here, which one am I filling? I don't know if I have to... what I have to do here. Where's the fill point? Is it pretty much anywhere in here? No. Let's try over here. Can I fill it in the center, or is it those dump things? So if I fill here, is this going to fill the second one? Fill this one with a little bit? Yeah, okay. And then, so that means, okay, so there's a pretty big range. So I'm wondering if I only need to put down 2 of these fill points. Yeah, maybe. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to get a little crazy here. It doesn't cost us really much to do this. So we're going to test out a couple of theories here. So I'm going to put down this like water connection point. And I'm thinking if we just kind of put this thing down right in the center here, like right here, we might be able to just fill and fill both of them. So if we place one here and another one here, I'm hoping we can fill all 3. So I'm going to test this out and I'll let you guys know how it goes. Okay, so I got a little bit of water, and I had a little bit of solid fertilizer kicking around. I'm definitely going to have to go and pick up some more, but obviously we need some money for that, and right now we'll have to kind of dig into some of the contracts. So we've completed some contracts here, so I'm going to actually go ahead and collect these ones. I do have another spraying contract that I'm going to do to make us a little bit more money, so at least this is kind of funding us buying the fertilizer for these things. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. So if we go here, I've also figured out a little bit of a trick. I got this thing just filling. I've just got the tanker there. I was able to hit refill and unload at the same time. And I can pretty much just leave the trailer there and it'll keep filling these up. So it's going to take a long time. It's pretty slow to fill. But once this one's done, I'll go and I'll switch these ones over. But for now, because we got a little bit in here, we're going to activate this one here. Now, the question is, if I hit this one and activate it, and I change it to distributing, and then I place our apple juice guy down right, let's say I put it here. You know, I'm thinking right here is kind of out of the way, so our output's going to be right there. It doesn't interfere with us getting to our water there, but it'll be nice and easy to just back up the trailer and unload all of our apples into here. So I'm thinking we're going to place this guy right here. Yeah. I'm happy with that. So make sure free toggle mode is on. We're going to place it down right there. That gives us apple juice production. And if we go and take a look at the production for this one, we are going to turn on this guy here, and we're going to leave it on storing because we're going to want to sell this on our own. And this is going to become our new passive income. So I'm kind of hoping that this will start producing and send it directly here. We'll check back with you guys in a little bit once I'm done the contracts and all that. You can see this guy's got water. It's already grown apples, which is crazy. Super great textures for this. I love this this pack. This mod is super cool. Definitely a good addition to this save. So I'm going to go ahead and go pick up some more solid fertilizer so that we can get these other 2 apple farms going, and then I will bring you guys back once I've got all of these guys going, our contracts finished, and some other stuff. So I'm going to keep chipping away at some of these little tasks, and then we're going to yeah, see where it gets us, and hopefully this thing starts producing us some decent money. I'm going to try and store it, see what I can sell it for, and then I might actually just set it to selling at some point too to see how they turn out. But yeah, we'll see how things go. So give me a little bit of time, guys, and I'm going to I'll bring you guys back once we're pretty much good to go. Okay, so we've only done maybe like 2.5, 3 months of production with these things. And I think apples are a little bit overpowered. If we take a look, I've got like 15,000, 24,000, and another 24. Yeah, this is insane. And then I've got already, look at all the skids of apple juice that I've got. Like, if this is crazy. Like, if we go look stock check, I got $77,000 worth of apples in like 3 months. That's ridiculous. Insanity. 46,000 in apple juice in 3 months. What? I don't know if I'm gonna use these, or maybe I should pare it down to just have one apple orchard, because this seems extremely overpowered. I like the idea of having one, and then, you know, every few months I can sell off some excess apples. We can do a once a year kind of big apple juice sale, that type of stuff. But like, I genuinely don't know if I should keep using these, because these seem super overpowered. Like, that's insane. Like, look at the values on that. That's wild. But anyways, let me know what you guys think, because I'm blown away by how much value these things put out. Which, in 3 months, I've technically made over 100 grand. Seems a little cheaty to me. But if I set these to selling, they might be, because I lose value if I don't go and manually sell them. So I might set one of these to manually sell. Actually, let's do that real quick. Let's go to, I guess, this one here on the end, and we're gonna set this one here to manually sell. So if we change this to selling, there is 23,000 liters in here. So I'm gonna maybe skip ahead to the next hour, see what happens. Oh shoot, it popped one of these out. That's not what I wanted. Oh, I can manually lift these. That's kind of fun. So 23,000 in here, selling. Let's jump ahead 1 hour, because it should sell on the 1 hour mark. So if we jump ahead and skip 1 hour, okay. Wow. So on that 23,000 that we just made, or 23,000 liters over 24,000 liters over there, we still sold it for 22.6. That seems like a lot. That's a lot, considering that I only used to make like $6,000 to $9,000 a month off of a greenhouse. I feel like this might be a little overpowered. So what I might end up doing is selling these two, leave one, and then I'm still going to get excess from this every single month, because I think this thing only uses about 6,000 liters of apples every month, and this thing produces 15,000 liters of apples. That's insane. So yeah, we're going to this was an interesting test. I feel like this mod is a little bit overpowering. I might rock it for a couple months just to, you know, cheat the system a little bit, guys, but and I've invested quite a bit of time into this, so I might make a little bit of money off of this just because of how much time I've put into doing this. But don't worry, guys. We're still gonna try to, you know, be semi-reasonable with this. But I think it's a little bit extreme if I'm making this much money. But I mean, monthly, I guess, when you think about it, if I produce about 15,000 a month from one of these trees. So it'd be 30 with both of them, and then one of them would be pretty much directly for this. That's 30,000 a month. We'll see. We'll see, guys. I might keep them. We'll see. But there's a lot of upkeep for them, obviously supplying them with fertilizer, water, all that. But yeah, so I didn't mean to take the trailer with me. I meant to leave the trailer over here. Let me just go ahead, park this thing back up. But if you guys can see in the distance there, it is looks like the harvest is ready, which is great. So we are in the month of August, which means that it is harvest time, which means that it is time to finally use our new harvester, which is pretty exciting. So our sheep are doing well. I gotta give them some more grass. It looks like they're starting to get a little bit low, but our production of wool is starting to get back up there, because I just emptied this out last month and it looks like we produced about 6 skids. So we're pretty much, I think, back up to where we used to be for monthly wool production, which is pretty sweet. So we're going to go ahead and load these skids back up, and at some point I'll probably get these things dropped off and stack them up over at the spinnery, so the spinnery is always full. But yeah, so let's go ahead. Let's go hook up to our harvester. We can't even grab the harvester head the way that it's sitting right now. So let's go ahead and move this thing a little bit. If we can, bring this thing around. We'll just kind of stick it in this open area where our house is supposed to go. And that's crazy, guys. Like, when you think about it, I'd be able to literally build my house in 2 months with just selling apples, which seems a little crazy. So let's go ahead and drive on over here. We'll park the pickup truck just in front of the wash bay for right now, and we can grab the harvester. Oh, shut this thing off. There we go. Jump in our harvester and see how this thing does. Let's go ahead, and we're gonna jump on in. I'm actually so excited to use this thing. First harvest, and we also get to see how much we're going to get from this huge field. I hope you guys got some predictions in. I'm thinking it's well, we already know it's probably going to be over 100,000, but we definitely have some predictions that can be made. So let's go ahead. Let's lower this thing down. It needs to finish unfolding. Okay, we're going to fire it up. And we're going to take our first swath out. That is so nice. Okay, let's get some lines. Steering assist. 1 headland should be enough. And let's get to harvesting, guys. Let's go and do our first harvest with our harvester. Well, we haven't gotten the harvest done. We haven't even finished the headlands, and we are full. So that is sort of a good sign. Now, I don't know if you guys saw, and I might have cut out some of it because it was taking forever, but the harvester is struggling. It does not have enough horsepower to get up the hill, so it is struggling. So we are going to do a horsepower upgrade. I'm hoping I can do that in the field. Not overly realistic, but let's just say that we're just tuning it in the field. Let's just giving it a little bit of a program update. And then we'll also unload it. It's going to be at least 1 trailer, so we'll bring the trailer over with us. And we'll see if we can upgrade in the field and see if that helps. We definitely are going to need to do some engine upgrades to this thing as time goes on, that's for sure. So we are going to see what it can do. So let's go ahead. We're going to unstrap this, this guy here. We're going to bring this over to our harvester, and we're going to see if we can give this thing a bit of an upgrade real quick. So let's go in here. We'll give it a $43,000 upgrade. Luckily, we did that little sale of apples, so we had enough. So if we go ahead and customize this, I am very hopeful that this will be able to do this now. And also, our GPS is messing up a little bit. It doesn't look like the GPS is perfect for what we're trying to get, like I was hoping. I'm still having it... I still getting caught on places, and it's not 100%. But let's see how quickly this thing fills. It's pretty good. So we'll see if we can do the headlands now, or finish the headlands, and we'll see what happens. But I was quite surprised when I had the issues that I had going around this first part, so we're gonna have to give it another shot. So we'll go ahead and fire everything up, and hopefully with this like 80-90 horsepower upgrade, it makes things go a little bit smoother, but we'll see how it goes. So I'm gonna keep on harvesting here, and we'll see if we can make this happen. Now you see, let's see, it's making it around some of the corners, but it did mess up back there on that last corner, and it messed up on the first corner in kind of like the center of your top center of your screen there. In that corner over there, the GPS didn't keep up. So I'm gonna go ahead, we're gonna keep on keeping on with this harvest, and I will let you guys know if we run into any more issues with the harvester. But hopefully that horsepower upgrade is good enough. If not, we're gonna need to do another upgrade, but we are kind of running short on the funds. Well, that is our annual canola harvest out of the way, and that field produced. That's all I gotta say. Final count for canola was 144,364 liters. Now that is a lot of canola. Now, what am I going to do with that canola? As it sits right now, we'll probably make, close to probably somewhere between that $180,000 to $200,000 mark with that harvest. The problem is I'd like to obviously turn that into a production, and to do so, we would need to probably get an oil mill. Now, I do plan on moving the spinnery away from where it is now to a more suitable location that works better for us and is a little more customizable and proper storage and all of that stuff. So what I would like to do is probably do the same thing for the oil mill. Now, the only problem is the oil mill is very, very far away from us. This is where our farm is now, and the oil mill is all the way over here, pretty much by the shop. It's a decent drive, but it's not a big deal. Now, this thing here is $240,000. If you guys look, we don't really have that. So to solve that issue, we obviously have $140,000 worth of silage. So we could go ahead and sell that, because we're actually probably going to get a little bit more than that, which will get us close. And then I know I said I wasn't going to keep the apple trees, but I might actually let them kick around for a couple of months. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this guy to automatically sell as well. This one is always going to produce more than what we need, so we might be able to sell off some of its product from time to time as well if we need to. But I'm going to go ahead and which I selected the right one, right? What? This is the first one? Hold on a second. So if I select this one, okay. What? Yeah, okay. So we're going to set this to selling. It's probably going to pop out one pallet because it always does. We'll have to sell these pallets at a later date, but that's okay. We can just put them over here for now. It's fine. But yeah, so now we'll be able to sell all this stuff. So that'll give us some extra money every month. So what I'm thinking of doing is we're going to load up and we're going to do a whole bunch of silage sales. You guys don't need to see all that. I'll kind of just give you guys a final tally once I run all that stuff over there. And then we'll see how close we can get. We might need to wait a couple of months to get a little bit more money. And we could probably also sell some of this apple juice, because I think we already got about $50,000 in apple juice, which is ridiculous, might I add. But we will see. I'm going to go ahead, sell all this silage. We're going to see where that puts us and see if it can get us close to having the oil mill. Okay, so I have sold off all of our silage, and so between our silage sale and our environmental bonus, we made a total of $210,818, which brings us over $200,000 in, which is amazing. So we need obviously 240, I think it was, for the oil mill. So we need to sell off what we have right now, and this isn't peak selling season for these items, but we're going to go ahead and sell them anyways over at the farmer's market. And I've still got some decisions to make on these apple trees. I feel like they might be a little bit too overpowered. If I'm going to keep them, I might just keep one, enough to power the juice factory, but I feel like the juice factory might even be a little excessive. But we'll see how it goes. I might just keep one tree and set it to auto sell every month, just to kind of offset not having the greenhouses, but I feel like it's a little bit overpowered. So let's go ahead and see how much we're going to get from this. I feel like this is still going to be a ridiculous amount of money for selling these items here that I've got. So if we go ahead, yeah, seriously, $69,000 for selling just a few items that are maybe made over like 3-4 months. That seems like a lot. It seems like a lot. I'm not sure. We'll see. Let me know what you guys think. I'm thinking I'm going to move away from these and try something different. I feel like this is a little bit too overpowered, but I'm going to kind of abuse it for right now. And if we do decide to get rid of it, then we'll maybe go back to doing a different style of greenhouse or something, or just go back to putting greenhouses over here. I'm not entirely sure yet, but yeah, I feel like this might be a little bit overpowered. So we might be going back to greenhouses. But the good news is that we have enough money to buy our oil mill. So yeah, I mean, we didn't really do it with it. We could have sold some straw. We could have done some contracts. We actually had a couple contracts we can accept. So, I mean, we would have made the money regardless to buy it this month. So, you know, we're just actually, you know what? First, I want to visit this, make sure that it's accessible. Everything looks fairly accessible. Okay, I just want to make sure the building's in good condition. You know, I want to make sure I know what I'm buying. So we're going to go ahead, we're going to pull the trigger on this, and we are going to buy the oil mill. So let's hit yes. This building has been purchased. This is our building. So now we need to activate this canola oil, and now we need to go through the painful process of bringing all of the canola over, or whatever canola will fit, over to this new building, because it only holds 96,000 liters, and that building can produce up to 115,000 liters annually, and we have 144,000 liters, so we are doing well regardless. We will be more than okay with production here. I just have to get this all loaded up and brought over there. I think that a goal for this time next year, guys, should be we should definitely have a semi-trailer, because transporting all of this at 35,000 at a time, not ideal. I'm probably going to want to have some type of Super Bee set up by the time next year comes around. So I'm going to go ahead, make a few trips, get the canola or the oil mill up and running and started, and then we will should give you guys an update once all that is done. Alrighty, so with the oil mill all settled in, it is filled with about 75,000 liters of canola. We can always go and top that up again at a later date, but that'll keep things going for probably about 6 months, to be honest. So that's pretty good. So what we're going to end up doing here, guys, is we're going to have to call the episode here. We had a very productive day today. We got our canola harvest finished. We bought the oil mill. We messed around with some new productions that didn't really work out for us, like the apple trees, but that's okay, guys. Next episode, we're going to come up with some other ideas. I actually also did get this guy installed with our awning with the solar panels on it, so we're going to see how much money the solar panels produce for us every month. But those are all things for next episode, guys. That's going to have to do it for today. So thank you guys all so much for watching today's episode. If you're new, please be sure to subscribe, hit that like button, and hit that notification bell so that you don't miss another video. And we will see you guys all in the next episode. So until next time, guys, take care. We'll see you in the next one. Hello everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Farming Simulator 25. This is episode 17, guys. We are making our way. Last episode, we did our massive canola harvest where we yielded 144,000 liters of canola, and we also managed to build this shed. We bought the oil mill. We messed around with some productions, but I have an update on our productions that I want to do for some type of greenhouse. And I've done a little bit of looking around, and I have found some like greenhouse mods and orchards and stuff like that other creators use, and we're going to give them a try today. But they're a little bit more complex than your base game greenhouses, so we are going to dive right into that. But obviously, money's on the kind of the low side, so I've been busy going out doing a lot of like small contracts and stuff like that, so we can collect all of these. I've done 5 contracts so far, so we're gonna go ahead collect all of these so that we can get a little bit of money in the bank. And another one of the things I want to get rid of today is I want to get rid of that RV. I want to build our living shed today at some point in today's episode, at least, because we've been living in that RV for a few months now, and by the time that we're probably going to be able to buy the place, it's probably going to almost have been a year that we've been staying in that little RV, and it's definitely ain't no luxury living. And considering we own a multi-million-dollar farm now, I think that we should not be staying in an RV. That's just me, guys. But we're going to go ahead. We're going to actually go over here. So if you guys remember last time, we kind of set up this space over here for some apple orchards, and that didn't exactly go to plan. So in today's episode, I have a couple of plans or some things that I'd like to try differently. If we go over here and we take a look in greenhouses, we've still got this mod installed. I'm going to get rid of it. Just not going to work for our purposes. But actually, I believe it's under cultivation. Yes, so we have these orchards. So we have a pear orchard, a plum orchard, an apple orchard, and an apricot orchard. Now, I was doing apples in the last episode, and I'd like to kind of keep on that trend. So we can also, there is a way to produce apple juice and all this stuff, but as you can see, this is a little bit more complex. There's a little bit more to this. So if we go ahead, we're going to hit free place, and I want to get this kind of squared up with our pad there, and I'm going to zoom out. And we're going to place this kind of as far back as we can, because we need some space to do the work that we've got coming up here. So I'm going to go ahead. We're going to place this guy right here. I think this is a pretty good spot. Do we turn it one more? No, it should be fine there. I'm going to do a little bit of cleaning up in the background there. So if we go ahead, we're going to place our apple orchard right here. So we're just going to go ahead and buy that for $15,000. Now, this apple orchard requires a lot of work. You need compost, you need fertilizer, you need water. There are so many things that are needed for this production. So we're going to go ahead and do something similar to what we did last time. We're going to add a water fill point right over here. So if we go back into our fillables, we are going to go ahead and we're going to place down one of these again. I'm thinking we're just going to go with kind of the same style, something that's going to kind of fit the theme. So if we even just kind of go back, I want to try and overlay it, or I want to turn off snapping so we can kind of get it pretty much on the same spot. There we go. You can barely tell that it's there if we place it right there. So we have our water fill station now. We do need to get some liquid fertilizer to go in this tank here, and we also require compost. Now, to get compost, you can either do that via other greenhouses or through productions. So with productions, this is where things are also going to get a little bit interesting, because I believe it's this guy here that we need. Now, the problem is it's got this compost point on the other side, and I wanted to put it this way, but we won't really be able to access it. And I don't really want to put it over here because I just don't think it's aesthetically going to look nice. But we might not have a lot of choices for the time being. I'm thinking we're probably just going to place it down somewhere around here for the time being as a temporary thing. Because we need to have the ability to put compost somewhere. So I'm not happy with it, but we're probably just going to end up kind of placing it something like this, because we can set it to distribute, so we don't even have to move the skids of apples in here to produce our apple juice, but we will need the ability to access that compost or that organics output on the bottom side there. So $36,000, this is where things are going to get a little pricey. But if we go ahead, we are going to place this guy down, I'd say probably right about... Is it there going to be okay? Ugh. You know what? For now, let's make sure that we have enough money to get this thing stocked up, because we obviously have to buy compost because we don't have any yet. So we're going to need to go buy that from the store. We're going to need to buy some liquid fertilizer, and that stuff can get expensive fairly quickly. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to grab our truck, I'm going to get this thing filled up with water, I'm going to get the fertilizer in here, and then we'll head over to the store to go pick up the compost. Okay, so we are over here at the shop. I have the greenhouse or the orchard all filled up with water now. So now we need to get a few things. So it can hold 20,000 liters of compost, and it can hold 4,000 liters of liquid fertilizer. So we're just going to go ahead and we're going to buy everything the way that it is here. So if we come in here, we can get 2 things of liquid fertilizer, which is $6,000. This is look how expensive it's already getting, and we haven't even started yet here, guys. And then bags of compost. Now we can take 20, but we can only buy them at 8 at a time. So we need 8. We're gonna need another 8, which gets us up to 16, and then we're gonna need another 4. So luckily this stuff is fairly cheap, but we literally just spent almost $10,000 on all of this stuff. So that is quite a lot of money being spent here. So let's see if we can load all of this stuff up. Are we going to be able to fit everything on here? Of course not. We're going to be just too short. Okay, so I'll have to come back and get those last 2 bags of compost, but that should at least get us started on our apple orchard. Now, we do have just enough money to purchase the production facility for it, but that's not going to leave us with a lot of cash. So we are going to be in dire need of money very quickly here. So hopefully this produces. I mean, I can take a look. Maybe I'll have to go do a contract or 2 just to kind of get us through the rest of the month. But I'll see you guys once I get all this stuff delivered back to the farm. Okay, we have made it back to the farm. Now let's see if it'll take this liquid fertilizer right off the truck. And if I just pull up here and we unstrap, it will take both of them. Fantastic. Okay, now I have to spin this thing around. Actually, I might be able to just drive through the orchard here. Let me see if I can get these guys close enough to be taken in by the composter, which I can. Fantastic. Okay, so that's a pretty good start. So now what we're going to do is we got to go ahead and we got to jump in and look at the productions here. So we do that by... do I have to open these? I do. Oh, that's kind of cool. You can actually walk into the shed. I actually didn't notice that before. So we can now go ahead, select this, and we can activate this. So we're going to be producing 3,900 apples per month, but that uses 1 compost to make 1 apple, 1 water to make 1 apple, and 0.15 liquid fertilizer. So it's going to last us quite a while. Like that means that we can make, 18,000, I guess 20,000 liters of everything if you have everything. I guess it kind of works out probably math-wise to all this will kind of go down at the same level. So I should probably go grab the rest of the compost, get it in there. Also, I have him doing the last cut of the year, and look at the size of these mounds of grass. That is crazy. Okay, So he is done. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to go grab those last couple bags of compost so that we can get those guys in there, and then we'll be able to see this production in action. Okay, so I have got the orchard all stocked up and ready to go. Now, the real question is, where do I want to place this? Now, like I said, there's no ideal way to place this right now, it doesn't look like, so I think we're just going to have to kind of settle for with whatever we can do, which is probably going to be right here for the time being, because I don't have very many options, but this is probably not going to stay here permanently, so this is not something that's going to be here forever. So we'll just go ahead and place it like this for now. Because then at least that gives us a production point to be able to process our apples. Now, we are very short on funds now, but this guy here is full of product. He is ready to go. It is already producing apples. So if we head on over to, oh, sorry, wheelbarrow. If we head on over to here, this thing can produce all kinds of things, and it can use all types of products. So we actually do need to set this guy to distributing, and then it should send it all right here. So hopefully that starts working. And if we start producing apple juice, you can see that it takes 3 apples, makes 2 apple juice, 1 organic waste. Organic waste can then be put into like a bunker silo similar to chaff grass to make silage, but it can make compost. Now I need to look in to see if there's other ways that I can make compost, like using grass and stuff like that to make compost, but as it stands right now, I don't know how that actually works. So right now this is the way to do it, or by using other greenhouses, which we might get into in today's episode. So we're going to go ahead, we're going to start with this, we're going to see how it goes. So I'm going to set up this production, I'm going to activate this, and I am going to leave this on storing for now. So hopefully start sending apples over here every hour or so. But, oh, it's very noisy now. Let's get out of there, it's very loud. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to get that tractor off the field. I'm going to probably start making some grass bales for our sheep, and then I'm going to check to see if there's any contracts that I can do quickly to make us a little bit of cash, and then from there I'll bring you guys back maybe next month to see how many apples we've produced and how much apple juice we've made. Okay guys, we have made it to the month of October, and I did not just a few contracts, I did a lot of contracts. This orchard farm is a much slower pace. I'd say that it's much more reasonable. I could definitely see myself upgrading this to a tier 2 orchard farm, which will obviously use double the resources, produce double the amount, but because of the amount of, compost it uses and the amount of fertilizer that it uses, I think that it's a pretty fair system for what it produces. Much more fair than the other one. And this thing produces apple juice at the speed of government. I think between the first month, I think we only made like 600 liters of juice. Not even a skid, so we're gonna have to figure out maybe another way for this to work. I'm not entirely sure how I want to deal with this yet. Also, if we look here, it does not even gonna show me as a it hasn't produced like really much organic waste. 200 liters of organic waste, not a lot. So we're gonna have to do a little bit of looking into that. But next month is the month that we'll be able to sell some canola oil that we produced and what's left of our canola after we top it up before we go sell. So I'm gonna go ahead, we're gonna jump ahead to the month of November, and we're gonna make a bit of a sale so that we can finally get some cash in the bank. But I'll show you guys, I did a lot of contracts. I did 3 cultivating contracts, 4 harvesting contracts, which I didn't keep anything from. I just sold the stuff off, so I didn't really make a lot of money. I only made a few grand off of that. And then 1 spraying contract. So we're going to go ahead, we're going to collect all of these so that we at least have some cash in the bank. And, oh yeah, there we go. Look at that. We've made like $35,000 or something off all that, which is great. So, with all that being said, also the solar panels are basically just kind of covering our monthly running costs of productions and property costs and stuff like that. It only produces about $1,100 a month. It's really not that much. I was expecting it to be a little bit more considering how many panels are on it and considering how much money we spent on it. You know, $32,000 in solar panels. But I guess, you know, over the course of a year, you know, that's going to produce like $13,000 a year from a metal shed that originally wouldn't be producing anything. So I guess I should look at it that way. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead. We're going to jump ahead. We're going to go ahead, get that sale done, and we're going to see how much money we make off of canola oil and canola. Okay, so I have topped up the oil mill, so we are good to go on that front. So we are full over there, where there's 96,000 liters in over there. We still have whatever that was there, like 21,000 liters or something like that. I didn't even pay attention to what it was, but whatever it is, we're going to make a little bit extra cash here off selling this. Best selling place was Goldcrest Valley, but we're probably not going to sell there because that's not ideal for us. So let's see how much we make. Come on, give me that cash money. Perfect, $25,000. Outstanding. Okay, we're going to dump off this little bit that we've got on the back here. And an extra 4,500 bucks. Not bad. Okay, so we made close to $30,000 off of that stuff there, which is great. So now I'm going to go drop off these trailers. I'm going to grab the gooseneck, and we are going to head on over to the oil mill, and we are going to go load up the canola oil that's been produced since August. It's not going to be a massive sale, but it's still going to be a pretty good sale nonetheless. It might actually be comparable when you think we've already sold 30,000 worth of canola right now. With the amount of oil that we would have had, we probably would have gotten around 180 to 200k, so we're 30k in already, so we'll have to see what we get from our processed canola oil. So I will bring you guys back once we're back at the farmer's market with the skids. Okay, I have our canola oil on board. We got 13,000 liters, which really is not that bad, considering that was just a little over 3 months ago that we bought the oil mill. So I think that we should get a pretty decent return here. So let's see what we're gonna get. $70,000. Wow, or almost 70,000. $69,500. So we made pretty much 100,000. Wow, it's pretty impressive for canola oil. And just leftover canola. Sweet, that's that 100k. We actually have enough money to put down the house. I wasn't expecting to have this money until April, so I actually get to sell the RV now. I'm very excited about this, guys. Let's do it right now. We're gonna do it together. Oh, I just tabbed out. We're gonna do it together. We're gonna do this together. We're gonna sell this because see you later. Motor home. Goodbye. I need to quickly smooth this out because that looks absolutely horrible. So we're just gonna quickly fix that up. Boom. Like nothing ever happened. And then we can come over here and we can place our house and our garages and all that too. Oh, this thing is great. Look at this thing. Look at it. Would you just look at it? It's great. Toggling snapping is on. That lines us up. I think it's around here. Favorites, we're just going to select the green that I've been rocking with all of the stuff here around here. Place that there. I'd say that looks pretty good about there. What do you guys think? Gives me a little bit of space for a little bit of landscaping. Probably just some trees and a fence or something here so we're not walking out our front door and staring at this barn. So I'm thinking that's pretty good, actually. Yeah, it gives me some space up front. I want to kind of do a little bit of a wraparound driveway right here for a pickup truck to come in and park at the house. So I think that'll do it. Let's go with that. I'm pretty happy with that. Okay, let's back out of this, and it looks like right about there. Place it down. Okay, we have our house. That's it. It's ours. This is our new garage, our new place to rest our head. Let's go take a quick look together, guys. This place is fantastic. I love the layout of this place, the way it looks. I meant to add the solar panels. Dag nabbit. That's okay. We'll figure that out later. Let's go ahead. Let's open up the front door. Look at this place. Beautiful fireplace, beautiful kitchen, dining room. We got ourselves a bathroom tucked away over here, I believe. And yeah, this is our bathroom, which goes to our master bedroom as well, which is where we'll be able to lay our head to rest. And I think we have a little closet over here too. Yeah, look at that. We got our closet here. So this is our new house. It's not huge. It's pretty, you know what? This is all I need, though. I just need somewhere to stay. And then I got a little office in here for me to fill out my paperwork, edit my videos, all that stuff. And even, look at that. It's even got a picture of the building on it before we repainted. And if we head on in here to our shop space, we've got ourselves another workspace, another work garage. We've got some parking. We've got some interior lighting, I think. Yeah, there we go. Look at the lighting. We got another wash bay. Fantastic. This is great. Okay. well, I think that's really all we need to do in here. I'm gonna keep on keeping on here, guys. I'm gonna move a couple things in here. I'm gonna get this place feeling a little bit more homey, and get some grass around here and do a little bit of landscaping. Fix up this little slopey area here, make a proper driveway. And yeah, I did not think that we were gonna be able to afford that right now. That was pretty sweet. So, but that's pretty much it, I think. I don't think there's anything else that we really have to sell unless we have some oats that are able to sell in December or January. I was gonna do chickens, but I've decided against it. They're just too much work. So we're gonna avoid the chickens for now. Maybe down the line when we got some more real estate and some space to do some chicken work. But just with the way things are right now, we don't have the space for them. So we're gonna have to just kind of roll with the punches the way they are right now. So I won't show you guys this. I'm just going to go ahead and sell off these oats. Probably get about $30,000 for them in January or December or something like that. And yeah, I'm going to bring you guys back. I guess the next thing really is going to be the fabric sale in April. So yeah, until then, that's pretty much all we got to do for right now. Alrighty, everybody, we have made it to the month of April, which means that it is my favorite time of year because that means we get to do our fabric sale, which is going to be an absolute moneymaker for us. As you can see, I have our trailer all loaded up with all of our wool so that we can stack up over at the spinnery. So I am going to take all of this over to the spinnery and drop all this off and get all loaded up with some fabric so that we can go do our fabric sale for this year. Alrighty, we are over here at the tailor shop in town. That is the best price this year for our fabric. We have 17,000 liters, so let's go ahead and get this stuff delivered on in here. I do want to definitely come up with a better way to deliver this product, because it is difficult getting in and out of here. And did I unstrap already? What happened here? I thought I had unstrapped already. Hold on, let's try that again. Back it on up and... Why is it not releasing the straps? Hello? Oh, I am on the truck. It would help if I had the trailer selected, wouldn't it? Let's try this. Third time's the charm here, guys. I think I got it this time. And fabric sale. Boom! Alright, so we got $240,000. Okay, so we are at $368,000, which means that we can get some of the critical infrastructure that I have been wanting for a while around the farm. That should just kind of streamline processes and stuff like that. So I will get you guys back over to the farm, and then we can get to adding in these crucial parts to our headquarters. Alrighty, guys, we made it back to the farm, and like I said, it is time for us to install a little bit of infrastructure. Now, this is something that we have been needing for a while now. So some of these things are just going to be some things like a liquid fertilizer tank. Actually, I need to go and grab the one of the tractors here. I will grab this guy. That's fine. And we need to switch something up around here because I need this guy here to be moved. This guy will not work where he is right now. So I'm going to get this thing out of the way because this is where we're going to be putting a small little silo for us. So let's get that out of the way. We'll just park you over by the house here for a minute. And let's go ahead, jump over, back on over into silos here. And a couple things that I want, and one of the things that I've been kind of wanting for a while is, where is it? Is it under containers? Oh, it's under containers. So I wanted to get this seed silo. So I'm thinking if we put this right here, it fits here really nicely. It's not in the way of anything. It's not going to interfere with the wash bay or nothing. And this will be able to hold seeds or mineral feed. We're going to fill it with seeds for now. We're not going to fill it, but we'll put a few thousand liters in here. And then this way it eliminates us the need of needing to get pallets of seeds anymore. And then we can also easily, if we're changing out equipment, unload any seeds and whatnot and put them back into our silo. So we're going to head place this guy right here. That's perfect. Fits in there very nicely, if I do say so. One of the other things that we need is we're going to be getting a lime station and a liquid fertilizer tank. Now, the liquid fertilizer tank, I was thinking probably right next to this shed would be a very good spot, and I'm thinking pretty much right here. I think right there is pretty good. This will give us the ability, obviously, to hold an abundance of liquid fertilizer, so I think right there is a good spot for our liquid fertilizer tank. And then our lime silo is the only thing that I haven't really figured out. Oh, and I wanted to get this diesel tank as well, and it's going to go around the back side right here. Make sure that we kind of place this nice and not like too close, but probably somewhere. Yeah, somewhere right around there. Because right now we don't have any fuel on the farm, and I've been using the pickup truck to go and get fuel and have to fuel all the trucks via my pickup truck. So that's 3 silos there. Now, the lime station. The lime station is the only one that I haven't really fully committed to on where I want to put it yet. I was thinking of putting it maybe right here. I think over here, kind of between the windows, so that we're not ruining our view looking out the window is the big thing. But might have to kind of obstruct one of them because the planters are kind of slightly in the way. So I'm thinking, or do we just kind of block one window entirely and put it more near the corner? Do we do that? Yeah, I think that'll work. We'll just put one like right here, right on the edge. Seems like a good spot. Okay, right there. All right, perfect. Now, so we have a lime station, we have a fertilizer station, and a seed station. So we have all of our infrastructure now on the farm, and a diesel tank. So now we have to fill all these things. That's the next part. These things obviously all need to have material in them, and they all have these trigger points right here. So, as you can see, we could spend a lot of money on a liquid fertilizer, but I think we probably just need to start. 10,000 liters will probably get us by for quite a while, so I'm going to go ahead and put 10,000 liters in there. We'll come over here, we'll see what we have. Let's see for seeds. Why can't I interact with this? There it goes. Only $27,000 for all those seeds, but I don't think we're going to go through that many seeds. So I'm thinking we'll do 10,000 liters of seeds. Has to fill half the silo, so that's another $9,800, or almost 9,900 bucks. Perfect. We'll run on over to our diesel tank. Okay, so we're here now. Let's grab, we'll do the same thing. We'll just do 10,000 liters of everything to start. That should be a good spot for us. 10,000 liters will last quite a while. Also, I just had to move this out a little bit further because I was interfering with another trigger for taking a lance. The lance is way over there for the wash bay, and I can't actually interact with it. So I had to move this out from the building wall just a little bit more, just so that it would actually work here, but that's okay. I don't think it's too big of a deal that we had to move it. And then the last one here is going to be our lime silo. This is the thing that we burn through. So you know what, 60,000 liters, let's just do 50,000 liters. It's only 12,000 bucks. We'll go ahead and get all of that filled up with a lime, because we do use a lot of lime when we need to lime the fields, and it is one of those kind of cheaper products that we can kind of keep a high capacity of. So that is all of our silos. We pretty much have silos for everything now. We have storage silos for our grain, which what the heck happened here? Okay, I'm going to have to fix that, but we'll fix that a little bit later. We have silos for our grain, we have a fuel tank, we have lime, we have fertilizer, we have seeds. Now the only thing is, and I didn't check it while I was in that menu, and I should have, I don't think this thing does herbicide. Maybe it does. I'll have to test that at another time. But I want to get a herbicide tank. Or, I mean, we're not really going through a lot of herbicide. We might just be able to stick with these IPCs for the time being. But yeah, so these guys, I mean, obviously when we're only using a couple hundred liters per field, it's pretty good. So yeah. Wow. Our farm has really come together recently, guys. I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna do a little bit of like terraforming work. I want to plant some trees. I want to do a little bit of cleanup around here just to tidy things up a little bit. And then yeah, I'm not really sure what I want to do next. We're in the month of April. There's really not much going around or on now until I guess harvest season, which is in July, I think, this year for our canola. So we're actually doing really well. We're in pretty good shape, and we still have 200 grand in the bank. Now, I did say that I did want to get a truck and a grain trailer for our harvest season this year, so that is still definitely on my radar. But I was also thinking about getting us an auger wagon. Where are the here we go, auger wagons. So our harvester holds 17,000 liters. So realistically, we would probably want something like this. That's probably going to do it for us. This would probably be good. And it can hold, if we change... I'd like crawler tracks, but that's super expensive. Standard setup, I mean, this thing would work really well for us, I think. But yeah, I'm not sure if I'm going to get that yet. I might wait to see if one comes on sale, because sometimes there's, I don't need this, but I want it. I mean, we will need it at some point, I think, but like, oof. That is really nice. Oh no. I could buy it. Enough talk about wheel loaders. I can't afford one right now, especially because if you look in the top right-hand corner, I have spent a good chunk of money, and that is because I just royally screwed up the recording, guys. I was recording only 25% of my screen when I did this last session that I had just finished just now, and I just realized I screwed it up. As you can see, we have got ourselves a grain trailer, and to get this thing over here, we would have had to buy a truck. So we have bought a semi-truck, guys. I'm a little disappointed that you guys missed all that, but it is what it is. We spent about $150,000 between a truck and a trailer. So this is our truck here. We went ahead and we bought this old cab over, like Peterbilt style, or Lizard, as it would be called in this version. But old cab over Peterbilt. This thing has 425 horsepower. It is a absolute beast. The thing works really well. We got the grain hauler over there. As you guys can also see, I've done some decorations. We've got our truck parked up front. We got ourselves some trees, some shrubbery, some grass. I got everything pretty organized around the farm now. It'd be great if I would stop messing up on what I've been trying to get done the past couple days, but that's a-okay. So one thing that I was also talking about, guys, is that we do need to get ourselves a chaser bin or a auger wagon. That's not in the budget for this month because it's probably going to cost us, I mean, I think we were looking at just probably getting the base one here, $68,000. I think that we can get that before harvest season. I don't think that'll be an issue because actually I think, when was our last sheep sale? Our last sheep sale, oh, it just happened. So we might be a little bit short on the funds because we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 3 months away from harvest for our canola. So we're going to need to have that auger wagon by that time. So we need to come up with what is that, $12,000 or $14,000 in 3 months. It shouldn't be too bad. I don't think there's really anything that we're selling in that time frame though, so that might be a bit of an issue. We do have a few things we might be able to sell. We might be able to sell some apple juice hopefully by that point. We don't have a lot, but we might be able to sell some of it. We have our apple sales that are going to be happening every month, which will be helpful as well. And a couple other things that I've got going on is I'm thinking of actually upgrading this guy here to a tier 2 so that we double our apple intake or apple production, I guess. But that's obviously going to cost us $15,000. And it might pay for itself in 3 months, because how much do our apples make us right now? Our apples for products sold, hard to tell. Probably this guy here, probably $6,300 a month. So if we upgrade it for 15, that might get us up to 12, which will be, yeah, that's not horrible. So yeah, we might be able to make that back and then hopefully help us get towards our goal. So if we actually go into our production here, for now, what we're going to do is we're going to double our output here. We are going to upgrade this. So we're going to be able to upgrade this for 16,500. So it'll probably take about just over 2 months to make our money back, but then we'll be making pretty good money after that. But guys, that is going to have to do it for today. We'll have to go ahead and pick up that auger wagon next episode. And then obviously next episode, it's going to be harvest time for another big canola harvest. And then we'll be able to test out our new truck, our auger wagon. We'll be able to send everything over to our oil mill. Yeah, the oil mill. And then we'll be able to also probably next episode be able to do our first full sale of canola oil, which should hopefully yield us. Actually, I really don't know how much that's going to yield us. So we'll have to find that out next episode. If you guys did enjoy today's episode, please be sure to hit that like button, subscribe if you're new, and hit that little notification bell so you don't miss another episode. And if you guys have any suggestions for what we should be doing next around the farm, what you guys think I should be adding, or maybe some things that we should change, please be sure to drop a comment down below and let me know what you guys think down in the comment section. But guys, until next time, thank you guys all so much for watching. Have yourselves a wonderful day, and we'll see you guys all in the next episode. Take care. Hello everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Farming Simulator 25. This is episode 18, and in today's episode we have a lot to do. But quick recap of what we did last time. Last episode, we were able to buy this beautiful building behind us to house our semi-truck, our gooseneck, be able to park our pickup truck, and to give us a proper place to rest our head. We are no longer living out of a dusty old RV. We are now living inside of a proper living shed, which is a major upgrade, and it feels a lot more homey, and this farm is really starting to come together. Now, a couple things we have to do today is obviously it is canola harvest time, but before we get there, we're only very short time away from that, we need to get ourselves an auger wagon. And last episode we were a little bit short on the funds, so we are going to need to come up with a little bit of extra cash. Okay guys, well, we're not going to make it to what we needed for the amount that we needed. So a solution that I've got for the time being is we're going to sell a little bit of wool. Wool prices aren't horrible right now. They're not great. They're not horrible. So we're going to sell some wool. I'm going to be kind of strategic about it, see if we can get ourselves enough money that we can pretty much just afford that auger wagon, but not much more than that. So we're just going to kind of keep on creeping up. Ooh. Okay, well, we pretty much sold all of it, so... Oh well, is what is. I didn't plan on selling all of it, but that's okay. Our spinnery is still full, and there's still excess wool sitting over there, so we're still producing more wool than we need, so selling a little bit of it off isn't going to be an issue for us. It gives us a little bit of a boost, so that we can afford the auger wagon that we want to get. So, real quick, we'll go ahead and purchase that, and then I can go pick that thing up and bring it on back to the farm. So we're going to change the color. We'll keep it red, because I think we're going to try and kind of keep that red theme going. I really like how it's going with that. We don't need plates on it, so we'll get rid of that. And do we want these wheels, or do we want to put some... Yeah, we'll run the Continentals, it's fine. Okay, so this is going to be our chaser bin. So I'm going to go ahead and pick this up, $68,000. We're going to go ahead and buy that. Boom, leaves us with 13K, which is a good buffer. And I will go ahead, pick that up, and bring it on back. Alrighty, we have the auger wagon back here at the farm. We are now also in the month of July. Can literally look right at it. And that means that it is harvest time for our canola. Take a look, guys. Our canola is ready to go. But you guys might be able to see something off in the distance there. Something doesn't look right with our fields. And the problem with that is you're not wrong. Our field took a ton of damage this year. So I'm very curious to see what our yield's going to be like at the end here. So obviously we made 144,000 liters of canola last year. I'd like to see what we're going to get this year, considering we have so much damage. I don't think we had any hail damage on our field last year, maybe 1 or 2 spots, but we took a lot of damage on our field this year. So we're going to have to see what our yield is like after the harvest. But we're going to have to get everything ready. We're obviously going to need to get a tractor hooked up to the auger wagon. We're going to need to get our harvester out there on the field. We're going to need to make sure that our silo is ready to receive the canola. And it's pretty much that harvest time, guys. You guys know the drill. It is time to put our heads down, get to work, and start harvesting some canola. Alrighty guys, we have finished our harvest of canola and we walked away with 142,000 liters, which is, a little bit worse than last season, but with how much hail damage we had in the field, I think that was still pretty good yield. Seems like all of our field was fertilized properly, herbicide properly, and all the levels were good for this harvest, so we did well there. A couple things I learned from this harvest. We need to get a bigger tractor before next harvest. This little guy here was struggling quite a bit with the auger wagon. It was a lot of weight to have on one trailer for a single axle. At least with the other trailers, we were, only hauling, we were hauling like more grain in the other trailers than we were with the auger wagon, but it was spread out over more axles and over more like space, I guess. So this thing struggled quite a bit, so we're going to have to look into getting a larger tractor. This is still a very good tractor. We're still going to be keeping it, but I think that we're definitely going to need to look at something bigger for next harvest. One of the other things that we need is we are definitely going to want to look into getting a different seeder for this planting season, because this field took way too long to plant the last time, and I think it is time that we upgrade for our seeder. But to do that, I think we're actually going to test out a couple seeders, or just one seeder I have in mind, and we're going to lease it for this planting and then hopefully buy it either later this year or next spring. So I'm going to head over to the shop so that we can go ahead and rent our seeder that we're going to test out for this year. So I will see you guys all over at the shop. Alrighty, we are over here at the shop, so let's go ahead and take a look at some of the seeders that we've got access to. So if we go over here and we jump down into our seeders tab, we have quite a few options. Now, I ideally, would love to get like the Amazon because it's got a 15-meter spread. Right now we're working with 6 meters. Like you look at these ones, we can get all the way up to 25 meters, but then these things require these large seeder tanks behind it. And I don't think we have any fields that are quite large enough to warrant needing something this massive. But I think that we could definitely probably go for something a little bit smaller. And if we look at the horsepower requirements, this is 300 horsepower. Our tractor is only 300 horsepower, I think. 302. So we're pushing its limits pretty hard here, especially with the inclines that we have. Oh, I did not want to go there. So I'm thinking we go something a little bit smaller. So this one here, still 300 horsepower. This one's 275 at 8 meters, but this one's at 12 meters, and it only requires 180 horsepower. So I think we're going to go ahead and we're going to give this one a try. It holds a lot of seeds. I don't think we're ever going to need that many seeds to plant our fields, like in one shot. So I think that this would be a very good option for us. So I'm thinking we're going to give this one a test out. So we're going to lease this one. Leasing this, still a good chunk of change, 8,400 bucks. If we go over a work hour, that's an extra 3,400 bucks. I'm hoping that this doesn't take more than an hour, but I have a feeling we're going to be paying for 2 hours of leasing cost on this thing. So leasing this thing in general is probably going to cost us probably $12,000 to $13,000, which is not ideal, but not the worst thing in the world. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to get this thing back over to the farm, and then we can load it up with some seeds and get it out on the field. Alrighty, I have this guy all topped up with seeds from our silo over there. So now, that means we should just be able to put this guy out on the field, and this is a direct drill, so no cultivation is required beforehand. So if we just set this guy set up here with the worker, we'll be able... This field is not ready. What? Huh? We are in the right month, aren't we? Canola planting. We should be able to... What is happening? This field cannot be worked. This thing was a direct drill, wasn't it? Did I make a huge mistake here? This is a direct... It's not a direct drill. So remember how I said this was going to make my planting process go faster? Yep, it's definitely not, and now I've just wasted a ton of time. I'm now going to need to set up a cultivator on this field before this, so this is not going to be the one that we're going to want to use. That was a huge waste of money, guys. Oh, man, we're going to need the horse, or the Amazon, but we don't have a big enough tractor for that. So for this season, I shouldn't even have... Oh, man. I feel really dumb now, guys. I should not have leased this thing. I'm gonna have to unload this thing and just return it, because for me to put a cultivator out on the field, the thing can cultivate and seed with the other one. I can't believe I just made that mistake. That is a little bit embarrassing. Can I not refill this? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. And it doesn't even put it back into, oh gosh. Okay, well, I'm gonna return this guy, I guess, and go with our classic setup here, guys. Yeah. That was a major screw up on my part. Well, I guess we're back to the old way. Alright, well, I've got our guy set up out on the field with our little seeder at a working width of 6 meters, so that's gonna take a couple hours. So while that's doing its thing, we're gonna jump on into the old peat. We are going to have to take some of our canola now over to the oil mill, because it is running low on canola. We got lots of canola oil, but we are running low on the old canola for the actual mill itself. So we're gonna get to put our truck to use and bring over a nice 80,000 liters of canola. So I'll get loaded up and I'll meet you guys over at the oil mill. Oh, we almost crashed as well, so that's not ideal. Okay guys, we've made it over here to the oil mill. I'm just getting ready to pull this big rig in here. Now we just gotta see if we can get this thing all lined up, because this is not gonna actually be the easiest place to get in and unload to, I don't think, but we'll see if we can make this happen. We need to select the first trailer. We're gonna get it right on over top like that. Start unloading 1. Start unloading 2. No? Okay. Can I not switch while it's unloading? Okay, so now I have to do it one at a time. I thought I could do both before at the same time, but I guess not. So, yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and unload both of these guys, and then we'll head back on over to the farm. Alrighty guys, I have finished sowing the field, fertilizing, liming, everything. This field took a couple of hours to get it all done, and we went through pretty much all of our lime, a majority of our fertilizer, and obviously it took a very long time with that little seeder over there. But I also went ahead and I made a couple other little changes around here. Now this is sort of unrealistic, but it is what it is. I bought another tank and I sold the old one. So now we're going to have a tank for herbicide, a tank for fertilizer. Now, these things are supposed to only hold 1,500 liters. I have increased them to 10,000 liters with mods, just because I want them to be able to take a full IPC for like the herbicide, and I want to be able to easily refill the apple orchard and whatnot with fertilizer and stuff like that. So that's why these can now hold 10. Now, is it super unrealistic? Yes and no. I mean, it just means I just have to make more trips to refill them, or I have to drive a truck out there to refill them out in the field. So this just kind of takes one little step away from me having to do some of these things, and it makes it so that it's super easy for me to just switch between the two different types. And I've color coded them, so the blue is going to be for our fertilizer and the red is going to be for our herbicide. So yeah, I mean, a little unrealistic, sure, but I mean, yeah, it just kind of makes my life easier, and I'm okay with that. And then we're really not even using the tank on here. Because yeah, it's just easier instead of having to keep on like unloading, reloading, and so on and so forth. So I've finished sowing the field. Like I said, it probably took 2.5 hours to sow the field, fertilize, lime, all that stuff, but it is completely done and ready to go. So that means we're ready to jump ahead to the month of September. And then I can do my last grass cut of the year, and I can make more grass bales. And then hopefully after this, we should have enough grass bales to last us quite some time, because I think we have 18 bales sitting in storage over there right now. Plus we should have, I think, another 18 or so sitting in storage over here. Let's go over here and take a quick look. And we do still have 18 grass bales over here. So if we're getting about 36 bales per year of grass, I think that we can probably next year do an entire year's worth of hay which is my idea, because I want to start getting some hay and silage and stuff like that so that I can start making TMR. Because in the near future, I am planning on getting cows, and that is going to obviously be coming up in the next, another episode, obviously, but it's something that I'm working towards. And with this small field, it's taking a little bit longer, but I think that if we get, another 18 or another 36 bales, I think we're only going through maybe 18 bales a year. So if we have 518 now, there's 36 more. I've got probably about 3 years worth of grass for feeding our sheep, in theory, maybe. We'll see how it goes. I mean, obviously we can harvest more grass pretty much whenever we need it if we start to run low. But, and also if we have hay, we can feed them hay as well. And we will have 36 bales of hay next year. So you can kind of get where things are going. So yeah, I think that we're going to go ahead, jump to the month of September. I'm going to kind of get past that and get all of the forage wagon stuff done and get it all loaded in here. Actually, I don't even know if I have... I do still have some binding in here, some film binding in here. I do need to go get some more wrapping or like bale netting because we're running low. We don't have any skids left of it. So we got Ranny Wrap still. We got one extra skid of Ranny Wrap up top. As you can see, I got all those seeds up there. Hopefully we can afford our seeder next year, and so on and so forth. So guys, I know I'm kind of rambling here, so I'm going to get back to work, and I'm going to start chipping away over at this grass field, get that out of the way, and then we can hopefully get to our canola oil sale, and then maybe we will be able to buy some new land or maybe some equipment. I'd like to either get our seeder or possibly a new tractor, because obviously our Puma series is not really cutting it anymore. It's still good for multiple things around the farm, but I think we are going to need to start moving into some bigger equipment. Alrighty guys, we are over here at the oil mill, and it is November, so it is time to do our first canola sale. Now, this is going to be pretty sweet, I think. We have got a lot of product here. We have, I think it was 58,000 liters of canola oil that we're going to be able to sell here. So I'm hoping that this makes us a really pretty penny. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to drive us on over to the farmer market, and we can see what our total is going to be, because honestly, I have no idea how much money we're going to make from this. I am hoping that it is over 200,000. If it's over 200,000, I'm pretty much going to be ecstatic. I think we're going to blow right past that number, but realistically, we need to make a minimum of $200,000 to make this worthwhile. If we make more than that, we'll already be in the green. But obviously, like this oil mill costed us, I think, $240,000. So, if we could make I mean, I think we made 60,000 last year off of whatever canola oil we had produced from when we bought the mill. So in that short time frame, I'm hoping that we should easily be able to blow past that, which means that we will have fully paid for this oil mill in hopefully less than a year or just over a year. And then from here, it's pretty much straight profit year after year. So I'm going to go ahead, get us on over to the farmer's market, and then we will go from there. Alrighty, we are here at our favorite place, the farmer's market. I actually didn't check to see if this was the best place to sell. I should probably look at that kind of quickly here. Canola oil, it seems like, yeah, the farmer's market is the best place, so we're good there. So yeah, 58,000 liters. So this is 1 year of production. So if we're able to produce this every single year, and this is only by using, I think it was, when I did my math, around 115,000 liters of canola. And if we're producing about 140 every year, we're always going to have a bit of a surplus of canola, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. A little bit of extra cash in the bank in case we're ever a little bit short on the funds. We can always sell some of that canola as well. So it'll be, or we can, possibly buy a second oil mill down the line and start producing at unprecedented speeds and producing even more canola oil. So I actually have no idea how much money this is going to make us, guys. 58,000 liters. I think that price is going to be a little bit off on whatever that dollar amount was, but let's go ahead and unstrap and drive on through. Wow. Okay. I was not expecting that much money to get from just that. That is, wow. Okay, we just got like 310-ish thousand. I don't even know. I wasn't even paying attention. I saw my money go from $28,000 to $340,000. What? What? I think we literally just made like $312,000 from that one sale. Okay, you know what? Canola oil, great product. I'm digging it. I will take it. That is very good for the money sitch. Alright guys, I'm back here at the farm. So after our big old canola sale that we just made, I've gone ahead and I've restocked some fertilizer, some lime, because we were pretty much out of both of those. So I've restocked 10,000 liters of lime and 60,000 liters of lime, 10,000 liters of liquid fertilizer, because we do go through quite a bit of liquid fertilizer with our apples. And one thing in relation to the apples is I'm going to start manually selling those every couple of months because I'm losing a lot of money by just having them automatically selling. Another thing that we're going to do is we are going to get rid of the apple juice production because it's horrible. It is absolutely horrible. So we're going to get $25,000 back for that. So we're just going to keep on producing apples and selling them. I set up this little trailer here to just load them up so that this trigger doesn't fill up because I don't know if they stack properly or not and how much it can hold. So actually, real quick, while we're here, we can go ahead and put our meadow back, you know, just clean this up, make it look like no horrible production was sitting here that didn't make us any money at all, pretty much. It just costed me money to have. So we're just going to cover that up like that. So I think we need some more land. I was thinking that when we get our cows, I would like to put them up in here. The only problem is, if you guys can see, there is a lot of stuff kicking around on this farm. So I'm going to have a lot of work to do here. I got to sell a lot of stuff. I'm probably going to have to install the object hider mod to hide or get rid of some of these things, because I don't think we're going to be able to delete some things unless we use that. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to get busy kind of clearing up this property. We'll also get this little field, which I'm probably just going to plant some grass on for the time being to get a little bit more grass supplies, because I am going to start getting ready to start making TMR in the next year or two as well. So there's lots of big things coming, guys. So I'm going to go ahead. We are going to purchase this. It's only $164,000. And when we do our fabric sale, we should still have enough money to buy our new tractor and hopefully our new seeder. We'll have to see. I think we're going to be a little bit short for the seeder itself, because... Or do I wait for this? Do I wait? I could wait. Yeah, you know what? Let's wait. We're gonna go ahead, jump ahead. We are going to go do our fabric sale for next year, I guess, and then we'll see if we can afford everything plus the land, and then we can get busy after that. But I think it's pretty important that we get our seeder, our seeder and our tractor before we spend any more money on land, because those two things are going to be a massive help here around the farm. So yeah, I'm going to jump ahead. We're going to jump ahead to the month of April, and then we will go ahead and load up all the wool we have, which is this big old pile over here already. And then we will head on over to the spinnery. So I will see you guys all in the month of April. Alrighty guys, I have our fabric for this year. We are back over here at Working Buttons in the downtown core. It is time to sell this stuff off. And if we just look at that, I actually hit that first shot that time. Perfect. All right, there you go, almost $260,000. That puts us at $641,000. That should be enough for us to buy our tractor and our seeder. So let's head on over to the shop. I actually already have a whole bunch of compost sitting there that needs to be picked up. So while I got the gooseneck hooked up, we can go and grab that, and we can purchase some new equipment. So I'm looking forward to this. So let's head on over to the garage, and then we can purchase our new tractors. Alright guys, we're over here at the garage. It is time for us to spend a lot of money. That $641,000 that we got there ain't going to be around for very long. So let's jump right on into the garage. So if we head up and look at large tractors, yeah, that's right, we are moving into the large tractors here. I wanted to get the Magnum series, but the wheel setups for this, oh, I could do it actually. Broad track? Yeah. Okay, so maybe we can do it with this one. I was going to do it with the other one because then I could change some colors and do some cool stuff, which we might actually do anyways. So if we actually look, I do have a modded one installed. I'm not going to go with the unrealistic engine for this thing, guys, but because you can see I can get up to 1,000 horsepower, which is just absolutely ridiculous and completely unreasonable. But we are going to get the biggest engine, like standard engine, which is the 435 horsepower. So this is going to be a very large upgrade for us. I do want to kind of keep the where is the main color? I do kind of want to keep it as our standard Case IH red, kind of keep the theme going with our case stuff. I'm pretty happy with these machines right now, so I am going to keep them. We're going to keep the three-point attacher on here. We're going to throw some extra strobes on here because, you know, why not? They look kind of cool. We're going to change the front grille to a nice jet black. And for the wheels, I was thinking even, you know, let's get a little crazy. Let's put some red wheels on this thing. I think it looks kind of cool. Now for the wheel setups, we were going to do the broad crawler tracks, I think. We got these ones here, the 3M tracks. I'm not a huge fan of this, so I'm going to probably go with the broad tracks. Broad tracks is more for when we're going to be doing the cedar and stuff like that, so I think that this is going to be better for doing the hauling some of the larger pieces of equipment and the auger wagon and all that stuff. I feel like we're just going to probably have some better traction out on the field with these rear tracks. So what we're going to do now is we're going to give ourselves a little bit of window tint. I think that's pretty much all we need here. We're not going to throw a front attacher on it because the front attacher for this thing is kind of strange. And wait a second. Can I not put the Ursa Compact Pro on this? Oh no, I can't. Well, that's a bit of an issue. Maybe we can't get this one. Let's go take a look at the other one. Okay, well, I was planning on using that other tractor because then I could have like the nice tinted windows and some other small add-ons and stuff like that. But you know what? That's okay. The standard base game Magnum series, we can definitely run this. I've got everything on here. This one does have the Ursa Pro Compact, or Isara, sorry. I don't know why I always keep calling it Ursa. Isaria Pro Compact. That's the proper way, I guess, the thing you gotta say. Anyways, I keep saying the wrong thing, but we're gonna end up having to get this guy. So this thing is gonna cost us $405,000. So we're not gonna have a lot of money left, guys, after this. Very expensive to buy this thing, but we're gonna go ahead. This is now ours. We now have a very powerful 435 horsepower tractor. So what else are we getting while we're here? We are going to basically pull the trigger here, and we are going to buy our large cedar, sorry. So this guy here is going to be the one we want. I'd love to get the Amazon, but then I'd have to buy the a cultivator to go with that. So I'm thinking that we're going to go with this because this one does have a direct drill, so seeds directly, no previous cultivating or plowing is necessary. And that's at a 12 meter working width, so I am more than okay with that. Now, I don't really care much for the fertilizer. We will not be using solid fertilizer in this because we were using sprayers. So I think that the additional seed tank, I don't think we're going to need it, so we're just going to leave it without. Our wheel setups, probably wide tires. Do we have any other really good options? No? Okay, that's fine. And we don't need a plate on this as well. So that's going to be another $195,000. We're not left with a lot of cash left over here, guys. But we do now have all the equipment that we need for being able to be a little bit more efficient around the farm. So we have our new big tractor, which will be huge for when we do our next canola harvest, and we have our new seeder, which should double our seeding or planting speed. And that means that our other one can kind of just be used for going around doing contracts, maybe some cultivating contracts, some sowing contracts, stuff like that. But I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to get all of this back over to the farm, and I will get all this stuff parked up, and I will see you guys back there. Alrighty guys, we have our tractor and our seeder back here at the yard. We had a very productive episode today, guys. We did our first canola oil sale, or our first full year of canola oil sale, where we made a lot of money. I think I said we made like $312,000 or something like that was the rough number. So over 300,000. That's pretty sweet. Us being able to do that with that and our fabric sale, we were able to purchase a brand new first large tractor for our farm, which you can see is behind us there. We also managed to pick up our 12-meter seeder, so that should, with direct drilling, so we didn't make that mistake again. So we will definitely get to test that out again after our next canola harvest. Pretty much next episode is going to be another canola harvest, and hopefully we're going to be able to purchase a new plot of land for some future projects that I have coming up. And yeah, that's kind of the goal for right now, guys. That's going to have to do it for today, though. So if you guys did enjoy today's episode, please be sure to hit that like button, subscribe if you're new, and make sure to turn on that notification bell so you don't miss any future episodes. But until next time, guys, take care, and we'll see you guys all next time. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Farming Simulator 25. This is episode 19, and in the last episode, we got ourselves a brand new Case Magnum Series tractor with 485 horsepower, and we also picked up the Horsch direct drill seeder for our farm. Now, these things are going to be massive additions, as they are going to significantly increase our ability to harvest with the new tractor by using our auger wagon that was struggling on our small Puma, and it'll also really help with our planting process as well, as it'll be a much faster process than it is currently. It takes about 2 hours for me to plant this field. I'm hoping that it is going to cut that in half and knock that down to an hour, because that'll really save me some time and make it a little bit easier for me to produce these videos. So before we jump into today's video, we're going to actually take a look at these, because we didn't actually kind of do an overview of these and a comparison to our old setup in the last episode. So this is the new Case Magnum series with the Horsch seeder. This is the small Horsch seeder on the Puma. As you can see, this thing is much larger. It is pretty much exactly double the size in like working with, which is going to be significant once we are able to actually get out onto the field with this thing. But today's episode, we are going to be doing a canola harvest, but I'm going to go ahead and forego the harvest time lapse. We're just going to skip that entirely, and I'm going to pretty much just show you guys the seeder in action, because this is the new piece of equipment you guys haven't seen, and you guys will actually be able to see how it does actually on the field. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to get jumped into the month of July so that we can start this harvest, and you guys will be enjoying the time lapse after the harvest. And again, afterwards we will do a kind of recap on how much of a yield we got off of the field this time around. There is quite a bit of hail damage once again this year, not as bad as it was last year, so I'm hoping for that normal 144-ish thousand liters of canola, and then we can pretty much go from there. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to get to work, and I will see you guys all after the harvest. Alrighty guys, harvest is completed and our seeding is also completed. Now, the tractor and the seeder performed great. It definitely took less than half the amount of time to get our field sown, which made things much nicer. One thing that I've been running into recently is our workers have been having a hard time though. If you guys, I might throw a clip in here. The worker definitely struggles sometimes. It was just reversing in weird ways, getting stuck on the tractor and just spinning around in circles and freaking out. And right now I got the lime spreader out there on the field. He's having a hard time on the field, so I'm not quite sure what I'm going to have to do. I might have to find a new GPS mod or something like that to see if that'll fix some of the issues that I have. But overall, I'm very happy with the tractor and the seeder itself. I did have to take over, fire the worker. Hopefully he never works on my farm again, although it seems like he's working out on the field right now. And the seeder and all that performed very well, and I had to take over. So, yeah, I mean, other than that, it went well. Took a little bit more time for me, but definitely a faster process in general, so I'm able to move on to more important things quicker, which is definitely a positive. So, right now, what do we got going on? We got our lime spreader out there, and then the fertilizer will be going out afterwards. I've got all the tractors lined up ready to go. We've also got, like, 45 or 46,000 liters worth of wool just hanging out here that I've kind of stacked up. We've got a lot of wool ready to go, which is super nice. But, yeah, our worker's out there. You can see he does this, like, weird strip across the center. Let's see actually where he's at and how he's doing. Yeah, he does, like, this weird strip through the center, and once he finishes this one headland, he'll probably just give up. And then I'm probably going to have to reset the guy and, like, add in a second headland, and then when I tell them to start with the up-downs and do the headlands afterwards, they still do the headlands first and still mess all this up. So I'm not really sure why it's doing that, but that's one of the issues I've been running into. It doesn't really like this big field. Maybe it's because it doesn't like the shape. I'm not too sure. But either way, our harvest went really well, guys. I don't know if I mentioned it. I might have, but we got 146,000 liters of canola off that field, which is the best harvest that we've had yet. So I definitely cannot complain about that. So, what's up next? Probably going to skip right ahead to the canola sale here pretty much in October. I'm going to cut the grass, bale it. Oh, actually, I will bring you guys back in September because we're going to have to go and pick up a tedder. We're going to have to pick up a windrower so that we can make hay bales. So I will bring you guys back, I guess, in September once I've got this field all done up. And we'll be heading over to the shop to pick up some new tools. Well, it is actually going to take a little bit of time for the field to be ready. It's still liming out there and fertilizing, so I figured, you know what, we can go ahead and pick up this equipment while we're waiting. We had to bring the big tractor over here because both of our other tractors are currently busy, and to get these pieces of equipment back to the yard, we're going to need a tractor because one takes a 3-pointer, or they both attachments will take 3-pointers to get back to the yard. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to go ahead. We are going to go into the garage here, and we're going to take a look. Is there anything on sale I can buy? No, not that I need. I mean, this would actually be kind of nice. 7,500 liters, pretty nice. This is a nice sprayer, but I don't think we need it right now. Ooh, it already comes with pulse width modulation, which is great because that's normally a $14,000 add-on. The See and Spray, that's an expensive add-on, but we don't need that right now. We need this money that we have for something else. But first, I did do a couple of contracts, just, you know, some spraying, mowing, and fertilizing. Quick, easy contracts just to make a little bit extra cash, because some of these tools that we're going to be buying are a little bit on the pricey side. So if we go ahead into the garage over here, man, this shop is so loud. I got to back away a little bit so that it's not so crazy loud. And then if we take a look, where was I? I want to look for tedders. But first, actually, windrowers. Windrowers. What do we got for windrowers? I want this one, but, like, this will probably do for the time being. At some point, I want to upgrade to this one because they're close in the same size. But the interesting part about this one is it moves it all to one side. So when you do another row, like, next to it, it'll basically put two windrows together at 9.7 meters. So you're almost putting almost 20 meters of material into the same pile, which is super cool. But for our purposes today, probably just going to go with this guy, cheapest option that we can get right now with the best width. So we're going to go ahead and pick this guy up. and this guy has a working width of 8.4 meters. So we needed to get something at least somewhat the same size, so the same rough working width. And probably the best bet that we're going to have is probably this guy here, 8.2 meters. It's not going to take us long to do all this stuff. And, I mean, what's this one? 8.9. We'll go with the crone. I think crone is probably the best option for us right now. So we're going to go ahead, we're going to pick up this tedder, and that gives us pretty much all the equipment we need. Because we already have a forage wagon, and we have our baler. So we're going to be able to bale up all of our hay, which is perfect. Down the line, if we get into some like bigger tedding and we end up getting into some bigger grass fields again, we could probably definitely upgrade to this big old pottinger, because this thing can do 17 meters at a time, which is just wild. But these are the two pieces of equipment that we've added to our fleet. So I'm going to go ahead, get these things back to the farm, and then we can show you guys how these things work in action. Alrighty, so the grass is all cut and is down here on the field, and there is a lot of it kicking around over here. So yeah, it's going to be quite a lot to ted and windrow and pick up, so let's not waste any time. So this right here is a tedder. All it does is pretty much just mix up the grass to dry it. This process is pretty simple, pretty straightforward. If we jump in the tractor and we unfold it, it has a pretty wide working width, which you guys saw when we picked this thing up. And we'll do a little bit here to start. Or at least I'll start off the worker, and you guys can kind of watch how this thing works and how it turns everything over. But yeah, I think that, oh, actually, he missed some of it, but that's okay, we'll fix that. You can see that it changes color after it has been tedded. So once you see that color, you know that you are pretty much good to go to windrow it and pick it up, and it should all be hay. So that's pretty much all it is for tedding, guys. I'm gonna let the worker here do its thing, so I will bring you guys back once he is finished with this, and we'll do a little bit of a time lapse of this in the windrowing, and then you guys will obviously know the last step, which is the forage wagon and the baling process. Alrighty, so as you guys can see, our field is all tedded and our hay is ready to be windrowed and collected. So we're going to pull out the old windrower. You guys have seen this in the past. Back if you guys were watching early in the series, then you guys would have seen that we were windrowing before we had the fancy Samaz mower that does all the swathing for us. This thing here will make us some nice swaths or windrows for us to collect our hay up easily with our forage wagon. So I'm going to go ahead, we're going to do something similar. We're going to do a quick little time lapse. We're going to show you guys how this thing works. I'm not sure if it's going to get everything on the edges, because some stuff looks like it's kind of spilled a little bit outside of the field itself. But if we go ahead and we let this guy get started, you guys will see that it just pulls everything into a nice, neat pile for us into the center. So let's see how much it grabs. It's grabbing most of it. As you can see, nice, large pile of grass for sure. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to let this get this field all windrowed up, and then we'll move on to the final product, which is going to be the forage wagon and baling. Alrighty, we have our windrows all ready to go to be collected with the forage wagon, and we're going to use the big tractor for this because the Puma, it does all right, but I mean it's something that's kind of good. Now, there's one thing that I didn't know about this forage wagon until I discovered it recently because I just kind of caught it at the corner of my eye. This thing has the ability to just discharge from the left and the right, not just by emptying out the back. So I'm actually going to show you guys that. I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to grab a full load of hay, and you can see in the bottom right there, it does say that we're picking up hay. So we do have the right stuff all done up here. I'm going to go ahead, pick up a load of hay, and I'm going to show you guys me putting it into the baler, because this is actually going to make kind of baling for me a heck of a lot easier if I can just do it this way. Alrighty, I have a full load here, and if I just pull up next to this, I've already set it up. Look at that! I can just unload directly in like that. I mean, I'm a little far away, but like, now I don't have to back up anymore and line it up as much and spend as much time lining up. So I think that is actually super cool. Now, I didn't turn on the baler, so I should probably come over here and do that. So if we hit that, that fires everything up, and we should be making hay bales now. So, it shouldn't wrap it, it should just push it out. It shouldn't try to make it into silage, but we're just going to test that out on the first one here. It should just, it's not supposed to wrap it. It is not supposed to wrap it. Okay, we are going to stop the baler. Did I stop it? I think I stopped it. Okay. So we're going to have to readjust this. I thought that it was going to... Yeah, there is no grass bale or no straw bale in here. Okay, so I am going to need to pull this thing forward a little bit. So I'm going to have to actually... Oh, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that. Okay, we might need to get a little creative here. Let's see if we can just kind of push this thing in here. Because, yeah... Can we just give it a little nudge? No? It's just going to take my tractor up into it. That's not what I want. How about if I kind of just nudge it? No? Nothing? This could be a problem. I don't want you to make hay bales. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm going to see if I can fix this. Alrighty, I have this all fixed. As you can see, it is taking it now before I can wrap it, and we've already got, as you can see in the bottom right-hand corner, 5 hay bales. So I think I've got this all figured out now. So pretty much just gotta get the rest of the field cleared up, get it fertilized, and that'll pretty much be it for our hay harvest. Alrighty, everybody, we have made it to the month of November, so that means it is canola selling time. But there's a thing that I need to buy before we do anything. We need to pick up a new trailer for our semi. The semi truck is definitely needed for the amount of canola that we purchased. Our pickup truck was definitely a little overloaded the last time that we did a canola sale. So we're going to go ahead, we're going to go into the market, we're going to take a quick look and look at semi-trailers. And I got a couple things installed, and I was thinking that this one here is probably our best option. So I'm going to go ahead, give this thing a quick customization, set it up how I want it, and I'll show you guys right before I buy it. Alrighty, so this is what we're going to be picking up. So it's going to cost us just over $15,000. It's nothing fancy, just kind of keeping the color scheme that we got, keeping it kind of looking good. I don't think we're going to do anything on the side. What do we have for stickers? Is there stickers for this thing? I don't think there are. Unfortunately, if there were stickers, I'd probably put something on there, but yeah, it doesn't look like there's any stickers that we could put on here. But yeah, so we're going to go ahead, we're going to pick this thing up for only $15,000. We're going to go ahead and purchase that. And I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to go pick this thing up, and I'm hoping the auto load works on this thing. I actually haven't checked. It looks like it works, but I'll have to take a look at it once we go pick it up and bring it over to the oil mill. Alrighty, we are over here at the oil mill. Let's see how this thing loads everything up. Yeah, that should work for our purposes, although I'm slightly away from the trigger, so we gotta kind of tuck this thing in a little bit more. I might have to expand the loading zone a little bit, but there we go. Let's get all of this stuff loaded up into our trailer. There's quite a lot that we gotta load in here. I'm hoping that it fits everything. This is actually filling the trailer up quite a lot. If we keep taking a look, so how much more? Oh, that's it? Is that it? Is that everything? There's got to be more than that. I think we did 58,000 liters last year. What's happening? Is that everything? There's no way that's it. Oh, that is everything. All right, well, I guess we didn't get as good of a production this year. Maybe because we sold a different time, maybe? I'm not sure, but regardless, we got 50,000 liters of canola oil that we need to sell, so we're gonna head on over to the farmer's market to go make our canola oil sale for this year and see how much money we make off of 50,000 liters. Houston, we have a problem. I rolled the transport truck. I honestly thought that it would have had a much better center of gravity in comparison to our flatbed. I was wrong. It does not. So I have rolled our transport truck. So I've learned that I need to go much slower. Now, the problem is I don't think this tractor is actually going to be heavy enough. I guess I should maybe grab this rear weight. That might help us a little bit. We'll see. Give it as much help as we can. If we go grab this. I have no idea if this thing's going to be able to flip this tractor trailer back over. So we have a bit of an issue here. So you guys are going to see. I did a real number here. So yeah, let's go see the catastrophe that I made. Well, here is my mess. Yeah, I messed up pretty good here. Our entire load has come loose in the back. It is tipped over. I have no idea whether or not I'm going to be able to flip this trailer with this little tractor. We might need to go rent something a little bit bigger. Oh, goodness, it did not like that. Let's see if we can try that one more time. See if we can lift. And no, it doesn't look like that. I wonder if I disconnect the truck, if it'll let me do that. So let's jump into the truck here. And if we, let's say, unhook. And, oh, can I get the truck unstuck? Okay, I have managed to get the truck unstuck. Now, let's see if we can get a little bit creative here. Come on. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. This is some, don't do this at home, kids. I'm gonna fall on that car. Ooh, goodness. Alright, let's get this car out of the way. Oh, he is gonna sit right there because my truck is in the way. Ah! Success! Okay. We have our trailer back upright. So, let's jump into our truck and we will see if we can hook back onto this thing. And our load is still in there, but hopefully we didn't damage any of the product. I mean, I hope they're in plastic bottles and not in glass bottles. I guess that's really all I can hope for at this point. So let's see if I can hook onto this thing. Where is the... You're not going to let me hook on this way, are you? So I have to push the trailer. Alright, well, it looks like all of our product is still in here. I don't think any of it glitched through the ground, so we're just going to have to somehow drive this thing over to the farmer's market like this, I guess. Hopefully I don't flip it again on the way back over to the farmer's market. Okay, we are here at the farmer's market. Let's see what happens when we drive this thing through, and... $275,000 plus another $41,000. Okay, well, I think that's okay. I think we did pretty well there. Yeah, that was a little bit of a mishap. Let's just forget that ever happened and drive on back over to the farm. All right, we have made it back to the farm, and I made it without flipping. Okay, I got our tractor back over here as well. Thank goodness that we were able to flip it with that, or else I probably would have had to go rent some type of loader, which would have been fairly expensive. So, I learned something. We definitely need to be a little bit more careful when driving with this thing. It was funny how I said I almost flipped it on my my old truck, and then I actually managed to flip it with the bigger truck. So... yeah, so note taken, don't take the curves at like 60 kilometers per hour. I think that that will probably solve my issues if I don't do that in the future. So we have $300,000 or $350,000. So what does that mean? It means that I am now able to purchase our next property, which means that we will be able to then get into cow farming and all kinds of stuff. But this property is going to need a lot of work. So I was planning on buying property 1, and you can see that I actually own it. And that's unfortunately because I made a big mistake here. I thought I was going to be able to delete everything on here that was already there and then kind of... Anyways, I made a massive mistake. So I had to kind of... I spent a few hours on this, and I had a lot of issues. I'll show you guys what happened. I had terraformed all this. You can see there's like a really nice big berm. All the buildings are gone. I put up a fence, all that stuff. I had to replace and kind of decorate this a little bit because like things like this sign and the fences, all of these things come back every time that I quit the game. So I literally cannot use this plot of land, which is super unfortunate because I had some really nice plans for this property. There's still a whole bunch of cut down trees and stuff kicking around. I'm going to have to deal with those. I'll deal with those a little bit off camera. That's not a big deal. But yeah, so right now we own this field and I currently can't sell it because I replaced like some of these buildings to decorate it so that it didn't look super out of place. I might, maybe at some point try to figure out if I can just get it out of my possession by like getting rid of all these placeables and just foresting it or something, but then it just doesn't match because it's supposed to be a farm and all that. So yeah, so we're not able to use that property, which is really, really unfortunate. I spent quite a bit of time trying to make that happen. So instead I'm gonna have to refocus my efforts into buying field 12, which will do what I want in the long run. I just wasn't thinking I was going to be at that point already. So I want to purchase this today. And this is going to feel really rushed, guys, and I do apologize, but I want to have this property in our possession so that next episode we can pretty much start right away on what I have planned here for cows and productions and all that stuff. We're at the point now where we can start this development. So next episode is our big plan for field 12, but as you can see, we are short. We need $518,000 and we only have $353,000. So I'm going to hibernate. I am going to hibernate so that our spinnery is stocking up with fabric and so that we can do one fabric sale before the end of the year so that we can buy this property for the end of today. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to get some sleep, and then we are going to jump ahead pretty much to, I think it's actually, no, we have to stop in January because January is when we sell our apples. But I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to sell all the apples in January. I'm going to sleep until April. I'll let you guys know how much money we got for our apples, and then we'll see where we're at financially. Alright everybody, we've made it to April, so that you guys all know what that means. That means that it is selling time for our fabric. Now, if we go ahead, take a look at these... Oh, I need to get some water in there. The spinnery, it's got 21,000 liters in it, but it's also got all of this lovely stuff here. It looks like we have about another 17,000 liters, again, same as last year, which is... That's great. 17,000 liters is great. Now, there's one thing that I do want to buy. Again, I'm spending money, which I'm amazing at doing. And that was, let's see, this guy here, the enclosed cargo trailer, because this is, I don't know. I don't know why I want this. I just kind of want it. So we're going to go ahead and quickly just make a couple quick modifications. We're going to just adjust the height. We're going to adjust where that goes. And then we're just going to change the main color and the rim colors. We're just going to make it a nice jet black. Yeah, like that. There we go. That's pretty much all I want to do. We're going to pick this guy up because I want... Why did it readjust everything that I just did? There we go. Change. Okay, select. Okay, so it just redoes that every time. That's not ideal. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to buy this. We're actually going to save these settings. Apply to these settings, close, and buy. So we're going to go ahead and pick this up because I'm hoping this thing is maybe a little bit easier to use. I actually should have probably taken a look at the what it takes for loading and if we can do reloading for it to make it easier for loading up our fabric and also for maybe parking it. I'm hoping it should be a little bit smaller than the gooseneck. It's still a pretty big trailer, but let's head on over to the garage and go pick this thing up. Alright, here is our trailer. This thing is pretty neat. I can't open it from the outside. I can open it from the inside, though, which is pretty sweet. So if I do this, you can see that I can open up the side door and then we can actually probably go and walk in, I believe. So if I just kind of walk up and in, this is going to be what we're going to use to store and transport our fabric. I think this will be great for that. So we're going to go ahead, take this thing over to the spinnery and get this thing all loaded up. Now, how do I close that door? All right, we are all loaded up with our fabric here, and for some reason it only says there's 13,000 liters in here, but I did a count, and we have 17,000 liters on board, so I'm not quite sure what's going on there. But yeah, this thing actually works quite well for our purposes, which is actually really cool. So we're going to go ahead, we're going to drive this thing on over, I believe it's to the tailor shop. Let's just actually pull over here quick and double check. Where are we selling our fabric this year? And actually, at the farmer's market? Oh, look, okay. The farmer's market this year is where we're selling our fabric. So let's go ahead, drive on over to the farmer's market, make this sale so that we can afford to buy farmland 12. Boom. Alrighty, there we go. That is exactly what we needed. It's almost another $250,000. I actually also forgot to mention what our apple sale was. I was actually really quite impressed by our apple sales. We sold 63,000 liters of apples back in January, and we made pretty much almost like over $116,000, and I think that was almost a year's supply of apples. So we did really well. I'm quite happy with that. So we now have $717,000. Now that is pretty good. And as you guys can see, I have an abundance of wool kicking around. So we are doing quite well. And I'm not putting that stuff into the spinnery because the idea is I'm going to be selling that spinnery and putting it into our new industrial park, which we will do probably next episode. But the moment of truth, guys, it is time for us to buy farmland 12. Now, if we go ahead, purchase this, that is amazing. Look at that. We now are the proud owners of this entire area surrounding the animal dealer, which is crazy. I have tons of plans for this area. We're going to be doing an industrial park. We're going to have probably some cows. We're going to have horses. We're going to have possibly chickens. We'll see what happens. But that is what is the plan for this area, and we have tons of space to do it. So guys, if you guys did enjoy today's episode, please be sure to hit that like button, subscribe if you're new, hit that notification bell so you guys don't miss any future episodes, and in the next episode, you guys should be excited. We're going to be starting work on our industrial park. So until then, guys, take care, and we'll see you guys all next time. Hello everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Farming Simulator 25. Today is episode 20, and I guess I shouldn't probably be standing so close to the road. This is episode 20, and at the end of the last episode, we purchased Field 12, or Property 12, which is behind us here. And I have gone around, and I have placed it down a bunch of barrels to kind of see where our build limits are around the map, and we have quite a bit of space to work with. So today, our goal is going to be to relocate all of our productions into one place. So right now we are producing fabric and we are producing canola oil. So we are going to today be getting ourselves a spinnery and an oil mill down somewhere here in this area. I just haven't entirely decided where yet. Now, I do obviously plan on doing more with animals. I have plans for a cow barn. I have plans for horses. I have plans for chickens. Yeah, I have lots of plans. We have a lot of work to do, and we're going to be needing to chip away at it. So, without wasting any time here, guys, I think we're going to kind of just dive on into things, and I'm going to kind of just start planning some stuff out with you here, because you guys don't really get to see a lot of the behind-the-scenes planning process of stuff that I kind of do. So I think we're going to kind of take a crack at it today. Now, I would like to make it so that we have access to the animal dealer over here, and I do have Paint Anywhere on, so I will be able to kind of, paint a little bit into the animal dealer here. I might actually remove this tree so that we have a proper kind of driveway in and out of the animal dealer here, but I mean, we have enough space to get around it on this side here, which is a-okay. So once I get rid of that barrel, that shouldn't be a problem. But kind of what I'm thinking, guys, is I want to make it so that we have a decent work area, so maybe a little smaller. If we kind of just bring this out, I want to have a road that comes all the way down to here, which is where we will be entering and exiting. And so we'll kind of open this up. And I'm thinking we'll probably make this a bit wider. We'll just probably do a little bit of decorating around the edges there. So what we have now is we have a little bit of a road connecting to the animal dealer. Now what I would like to do is I think I'm going to stack a couple of spinneries. I'd like to have 2 spinneries. Now I know I have the upgrade mod, but I think it'd be kind of fun just to place down the buildings and then have individual points for them. And then at some point we won't have to collect the fabric from here because we are going to be building a tailor shop, which will probably, I'm thinking we'll do, for spacing, I guess I'll just show you guys. I'm thinking with our tailor shop, we're probably going to go with the working buttons, which is this guy right here. And the outputs are on that side, so we'll probably spin it around something like this once we have the money for it. But for our spinneries, they're $180,000 each. I'm probably going to do something like one here and another one here, and then we'll see if we can fit our working buttons in over here. So obviously we need to make sure that we have enough space for our triggers. So I think we're going to need to put one this way is probably the best way to do it, because then our loading side's on the left, unloading on the right, and then we can kind of match it up on the other side as well. So we do have enough money to buy this first one right now, but we're going to hold off for the time being. We're going to need to obviously make a little bit more money. So I think what we're going to do is I have a whole bunch of excess wool. So I think we are going to sell 1 trailer load of wool, which still leaves us 1 trailer load for once we place down the first spinnery, which I think is going to be more than enough because that'll pretty much fill it up. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to go grab a load of wool, and we're going to go and sell that at the farmer's market. Alrighty, we are over here at the rope maker, and I think this is our first time actually coming over here. Now, this place wasn't that much better than the farmer's market for price, but I want to get every penny that we can for this project. So we're going to go ahead, pull on in, unstrap. Perfect. Okay, that's not too bad. That definitely gives us a bit of a better buffer for what I am planning on doing. So we did get a decent deal for that. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to head on back over to the farm so that we can get our first spinnery down, and then we can load up the other load of wool as well. Actually, you know what? I'll go back. I will get the other load of wool up onto the trailer, and then we can see where we're at, and we can place down that spinnery, and then we can start designing some stuff around it from there. Alrighty, we are back over here at our property. So what I want to do is I want to do a little bit more painting with some gravel before we put this thing down so that we can actually see all of the trigger points on the spinnery itself. So if we just match up with our gravel here, we're going to leave a little bit of a buffer because I want to put some hedges and some shrubbery between the property lines there. And if we just kind of just do a little bit of painting, we'll see where the spinnery is going to land. Because I do want to make it so that we can drive out back to the main road. So there's going to be a little bit of working to do, like with ins and outs and stuff like that. So if we go back over now, the pigs have a lot to say. We can go find our spinnery. And is that going to be enough space? So that is the right orientation that I wanted. So if we just zoom on out, I want to turn snapping on because I want it to be pretty square. I want to try and keep things kind of all uniform around here. So if we go ahead and place that, we should probably set it back a little bit more, eh? What do you think? Probably about there. Should be enough space. Maybe a little bit more space for swinging a trailer. But yeah, I think right there is pretty good. So we'll go ahead, place this first one down. And it changed it all to asphalt, so now I got to repaint it again. But that's okay. And then we'll definitely do a little bit more work around here as well. And then the idea is, you know, we can place another one pretty much like right next to it, right in line, which is something like that. Like, we don't have enough money right now, but I want to place another one right here because then it leaves us enough space to drive through, be able to load from and unload, and then we should be able to fit our working buttons in pretty much right next to it. If not, we have this whole space kind of over here that we can fill in. But yeah, so let's go ahead. We're going to quickly paint this in with some gravel. Go back to our gravel. I always have to scroll pretty far down to find this stuff. So then we're going to just keep on going with the gravel here like that. repaint all that asphalt back to gravel. And then kind of what I'm thinking is we're pretty much just going to have a road come right out and kind of just veer off both ways. So we're going to kind of just come out like that, and then we're going to come back in like so, and just paint everything in right there. And then we're pretty much, this is pretty much where the other road's going to be, so we can pretty much do the same thing right here. Just like this. Perfect. That's looking pretty good. And what I might actually do is I might just connect this area down here. Like that. And then maybe we can plant a tree or something like that here to kind of make things look a little cleaner. And then we'll even clean up a little bit of the walkway right there. So that should pretty much be our entrances and exits to the spinneries once we get the other one placed down. Obviously, we might need to make a couple minor changes, but I am pretty happy with how that's looking so far. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead. Let's go ahead and jump back into our truck, and we're going to offload this stuff into the spinnery. We'll get to test out to make sure that we can actually get in here with this setup. So we'll just pull on around the side here. Oh yeah, it looks like that we should have plenty of space to get in and out of here and maneuver. We'll dump all that wool in, we'll jump out, and we'll jump right into the spinnery controls. And fabric, perfect, and activate storing, perfect. So that is everything that we need to do at this spinnery for now. So we have in total 20,000 liters still over here. Once this is empty, and hopefully it'll be empty before the end of this year, we can then sell this, which we won't get top dollar for, but we can sell this, and hopefully that'll give us enough money to be able to place down the second spinnery and get that one operational as well. Because obviously we have wool still being produced, and yeah, so our spinnery is online. That is our first piece of land, or first production that has been moved. Okay, we are over here at the shop because I am going to be selling this trailer because there's something in the, or there's a couple things in the market that I'm actually interested in right now that I think will be extremely beneficial to us. So this trailer here, let's see how much money we're going to get for it. We're going to get 9,300 bucks for this thing, which is pretty good. So we're going to go ahead and sell that. And then I'm going to back away from this garage because it is super loud for some reason. So once I back away here, if we go look in our used market area, we have this Bunning Series 140 trailer, and it is actually in pretty decent shape. Now, I'm going to change the color. We're going to change that. We're going to keep the red because I'm enjoying the red that we've got going on in this series. And one of the other things that we're going to do is we could put the extension on it, which would be good, but I don't think we need that yet. We don't even really use that grain trailer much, but I just want something in case we need it for, I'm looking at maybe doing some wood chipping because we're going to be doing a little bit of forestry work at some point and some other things, and we're definitely going to need a trailer, and this is a very good deal. For 500 bucks though, we're going to throw the other trailer hitch on here so that if we do need to attach something else onto this afterwards, we can. So we're going to go ahead and pick this up for pretty much only going to cost us about $6,000, $7,000 since we sold the other one, which I'd say that is a very welcome upgrade because before the other one was maxed out at 18,000 liters. But now if we decide to put an extension on it, we'll be able to get up to 31,000 liters. But for right now, we're just going to leave it at that because we need to save a little bit of money because we need every dollar we can get right now. We also have the Land Roller 591A. This thing is huge. This thing has a working width of 27 meters, guys. And when you consider the size of our field, that's exactly what we need. Because right now we haven't been rolling our fields, and this will give us the ability to start rolling it. And I do have some more large fields that I plan on buying in the future. So this thing, power requirements is only 202 kilowatts plus 275 horsepower. This should be no problem for our Case Magnum series. So we should be able to run this no problem. So that's only for $47,000. So we are also going to go ahead and buy this as well. So we have $110,000 in the bank. I don't really think there's much more for me to do right now. I just need to kind of keep an eye on things. But wow, this thing is massive. I might need to go grab the tractor just to haul this thing back because I don't know if our little pickup truck here is going to be able to do it. So I'm going to use the pickup truck to haul our new Bunning trailer back over, and I just clipped it, but that's okay. And then I'm going to get the roller back over to our farm with the Case tractor. So I will see you guys back at the farm once I have all this stuff delivered. Alright guys, we are here in the month of May, and some people have been requesting to see some of the stuff that I kind of do, you know, behind the scenes and stuff like that. So here we are. This is kind of what I do. You know, I got stuff to stock up around here, places to refill things like our orchards. We've got our animal pens that are being refilled with hay bales, loading wool onto trailers so that the stock doesn't overfill. I'm always doing something around the farm every month. Sometimes I'll see some good contracts that we might be able to go do and some other things. So there's plenty of things going on around the farm pretty much at all times. So, you know, there's lots of things obviously going on, and I think that you guys know that, and I try to show you guys what I can, but I also want to keep it interesting for you guys, but I also don't want to bore you guys with everything that I do. So one of the things also I wanted to bring you back for this month is I wanted to pick something up that was in the shop. There's a lot of good products that have been on sale this year. So one of those things is we have this forage mixer right here. So this is a very small TMR mixer, but you know what? I think for us starting out, this should be decent. This will allow us to make pretty much 2 bales at a time, I guess. So it's not a lot. But if we get this to start, it's a very good starting price. The other forage mixers are quite expensive if we go look at the market. I think they're pretty far down. Where are the TMR mixers? Mixers. Why can I not see my mixers? Am I blind? There it is. Forage mixers. So you can see it. This one's pretty cheap. So if I'm getting it for $17,500, the one that I want down the line is this one. That's $80,000. So to start out, I think that starting out kind of small is probably a good idea. So we are going to, I guess I should buy it since I'm in the menu. We're going to go ahead, we're going to pick this one up. So I'm just going to buy it. I'm probably just going to leave it over at the shop for right now. We don't really need to pick it up right now. Actually, I should probably leave all this hooked up because we're going to skip ahead again. We're going to go back to sleep for a couple months because I don't think there's really anything that I need to do around the farm. Pretty much everything is good. The oil mill is fine for now. The spinnery, we want that one to run out. This one's still fairly stocked. And the apple orchard is already good as well for a couple of months. So I'm going to go ahead and hibernate probably until the canola harvest. And then we can get this harvest underway. Alrighty, we have made it to the month of July, which means you all know what that means. It is time for our canola harvest. So I have got everything ready to go. I've got our tractor set up with the auger wagon. I got the harvester set up, and I even have our peat out with our grain hauler. Because first, before we even start putting stuff into the silo, we need to take a load over to the oil mill. Although I might not, actually, now that I think about it, because we only need to get to the month of October, and then I do want this thing to actually run out. So actually, the sunflowers are done, so we can deactivate that, because I did have a little bit of sunflower seeds or sunflowers to throw in there. So one thing that we've got to figure out, actually, is how much we're going to need. So maybe I'll fill it a little bit, and then we'll just take it over to the oil mill once it's full, and then whatever, we'll just kind of top it up month after month, because I think it goes through almost 10,000 liters a month. So we can make it to the month of October without having to completely fill it, and then we can put everything into our new oil mill over in our new industrial park area. We're going to go ahead and do that. So we're going to fire this thing up. We're going to put some lines on the field. We're going to do some steering assist. Do we do 3 headlands? Sure. Let's do 3 headlands. Maybe it won't mess up if we do 3 headlands. Let's jump onto our field, get our lines going, and I'm going to do the headlands entirely myself, and then we will see if the AI can, or if our workers can figure out how to do the up-downs without having any issues. So I'm going to go ahead and get started here on the headlands, get some harvesting done, and we'll bring you guys back once we're finished our harvest to talk about our yield. Okay, we are in the month of September. We are going to get back to the harvest yields and all of that here shortly, but I did notice that our spinnery is empty, so that means that we can collect the last of the fabric out of the spinnery, and we can now sell this thing. So I've already been over here. I brought the trailer over here a little earlier in kind of preparation because I had a feeling it was going to be running out soon. But if we pull on up over here, we should see that should only be one skid sitting outside. So we can go ahead, we can unload this. So let's see if we just, what do we gotta do here? We gotta R to load. I gotta close this door on the trailer. Okay, so you guys can see that there's a little bit of fabric in here. So what we're gonna do is we can't get that out because there's just not enough. And we're so close to a skid. So we're just gonna change the output mode to selling real quick. And then we're gonna skip ahead to the next hour, which shouldn't be too difficult to get us there. And then we should see the money go up a little bit, which is unfortunate that we're not gonna make the best dollar value off of it. But we did make some money off of that. So the spinnery should now be completely empty. This one here is... I set the wrong one to selling. What am I doing? What am I doing? Okay, that was a mistake. I just screwed up big time there. So this was the one that had a little bit of stuff in it that we were supposed to set to selling. You know, sometimes I amaze myself with the silly things that I do. So let's jump ahead one more hour and see if we can not mess that up again. And I just wasted 1,000 liters of fabric. I don't know why I just did that. I was looking at the complete wrong spinnery. So there we go. All right, so we are back on track. So this spinnery is now empty. This one, we didn't want to be empty. It was so close to making a perfect skid, and we got so far below market value probably for that if we look at our sale here. Yeah, we're literally at the bottom of our sale there. Like, that was complete waste. So that's on me, guys. So, now that we're done that, we can, actually, can we do it just from this menu? I think it's this one. So if we go here, we can sell this property now for $77,000. So we're going to offload that. We do not own this property no more. Good riddance. I hated loading material out of that place and loading material into that place. So I am glad that it is gone. So we're going to go ahead and bring, oh goodness. We're going to go ahead and we're going to bring this trailer over to our spinnery over by our farm, and we'll just leave it there for the time being so that we can keep loading fabric into it from there. Okay, back over here at the farm, we have finished cutting. I also have our other tractor out on the field right now herbiciding our canola field. So that oh, you know what we didn't do? We didn't roll the dang field. I wonder if we can still roll it. We might still be able to roll it this month. So let me check. That guy's almost done with the herbicide. I just realized we should have probably rolled the field last month after I fertilized. We bought that roller, and we still haven't used it. Again, I'm doing silly things, just like selling the wrong fabric at, like, the worst possible month. Let's not talk about it too much. But, yeah, so we're gonna see if we can roll that thing, but for the time being, so I'll leave my big tractor available, because that guy's almost done over there. We'll use the Puma this time around, and I need to set up our baler to make bales of silage this time. So this is the last ingredient that we're going to need before we can start making TMR, and then I'm pretty excited, actually. I'm looking forward to making some TMR. I think this is going to be something that we definitely have been waiting a long time to do in preparation for getting our cows. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to start working on baling up some silage, and then hopefully we're going to find out once this guy's done. Well, he's not done. He's only done half the field. Okay, so it's going to be a little while before the guy's done with the herbicide. So once the guy's done with the herbicide, I will see if I can still use that roller this month, but I can't remember. I think you can use it in the first, like, obviously when you plant, and I think the first month after you plant, and then after that it doesn't work. So I will have to double check that, but leave that with me, guys, and I will be back once I have all of this turned into some silage bales. Alrighty, and welcome back to a very rainy October. It is horrible weather outside right now. So, month of October, we have to sell some canola, so I've got our transport truck all ready to go. Now, I never actually discussed what we got off the field for our canola this year. We got a whopping 147,676 liters of canola from our harvest. So, a little bit better than last year. I don't think next year's is going to be as good because I didn't lime it this year and I didn't roll it. And I did try to roll it in the month after and it did not work. So we need to remember to roll it the same month that we plant. That is on me, my bad. So we also got 34 silage bales. So we've got all the ingredients now that we need to start making TMR, which we'll probably start making next year. So I'm going to head over to the oil mill and we're going to load up on some canola oil to do our annual canola sale. Actually, is it this month or next month that we're supposed to sell canola? I thought it was October. Is it October or November? Canola oil. Oh, it is next month. I am actually a month early, so I guess I get to skip past this rainy October and skip ahead to the month of November. Just gotta check, do we gotta... we still got some grass bills there. I think everything's good to go. We should be able to sleep one more month, and then I'll meet you guys over at the oil mill. Alright, let's decelerate and try and not mess up this corner this time. There we go, not so tippy. We didn't roll it this year. That's definitely progress in and of itself, right off the bat. Yeah, alright, so let's get this stuff over to the farmer's market. We have 48,000 liters of canola oil and 4,000 liters of sunflower oil, so we didn't do too bad this year. So that number is down there. I'm not sure why it doesn't say exactly what it has in the trailer, but I did count it myself. So we do have 48,000 liters plus 4,000 liters of sunflower oil. So let's go ahead, get this thing on in here. Let's unstrap everything and do a big sale. Perfect, there it all is. Alright, that is our oil sale for this year, and that should be enough money for us to go ahead, place down our second spinnery and our oil mill on our property. So I'm gonna go ahead and get all this stuff parked on up, and then I will bring you guys back once I got all that figured out and all ready to be placed down. Alright, I have a bit of a dilemma. I am having a hard time deciding what I want to do here. I just had a new idea. I'm thinking of moving our sheep pen so that I can make this all a grass field. And if I do that, that will obviously give me more grass yield. It gets the sheep out of here, and it'll also just make it easier for loading the spinneries. Because I was just thinking of putting our sheep pen pretty much right here. And if we did that, that would significantly decrease the amount of work that I would have to do when it came to placing stuff down. So the animal dealer is right next to us. I could lease a trailer to move all the sheep here, but we could probably also make the pen a little bit larger too. And then this way, all of our sheep stuff and everything wool related will be in this entire area here, because we're going to put down another spinnery, the working buttons, maybe some pallet storage. And then on this side, I was thinking of doing cows, and I was going to give the cows access to this water area here, but I don't know if that's a good idea or not, but we'll have to see. But I'm kind of thinking that I might place this barn down, so it might delay us doing the oil mill till next year, but I did stock the oil mill with some more, and I still have the trailer over there. So we're still producing oil, but I think that we're gonna move the sheep barn, guys. So let's do this real quick. So I think I've got snapping on, yeah. And if we want this to work well for us, probably gonna place it pretty much just right here. I'm thinking right here. Actually, we want to make sure that I got enough space to get the trailer between the trigger or the spawn pallet area. So I'm thinking right here. So if we place this guy down, we're going to want to customize the fence for sure. And I think really what we want to do here, ease of access and everything else. Actually, you know what? We're just going to come straight out. We're going to come straight across. Yeah, or come like, yeah, actually we'll come out to that barrel. And we'll do another section of fence to here. We're going to come back across. And I'm going to make it so there's a little bit of a driveway between here. Just in case we need access. And so then we'll kind of go something like that. Like this. Actually, we can probably start opening it up. What do I want to do here? What do I want to do here? Yeah, that should be fine. We'll do that. And then we're going to come back across. And we're going to tie right into this post right here. Do I want a meadow? Yes. Okay, I wanted to add solar panels to that, didn't I? And I forgot to do it. I could have done it for 25k. Oh well, it is what it is. Let's check the size of this barn. I'm hoping that it's the same size, maybe a little bit larger. 99. We have 106, don't we? You know what? Maybe I won't do anything. Maybe I'll undo this. And we'll see. How much did that cost me to build? Building costs. So we'll give ourselves back this money. We're going to place it one more time. I definitely want to get at least the same amount of sheep. So I got to make the field just a little bit larger. Okay, I have got the sheep barn all placed down. I added the solar panels and I gave them a little bit more space. I gave them the space all the way around on the exterior here. We got a meadow in here. I'm pretty sure that's meadow. At least I hope it is. Actually, can we get rid of these bushes? I don't really want the bushes in here. Alrighty, there we go. I've got all of those little bushes removed, so that is all of our sheep pen built. So this thing is a little bit larger, which is probably a good thing, probably not a bad thing at all. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go grab our transport truck, and then we're going to go ahead and lease an animal transport so that we can relocate all of our sheep out of that sheep pen into this sheep pen, and then we can sell that pen, which should give us some cash back. So give me a couple minutes. I'm going to go grab our truck. I'm going to go to the shop, pick up that trailer, and I'll bring you guys back when we're ready to start moving the sheep. Okay, I have leased our trailer that we're going to need to move all these guys. Now, I feel like this is probably going to take a few trips, so I'm going to go ahead show you guys how to get these guys loaded up real quick. So if I back that thing up, can I interact with it from here? I can't interact with it from there. Perfect. So we're going to pull out 38 at a time, 59 months old. These guys are getting old, and we have 106 of them to move. So I'm going to move all of these into our trailer, and then you can see we got ourselves a nice full trailer of sheep. And then let's get them over into the new field. Okay, we are backed up to the new one here. So if we go ahead and unload, actually, you know what? Should we? They'll be okay for a couple hours. We'll get some feed over here quick enough, that's for sure. So we want to unload all of these into the husbandry, move on over. And as you can see, we got a whole bunch of sheep back out in the field. So I'm going to do a couple more trips of this, and then I'll bring you guys all back once I got the sheep all relocated and happy in their new pen. Alright, all of the sheep have been relocated, so it is time for us to go ahead and return this trailer. Let's see if we can find it here. This guy here costed us about $6,000 to rent it for a couple hours there, but that's okay. We're going to return that, and then I believe this thing here is empty. It is. We need our pickup truck. Can we jump into the pickup truck? I probably would have been faster just to walk over to it, but here we go. We need to move all of this wool out of the way. So, and then we need to be able to load up all of our grass bales. So let's see if we can get all of this picked up just to get it all loaded up and out of the way. Actually, we should just be able to, if we get rid of the wool and just do grass, and we change it to layers, it should pick up all of those bales. Perfect. So if we get this guy out of the way, just like that, that's all loaded up, ready to take over to our new barn. And then what we're going to end up doing is selling this barn. So we're going to sell this. We're going to get $40,000 back for this, which is perfect because I do have something interesting planned as well. And we're going to get $1,800 back for that as well. So that leaves us with quite a bit of cash in the bank. Even after moving and relocating everything. Now, I think we might be a couple bucks short, but we'll have to see. We might have to wait on the oil mill because there is something in the market that I do want. So if we look in the market, wrong menu, they have a telehandler for sale. This thing weighs 9.2 tons. It's not exactly the one that I wanted, but I think this will definitely work for our purposes. It's pretty beat up. It's going to need some paint work at some point, but for the time being, I'm debating on whether I get this or if we just dive right into, I didn't want to exit the menu, dive into a proper telehandler pretty much right off the bat. Now, I was thinking about getting the Merlot because it's got the 3-pointer on the back. Obviously, that's 134K. But they obviously, like, it's such a good deal, and I really want one of these. I want one of these for around the industrial area, which I think this thing would be perfect for using for our sheep and for our cows. So do I just pull the trigger and buy it, and then we have to wait to be able to place down the oil mill and the spinnery? I've been pondering on this for a very long time. Do I just do it? You know what? I think we can do it. We're going to do it. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to buy this. We're going to pick this thing up for $149,000. I can't believe I'm doing this. Yes, we're doing it. Okay, we've done it. And then we need to get a set of forks. That's all we need for right now is a set of forks. So we'll get the pallet forks for it. Purchase these. How much money does that leave us? $153,000. And then, you know what? It's I think it's time to say goodbye to the skid steer, guys. I think I'm going to sell this thing. You know what? We're going to keep it. Let's go pick up our new telehandler from the garage, and we will bring it over to the new industrial area. Okay, so I have the sheep all relocated. I have got them fed. The bales are restocked. They're already starting to produce wool again. Our spinnery is fully operational, pumping out lots of fabric, and we got an excess of wool hanging out there for the time being. So guys, that is going to have to do it for today. We got a lot done today. We got our spinnery built, we got our hay barn relocated. Next episode, we'll be placing down an oil mill, a spinnery, and hopefully a tailor shop. And we're hoping that maybe we can expand that grass field next episode and hopefully maybe start making some TMR. So these are all things in preparation for obviously getting things like cows and dairy and all these things. So there is a lot happening, and we are making great progress. I am very happy with the progress that we made today, guys. So that is going to do it for today, though. If you guys did enjoy today's episode, please be sure to hit that like button, subscribe if you're new, and ring that notification bell so you don't miss any future videos. And if you guys have any more suggestions for things that I can do around the farm, things that I can do on the channel, please be sure to leave them down in the comment section below. I love reading your guys' comments. And also, that is episode 20 wrapped, which means that we have a supercut on the way. We're at year 14. We have only progressed 6 years since the last supercut. So we are getting busier and busier every single year on the farm here. And this is all thanks to you guys. I did not think this series was going to be going 20 episodes already. I haven't done a series like this in a long, long time. So thank you guys all so much for watching, and we'll see you guys all next time.